Hello, hello. Short bonus stream, not at my usual time. Crazy, right? But because I have a day off, though I've been off like for a while, but that was because of the fires. This is already a day off. Thanks to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, or Dr. right, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Um, Super cool of him to do all his cool stuff for civil rights movement. R.I.P. Um, but yeah, today, if for people who aren't in the United States, today is uh Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is uh in the month of his birthday. His birthday was the 15th, I forgot the date. It's hard because his observed date moves around. Oh, I should tweet that. Okay. Um, when is his birthday? Yeah, the 15th. Okay, I was right. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried. I was like, do I not know Martin Luther King's birthday? Am I a racist? Um, but you know, so I do know his birthday. Good, okay. Close one. But the 15th, yes. Um, but it's observed the third Monday, maybe. This is the third Monday of the year of January. Yeah. Okay, the third Monday um of this hold on. I need to do something. Okay. It's observed the third Monday um every January is MLK Day observed in honor of his birthday on the 15th, but it's also to honor him and his all the work that he did in civil rights movement and everything, as well as a very great American. Um, so he's always my answer when people ask like, "Ooh, what American do you think should be on on like a bill if because you know how like Washington's on the $1 bill, Lincoln is on the $5 bill, right? Yes, yes. And like the penny and and everyone's like on all these different coins and you know, dollar like the paper bills and things like that. And everyone's like, "Oh, well, who do you think should be added to a bill?" A lot of people want to like add a woman and stuff. And like I'm fine with Harriet Tubman, I guess if they want, but my top pick for like my favorite like American figure is always Martin Luther King Jr. So, um, but they're both great picks. I think Martin Luther King Jr., the idea of protest and the civil rights movement is speaks very loudly for modern United States, and uh I just yeah. Um Anyway, every time I start stream, I find a new scratch on my hands. I don't know where these are coming from. I'm a little concerned. Actually, the other scratch I didn't find when I started stream, but I'll probably mention it later because it was weird. I was like um I was like recording some of the TikToks and like that were the ones I have to record rather than download. And I'll probably mention it if we come across that one. I don't think it's in today's batch. I think we're only going to do batch number 2 of reacting to the TikToks today. Seems like a nice short thing to do for a bonus stream. Tomorrow I'll stream at my regular time, or well, in the evening at least. I don't know if it'll be 5. We'll see how the day goes tomorrow. Because again, I'm in community still suffering the fires, or suffering from the fires, which my fire is still only like mm, it's like about halfway contained, a little over halfway contained. Hey Pengzin, welcome, welcome. Um, so yeah, so the fires still aren't completely over, but the evacuations are lifted and everything, so that's good. And just in time for people who were evacuated to go back home before we head back to work tomorrow. So that's fun. But yeah, so tomorrow I'll stream in the evening. Again, not sure I can hit 5 o'clock PST, which is my normal time. Just because I might like my sleep schedule is still a little bit off. still not quite, in the rhythm of things. So I might go to work tomorrow and like, be mentally, emotionally, and physically exhausted from the experience and come home and want a nap, to be completely honest. So counts as a bonus doom scrolling before you go to sleep. Oh, perfect, perfect. Um, but well, the TikToks, they're not doomy TikToks. So, it's like doom scrolling, but without all the negative side effects, you see. Um, but yeah. So just for the record, I know not everyone's, a lot of people here now, but especially for the VOD, for any VOD watchers, if you didn't watch part one of this or whatever, or didn't stand through my whole rant, you can check part one of the TikTok reactions and I explain more there. But basically, I will probably be nice breather. Yeah, yeah. I will be um well, okay, it's not like it affects anyone here, but I will be deleting my old TikTok account and I think I'll keep this one that I use for my VTuber stuff. Maybe I'll even post every now and again just to see the vibe of what happens when I do. But I won't be posting there regularly. We'll say that. And I'll kind of that will be a tentative, perhaps also delete as well. I'll still keep it, but don't expect me to use it much. Um, so the um yeah, so the thing is, one, uh TikTok has been kind of like a really negative vibe for me on my algorithm, and it hasn't been quite as it's really hard to get a grasp of for when it comes to like uh getting videos out there and figuring out what the algorithm likes video wise, and growing has been a lot more difficult than it used to be. Which is kind of the whole point of TikTok, was discoverability and fast growth. Um, Not in terms of community building, but yeah, just in terms of discoverability. But the discoverability aspect is not better than, well, it's way better. Well, it's better than Reels, but it's not better than YouTube Shorts. So, I will probably not really be using it for that. But then also, and I already kind of haven't been, right? I've been gearing all of my short form content towards YouTube Shorts once I realized that was actually better for the purposes I need it for. And then also, the I realized that at least on my old, not on my VTuber account yet, but on my old TikTok account, it has access to data I don't think it should be having. It accesses contact lists on emails that are on my device but not connected to that account. And it also connects to things that I don't understand how it even has access to. Random stuff has been showing up on your TikTok feed. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know. Things are weird. Things are weird. Might have to uninstall it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna kind of shut it down. I'm still gonna hold on to this account, I think. I was thinking about it. I'm like, I don't want to close off on it completely, but I am not gonna probably use it just because this account doesn't seem to be like, all of my recommended like people I follow are pretty much just completely just people who follow me. They're like, "Hey, this person followed you. Do you want to follow him back?" Um, and that's it. And they seem to be like completely random, choices. So, uh, that's fine for now. But on my other account, it's recommending me again. I used a brand related email for that account. But it's recommending me people from personal email connections, college email, which isn't even on my device, and people from my work email. So I don't like that. I don't like that. And that makes me feel uncomfortable. And no, I have not seen other social media do that. And I don't know exactly where it's getting all of it from, but I do know it's getting it from beyond the email I have given to that account. I think I might have verified with my phone number at some point, but they're not in my contact lists for my phone. Um, so like I don't know how they are, and I have never contacted these people via my phone, so I don't know how they're getting getting these people. So I know they're kind of overstepping the bounds of what should be in direct contact of the email and phone number provided. So I don't like it. I don't like it. So I don't want to use it. Also, the way it's been pandering to Trump has been concerning. Um, the language has I'm kind of surprised as well. So that's why I want to state clearly here again, that, this community, we are not a pro-Trump community. I am not pro-Trump. So, and I am um I'm pretty progressive in terms of my politics. And so that's what you can expect from me and from around here. If you are very conservative, this might not be a comfortable community for you. I would suggest not trying to change me or the community and trying to find another community that suits you better. Just to be clear from the start, in the past, my content has attracted a lot of um, very conservative audience, and I'm not particularly comfortable with that. So just so I'm clear again, I know it's kind of weird. A lot of creators don't really speak on this too much, and I probably won't really a whole lot in future. I just want to kind of like, since it's kind of like on the topic, kind of say that now. I think, that's kind of been an issue for people who were hanging around my streams in the past. And so just to be kind of just say it how it is, that's what we do around here. Um, and um let's see. And what else? Oh yeah, and looking at other kind of poking around on social media lately and seeing reactions. I like to, follow. No, I don't follow, but you kind of go from account to account. You kind of browse around. You look at other little fan accounts. You see how other communities are handling things, and lately I've been kind of surprised when I've been looking at reactions online. It seems like I thought a lot of people were like, wow, that is the most blatant, ridiculous thing, this like Trump praise that I've ever seen. This is such an obvious stunt. This is so stupid. Wow. But then I've seen some people in other communities, which is surprising to me because I don't think the creator and the vibe of the community is not particularly conservative, but they're hey Trunk Monkey, welcome. But like their viewers and their community, some people are kind of like, nope, that was fair, that was fair. You know what? Trump did save TikTok. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, wow. So, like, I mean, a lot of creators, like, they just don't make it very clear, which you think that they would based on the attitude they have. It feels very clear what their political leanings are and their thoughts and values, but they still kind of attract conservative audience. I guess I don't know. So or maybe they're just young and they just don't know, and so they're not like diehard, MAGA fans or anything. They're just, kind of following along. But I thought most people would not be uh fooled by the TikTok stunt, but it seems some people are like nope, nope, it is what it is. It is in fact, or maybe they're not Americans a lot, or even younger, like kids too. They tend to really like to joke about this stuff. I noticed like a lot of like teens, especially and like the younger people on the internet were joking a lot about the election and things like that, and really valuing, they're like, man, I love it when people write in really funny things for their presidential ballots and things like that. And it's like, wow, you think the funny write-ins are funny, huh? And stuff like that. So uh they're very unserious about everything, and so maybe they're just continuing to be unserious about it. But also was kind of funny. Heard a bunch of people admitted a bunch of stuff thinking they got away with it just for TikTok to get unbanned. Yeah, well, I mean, it's, some of the fallout is funny, but like it's not funny to see such a problematic hateful leader. Like, for instance, recently one thing that has been coming from the political stuff, I don't want to talk a lot much about politics, but like one thing they said in the past few days is that they want to Republicans, conservatives want, and I mean I don't think this would go through. But you never know. See, that's the thing is when you have your leader controlling social media like that and making these companies like bow to him, essentially cater to him, pull a stunt for him like this. If you get that level of control in a leader, which we're not used to in the United States, it gets a little bit concerning because you don't know how far they'll step. And like one thing that was being pushed around was conservatives want a bill to execute mm, people who like children a little bit too much, which you know, around here we're not a fan of people who like children a little bit too much. However, uh, execution still might be a little bit harsh, but regardless of that, um, a lot of people then you have to remember that these same people who are pushing for that bill consider LGBTQ people to be people who like children a little bit too much, right? If you're trans, they're like, yep, you're a blank file. You deserve to die. If you are gay, if you're bi, if you're otherwise identifying in the queer spectrum, bam. That's immensely concerning, right? When you make those equations. And remember what when they say these things, what they mean by them. And you'd say, "Oh, well, that can't be." But there's a lot of really scary things going on, especially in some states, in regards to their censorship, in regards to their like what is going on and what is allowed and what is not. And like I don't even know all the details. I'm over here in California, which is pretty chill. After the election, our governor has been trying to Trump proof California. So we've been working on trying to put a lot of things that have just been assumed rights under the general uh, welcome of the federal constitution and federal court rulings, trying to ratify that into our state constitution to make sure those rights are protected within the state and have some fight against any national uh, loss of rights. But it's it's very concerning. It's very concerning to see this type of thing from TikTok. I know it's like, well, it's just TikTok. And it's like, yeah, but it's a major communication platform, right? Like read it as newspapers. If people look at history and they see, how the news is disseminated and all of that, and it's I know that the phrase the New York Times seems much grander than Washington Post, and all of that. It seems much grander than saying, "Oh, TikTok." But it is a major news dissemination platform. It is like social media's platforms are like the newspapers of today. In the way in past generations have talked about who owns the newspapers and the running of the newspapers and the biases of the newspapers and all of that sort of stuff. Um, that is what social media is today. And it has a news networks, right? I guess that was an intermediary for a while, right? I guess probably like 80s, 90s, 2000s, right? A lot of that was the media networks like Fox News and CNN, and Fox News being biased and CNN being biased and all that conversation, right? Like that is now social media platforms 100%. And to it gets like imagining having a newspaper say like if the New York Times were like, "Oh, we were about to shut down and we did for 14 hours, but then Trump saved us. All hail Trump." Like if the New York Times said that, what now? Like you're like, "Oh wow, now I'm going to go there and read my unbiased news reporting?" Really? So and the thing is social media is almost a little bit more concerning than newspapers because that's news reporting. They kind of limit themselves and have a veneer of objectivity, but for social media platforms it's they don't limit themselves, right? They don't have this level of professionalism. Social media platforms are not just politics and things that you would report on in the news, they're also social things. So it's like news and magazines and you know, TV shows and like literally all forms of media kind of combined, not just news, but it also is news, but it also can control social aspects and it can control what people think of of other people around them and how they interact with each other. And so it's very, very concerning to see. Now the only thing that's not concerning about the stunt is how obvious and how bad it was. um Again, normally, like, I don't know, again, about internationally, but for Americans, we are aware that governments, and if you're international, your government does this too, even if you don't expect it of them, or maybe you do, and maybe you even expect it more so than Americans do. But most Americans have a general understanding that we are subjected to propaganda and manipulation by our government. And that, they are hiding things from us, obviously. Some things for very good reason, others for questionable reasons, and they might be questionable things. Um, Aliens among the and see the list of things that Trump promises to expose. Um, but the um the thing is though, with normally you like to think that the manipulation is very vague. You're like, I feel like I might be manipulated, right? It shouldn't be obvious. It shouldn't be that obvious. Um and that's how you know, and you kind of just have to kind of always be on guard with it, and with propaganda and with like marketing manipulation with commercials and ads and things like that. You have to be like, is this ad manipulating me, or do I really want pizza right now? Right? And you kind of have to like stop and think, and and you're like, oh well, either way, I do want pizza right now. I haven't had a lot of pizza, so it's fine. And you just kind of have to, realize what's going on in your life. Um, but this TikTok stunt was just so obvious, so ridiculous, that it's like almost, I mean, it's almost comedic, except for the fact that like this is the president and it's really happening, right? Um, and it's very concerning, especially with the lineup we're getting of people who run the social media platforms with Elon on Twitter. And however, people were pointing out. So, and also because I don't know if people saw the CEO, the Singaporean CEO shoe, or the show. I don't know if people saw shows TikTok he posted talking, praising Trump, kind of being like, oh, we're working with Trump, blah blah blah. He might have posted multiple. I just saw one, and it was also concerning because it was straight from his mouth too. Like TikTok has not been talking about this ban without talking about how great Trump is the thing, including show himself, right? Mr. CEO show. Um, Now, in addition to that, though, people were noticing that when TikTok came back yesterday, um, it was like, was that yesterday? Yeah, it was. It was only yesterday. Oh my God. Anyway, when TikTok came back, apparently Show usually has TikTok CEO in his bio, but apparently he took CEO out, and now it just says TikTok. Now I did check. I don't know if it always says TikTok CEO, but I mean I completely believe people when they said that. He, is very, that's what he says. Like it'd be weird to just say TikTok. What is that? That's not very informational at all. Um but it just says TikTok now. And I did fair look and be like, yep, it does just say just TikTok. Um and so people are saying that he might not be CEO anymore. But when I searched for that, I couldn't find any like news reporting, though all the articles I didn't do like a deep dive or sort by latest. All the articles were like, because again, our news reporting is heavily influenced by social media and the internet, and so like you're not getting the most recent news, you're getting the most popular news from the past month or so. So a lot of these news articles, when you search up for it, are a week old because they've had time to gain views, whereas opposed to the new posts are not quite as viewed yet. So they're not going to show up first in search results, which is stupid. Um, but and it's possible people haven't really gotten that information yet from him personally, but it's possible that Singaporean show man is not CEO anymore. He might not be Singaporean CEO. He might just be Singaporean man. Um, but still not Chinese though. Still not Chinese. But yeah, so mm, it's a little that's part of why, since I was like, oh, if he's stepping down or bought out, I mm, I still want to see how it goes, right? Which is why I think I will still keep this account, just not really use it or use it very sparingly just to kind of keep an eye on things. Um, I like I like having information about things, right? Like as I said, I always go through and I kind of will look through, try to go through general vibes of different fandoms are easy to navigate because they're kind of identifiable sections of the internet, right? So it's kind of easy to go from like little fan accounts to fan accounts on Twitter. But it's you know, in uh but I like, kind of scouting things out, seeing what the word on the street is online, as it were. Um, and for people who are always like, well, it's just the internet, it's not real life. The internet very much is real life. It's there are real people behind the screen and it's real life, right? For people who are like, oh, the internet's not real life, those that's the mindset that feeds bullies and trolls, right? Like then it leads people that mindset helps like promote people who, say mean things to people and go, well, it's just the internet. And then you say, well, there's a real person behind the screen. And, you know, and then you turn around and say, oh, well, but, or tell the person who's been hurt by something on the internet, oh, well, don't worry, it's not real life. Like it is real life, right? Information gets spread. Um, People form biases. Like it's communication, and that's what it is. You don't communication is not just a face-to-face thing. And it hasn't been for a very long time since humans discovered writing. It is always this is just a form of writing. And even like telephones even, right? Like that's not face-to-face communication, but it's voice. But people are like, yeah, well, that's different because it's voice and it's better than writing. And it's like, nope, writing is still communication, always has been. You don't have to be face-to-face to have communication, right? It's like saying that people 200 years ago, oh, well, the president doesn't really matter because you're never going to actually see the president in person, so they don't matter. Mm, they still very much matter, right? When we look back at history, we can see the president, Congress officials, they're all very important to what happens in history. And which plays out to individual people's lives. If they decide to go to war, then that affects people's lives, even if those people have never seen those leaders face to face. So, face to face interaction is not always smoke signals is your preference. Hey, what is it? Now I want to say Navel. Um, yeah, smoke signals is good. I mean, again, another well, with that one, people might count that one because it's something tangible, right? Like, people nav, okay. And it's something very tangible compared to, like even like voice over the phone or text on a screen, right? Or text in a book or a newspaper or something, right? Like people are like, oh, well, that's different. That's like they're present, and it's like everyone online is present. Well, I guess you don't because some people are bots, but you can't just assume everyone's a bot. There's a lot of people on the internet. There a lot of actual people on the internet. Like I don't know. It's but anyway, so the point is that uh I guess this is wrapping up the whole thing. I'm kind of really getting off track. I didn't want to spend very long talking about this. You can check longer discussions on my other videos. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of back away from using TikTok, deleting my old account and keeping this one. But not doing much with it. And I will be doing that because one, TikTok algorithm has not been well, it doesn't promote short form content, at least for me here on this account very well. YouTube Shorts has been better. And if I'm not getting good discoverability from TikTok, it's literally its only benefit as a platform because it is not a community builder platform. It only is good for discoverability. And if it's not helping me with discoverability, then what is the point? And Also, it has not on this account, which is why I will keep it, but under it is um under whatchamacallit. What is it? Boundaries. Yeah, see YouTube, like I said, YouTube is doing better for me for audience growth. So I, TikTok just isn't. Now some people have found me through TikTok, and which is fair, but I will say that uh YouTube has been more useful for that. Which is why I also made my second YouTube channel. Just plug for that here again. It's Television, like television, but with a C. But the handle is it might be kind of hard to find because I don't have videos up yet. So it'll be but you can do youtube.com/at it's television, and that should be the link to it. Um and I will be doing like book club stuff there. Our February book club book is our first one. Will be Howl's Moving Castle by Diana Wynne Jones, just like the Studio Ghibli movie. And yeah, television, but it's television. I'll put the link in the chat actually. That makes sense. Um let's see. I'll pull up the channel, why not? And make sure I'm getting the link correct. Uh uh let's see, is it gonna if I search for it, does it come up? No. Okay. Um, tube.com/ is this? Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll even pin this. Second YouTube channel videos. Videos next month. Or well, no, actually soon-ish. Not interesting ones. Videos soon. Um, paste. And I will pin this. Look at that. Look at me pinning a message. Um, being like all the cool streamers who have pinned messages. Wow. Wow, look at that. Okay. So that is my second channel. If you want to subscribe to that. I will be posting um like I said, book club stuff. And I'll post a video on how book club will work and things. But our little book club around here, will, like I said, our first book will be Diana Wynne Jones, Howl's Moving Castle. If you want to get a head start on getting that, but I'll be posting a video. Hopefully, I'll make it sometime this week. And it'll be up probably at least by the end of next weekend. What date is that? Yeah, okay. So then, still before the end of the month, it's fine. And talking about how book club will work and what that'll involve. Like I'll make like a of course I have my Discord server as well, and there'll be a channel on that about that. Oh yeah, check your local libraries for copies of it. Yes, there'll definitely be House Moving Castle at libraries too. um and I mean, I guess might as well, because it's not like, I mean, libraries of course do still support authors, but regardless, the author's dead now. R.I.P. Diana Wynne Jones. She died in like 2015 or something like that. So uh um you know don't worry about supporting the author. um but don't pirate it either, because it's still good to support the author's estate and her books by acquiring them from your library if you don't want to buy it. But I think it's a really good book, and it could be a good book to have physically and keep in your own personal libraries as well, and keep in print. Diana Wynne Jones is one of my favorite authors, and my favorite book, Chronicles of Crestomancy: The Lives of Christopher Chant, is by Diana Wynne Jones. It's just the Crestomancy books aren't as popular, of course, as Howl's Moving Castle is from her, but I really like her writing and her writing style. It's a major inspiration for me as a writer too. So it was February coming up, so I'm like, oh, I should pick something kind of not romancy, but and I was gonna do the Golem and the Genie, but it is it's a bit of a longer book, and I think a kind of uh tougher read, and I don't want that for our first book club book. Because again, our book club, I will be posting videos as well that summarize the book. So even if you're like not a big reader and you're like, look, I'm never gonna read this book, just being real. but I'd like to talk about the stories, talk about the writing, and still learn what's in the book, but I'm just not a big reader, I'm not gonna read it. I'll post summaries, I'll post a summary of the book and my thoughts towards the end of the month before I have a short little stream where anyone else who read the book will just chat about it. Um, but I'll post my summary of and this my thoughts on the book beforehand to kind of start off the discussion on YouTube, so you could watch that video before checking out the stream. And again, even if you're not a big reader, you can check out the summary and still follow along with this stream as well. And But you can also listen to audiobook too, right? Audiobooks are good if you're not a big reader. Maybe an audiobook might work for you. Um, and uh, and you could also watch the Studio Ghibli movie as well if you would like. Anime version, but it is very different and it tells a very different sort of story than the book does. So just to be clear, it's yeah. So it might give you some frame of reference at least to follow along with what the differences are between the book and the movie. So that's why it feels like a very good starting. A lot of people have seen the anime but have not read the book or don't even know the book exists, which is a piece of frustration for me because I read the book before watching the movie and I like the book. Yeah, yeah, they made an adaptation. It's very popular. It's very popular. And most people who know the story of Howl's Moving Castle know it from the anime. I don't want to say unfortunately. I don't want to say unfortunately. I'm glad more people know it, but like I said, I read the book first and I loved the book, and the movie is very different, and it's just it's not the same. Talking last night about how Lord of the Rings is such a great adaptation. Howl's Moving Castle, yeah, 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 yeah. It's a really good movie. It's just best to think of an entirely separate story. Yeah, yeah, it's just hard though, because it's not an separate story. And it makes me just very salty that people are like, "Oh, I love Howl's Moving Castle," but they mean something so different, right? It's like that meme. It's like that meme, "Oh, I love Howl's Moving Castle. I love Howl's Moving Castle too." I need to make that meme for this when I post about how we're gonna read it. Because they're different things. They're different things, and it's not what I. It's not. Because like I'd say for people who've seen both, like Howl and Howl's Moving Castle is I don't know why I'm like saying like that. In the book, I think one of the biggest differences is this Howl's character. And in the book, I think he's a lot less likable. Oh yeah, yeah, the thing at home. Yeah. Well, it's a little bit different because the thing at home is usually like just a not as good version. And to me, that's what it feels like. I'm like, I love Howl's Moving Castle, and they go, "Can we get it?" And they're the book, and they're like, "We have Howl's Moving Castle at home," and it's the anime. That's what it feels like to me. Right? It feels like off-brand book. But or like uh other countries probably do this too, but like the Brazilian versions of movies. Brazil just has I don't know why we've seen Brazil stuff before, but it's like all like the Disney movies, and then there's like the like Brazilian version of that. Um, and again, other countries probably have it. I just seen a lot from Brazil. And it's like, wow, that's like what was the Ratatouille one? It was like rat cooking or something. Ratatouille, right? Yeah, ratatouille. And it's just like there was one for Up too. Should do a movie night. A movie, I don't know. I'm that would have to be on Discord, and I'm not very good at Discord, unfortunately. So I'm not exactly sure how that works, but Up Balloon to the Rescue, yeah. See, that's what the Howl's Moving Castle anime feels like to me. Like mix it up in Ghostbusters. Crazy. Um, but Howl's Moving Castle, the anime, feels like those sorts of things to me of the book. The book is kind of a little bit deeper. I'd say a little bit darker. It has a little bit more edge to it, perhaps. That like just general like calm in Studio Ghibli movies, right? In the way they're just kind of like a little fuzzy, it has to it's represented kind of the animation style too, but like that. But like the original book is also kind of like that, which is why it works so well as an adaptation the way it does. to create a good movie on its own. But it's like I said, I think Hal's character is less likable. He's a little more egotistical. He's a little bit more vain and selfish in the book, I would argue. And you uh it's a little I'll use Opera GX to get past the blank screen. For what? Uh for streaming on Discord, you mean? Or I don't know. I've never even looked into it for that. Um but uh but yeah. Maybe I could look into it, but mm, I don't know. So far, I have just a kind of small audience, so I'd be like streaming for like two people, and I'm kind of no offense to the potential two people who would maybe be able to show up, but a turn off hardware. I've literally never even looked into it or tried. So like there's no point giving me corrections now. I have never attempted or or like I just know it's a thing as a concept. I have never watched anyone stream on Discord. I have I I am just not a Discord user. So like you're not going to help me troubleshoot things now because I'm not at the troubleshooting stage. I'm not at that stage. Um, because I'm like, oh, that's the whole thing, and like Discord is it makes me as opposed to other social medias on the internet, Discord is or even other like programs or apps and things like that. Discord is hard for me to visualize. I can normally really very well visualize like I'm going to here and I'm going to this section, I'm going to this section now, and it's like it gives you the feeling of physically moving through an app kind of like in a digital space. But Discord, that is not the case. Discord to me is like an MC Escher designed social media app, and I um, it's harder for me to visualize. So it makes me feel very boomer, but I know that's not it. It's literally just like the design of the app for some reason just doesn't go well with my brain. But I know it would be better if I started using it more often. I just don't because I'm looking at an MC Escher painting and like, can be a bit much, especially when you're trying to set up a server. Yeah, yeah, like and but I'm always like also like, too scared to like navigate through other people's servers and stuff too because I'm like I don't want to because you can't really do it like secretly, like you're always like in somewhere and you're kind of I don't know, it's different when you're like just browsing on Twitter or something. You're not like kind of announcing yourself everywhere you go, but like, when you enter different channels and stuff on Discord, you kind of are, and that, I don't know, that's kind of always weird. And so it's hard for me to kind of like, you know, I don't like it if I can't kind of be sneaky about it. I like to scout things out, figure things out for myself, and I don't want to kind of like announce myself everywhere I go. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. mm, but see, it's a little bit better at least if it's my own server. So in that way, I do feel more comfortable with that. But I'm like just not super. Well, I'll figure out at some point here. But again, because like everyone kept asking me like, you should start a Discord, you should start a Discord. So I started Discord. But then also I kind of was a little less regular with streaming for a while after that. So I can see why, especially a lot of the people who were telling me and hounding me to start a Discord, like they aren't around anymore. A lot of them. And so it's like, well, what did I set up a Discord for? You people aren't even here anymore. But some of them still are. Some of them still are, I think. But but a lot of the people who wanted me to set up a Discord aren't even around. So it's like, hmm. um, but there are plenty of people here now, so you guys can use the Discord and stuff. And it's just this, I don't know, it's hard for me because I don't know what the Discord's more for the community than anything. And so like it's there for you guys to use and I interact off of you guys, but there's not really a whole lot that I can do to like unless I'm like just spamming the different channels and stuff with random things myself and it's so give it time. No need to rush. Just play around with it. Yeah. I mean, that's the stage I'm at now. That's the stage I'm at now. And so, although it'd be good to have like a movie night for House Moving Castle, like, I don't know. We'll see if I have time. There's a lot of stuff because the second channel, not just going to have book club stuff, but it will also have other like video essays of things of interest for me. Where some of which might be like just topics I learned. Like let's see, I'll kind of list off some of the things. Etc. Um, well, I don't know about that, but let's see. I'll do see what other things here. I have my list. Um, a couple. I don't know what to call them. They started out as like a story about a haunted place, but then when you look into the history of it, it kind of gets into a much larger kind of historical topic, I suppose. So a couple videos about that. Probably a collection of different interesting things from throughout history that I learned about and thought were cool, just fun little historical events that are a little on the creepy side. I mean, I'm always gonna lean into horror, creepy, spooky stuff more than other things. A lot about as a historical figure, Harry Houdini is a really interesting historical figure. I kind of want to talk about it. And graffiti. I know a lot about graffiti and the graffiti culture, and I'd like to talk about that. I want to start looking into, as I mentioned from like the TikToks and stuff, like pirates. Actual pirates are really cool, and looking into the history about a lot of actual pirates and really digging deeper into that. Some stuff about Italy in the 1800s with like harlequin clowns and those sorts of things that are often kind of considered very spooky now. And talking about tarot cards, the origin and use of tarot cards and how they function and things like that. There's a lot of other like just little spooky kind of weird historical topics and things like that. So those are some of the like the non-history type of things, but still kind of in the same realm of like spooky zone, I guess. So anyway, so that's the type of stuff, video essays about all that, just things, my little niche topics of interest that I'm like, ooh, I like this thing. Um, and anytime I kind of like do a super deep dive on stuff, but a lot of it will be his stuff from history. A lot of times it's like spooky things that I look up more of. I make really good use of my newspapers.com account, which has access to like the giant archive of newspapers from history, and ancestry.com subscription, which I think I need to renew actually because I think I paused that, but because then you have access to census records, um, death certificates, things like, or not, some death certificates from history, birth certificates, a lot of that, and a lot of information that can be really helpful for piecing together things from history. So when you hear like a ghost story, and then I'm like, let me look that up. Let me look more about what the history is of this ghost story, and then you can learn a lot more about it, which can be kind of cool. So that'll be a lot because I love ghost stories, I love urban legends, and a lot of that will probably be about that a bit. So that's on that second channel, and I'll post video essays there. I don't know how long they'll be, the video essays. They're probably going to be in the half hour to 2 hour mark, which I know is a very long a long stretch. I don't know. I kind of want to ask. That's something I'll probably post and like make like a short about it, just because again, it has more discoverability, so more people might answer. But also maybe post a poll on my YouTube, ask on other socials. But I can ask here now. How long, if you were watching? I don't know if you even like video essays, but let me just ask: what is your preferred length of YouTube video? What is your preferred length of YouTube video? If anyone can give me an answer to that. Do you prefer shorter things that are like 15, 20 minutes long? Do you prefer like 45 minutes to an hour, or do you like multi-hour ones? Because like even if you don't watch them straight through, you can like, watch a 2 hour video for like half an hour and then come back. Is that the type of stuff that you prefer? Or do you prefer shorter videos? Just in general. 45 minutes to an hour? Okay. Good to know. Go for an hour, not too long, not too short. Okay, okay. So an hour seems to be a good mark. 30 minutes to, okay, okay. So that's what people, okay. So you guys seem to prefer somewhere in that 30 minutes to an hour range in general. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Obviously my videos on YouTube usually aren't like that because they're VODs, but that's like a whole different thing. VODs make no attempt to do anything other than what they do. Um, but okay, 30 minutes to an hour. All right, I'll try to I'll try to keep that. I know one is gonna be a lot longer, but the other a couple other ones are like in parts. So I can split up parts, which at just from like a meta perspective, that is the smartest thing to do, especially when starting a YouTube channel, because the more videos you have, the more opportunities you have for discoverability. Because the videos are going to be pushing out to different audiences, but if you put them all in one video, it's regardless of how the watch time and views play out, you just have fewer opportunities for new sets of eyes on that content compared to if if you do a video in four separate parts instead, four separate videos, you have four times the options of different sets of eyes that people will see. Been watching more while laying in bed before sleep, and it's annoying having to remote access your desktop to charge the video. Getting out of bed is not an option. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I know. Yeah, that's always a good time to watch videos. Is like at night before you go to sleep. That's and when eating is another good video watching time. Lots of great options for that. Um, but uh, but yeah. So okay, I was trying to make it for the hour-ish range. Seems like everyone is cool with that. But I guess some of them are gonna be longer, so you just gotta watch for an hour and then I don't know, come back for the second hour because it's not. I know one of them is a little bit longer, uh, but a video or there's a whole subreddit dedicated to watching YouTube while eating. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of people like that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, yeah, I usually watch YouTube or Twitch while eating because like, what else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? You can't use your hands, you can't like use your mouth, you can't like do things that involve talking, you can't do things that involve typing or literally anything else. All you have is your eyeballs. You gotta watch something. Um, but uh, but yeah. But anyway, so that's on my second channel. So I will be and like maybe you know what? Actually, when I start that up, I might still use TikTok actually because I should be responsible. I should be a responsible content creator. I shouldn't because okay, I'll use TikTok for a little bit to spread the word of my second channel, the book club stuff, and some of the videos I'll post there. But then after that, I probably will back off on posting on TikTok. To be honest, I probably should. Yeah, I said I probably should do that. Actually, I shouldn't. So anyway, um, but anyway, so yeah, so those few things. One, the oh yeah, so to me, it makes more sense to double down on YouTube and really focus on that because it seems like that is going to be the place for the best growth. Actually, most more useful for more solid growth and including discoverability, which they're doing better with Shorts now, which TikTok used to excel at. I don't know that YouTube is doing better with the Shorts, but it's definitely TikTok is definitely doing worse with discoverability than it used to. So and maybe it's not TikTok, maybe it's me, maybe it's a type of content I make. Maybe TikTok just hates streamers, maybe they hate VTubers, I don't know. But I don't know what it is, but it doesn't do as well. So it kind of isn't useful for the sole thing that it is good for. Um but anyway, what else? Yeah, so that and then because of the weird privacy thing where it pulls from other emails on your device and potentially other sources for finding contacts and potentially them feeding you to those contacts. If like you don't want people at work to find your TikTok, well, TikTok is recommending you to those people potentially. So, I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. So I do not want to yeah, so I don't have that issue right now on my VTuber account, but on my old personal account I do, so I do want to close that one down. And then for let's see, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and then also the way they're catering to Trump is very concerning. And I do not like that. That makes me very uncomfortable. I will still keep my VTuber account around to see what the situation is in future, but I uh don't like all those things that TikTok is doing. So I will at least not be using TikTok um much. Like I said, I might post some stuff on it just kind of in terms of uh questions I have. Like I said, I also wanted to ask what other VTubers my audience watches and things like that, or what else they're being recommended VTuber wise, just to kind of see because um it from my like videos suggesting me on YouTube, it's always kind of interesting to see what VTuber VODs or their own content they put up, or usually it's a lot of clips. Like my audience are watching VTuber clips from certain VTubers, and like I can sort of see a pattern, and it's interesting, or not pattern, but there are some repeats, that show up, and it's kind of interesting because it's like not some of the people I thought. Like there's one VTuber in particular that like seems to YouTube is like, ah, yes, the people that this you're like them, and I'm like, wow, really, really. I mean, not that I have a problem with him, but like I just didn't think I was like that creator. So so I'm very intrigued other what other VTubers content in general, but like that's kind of harder because there are lots of different content I don't necessarily watch. But I'm intrigued what other VTubers people watch who watch me, or what VTubers they watch, and then like they get recommended me, and what do the algorithms who do the algorithms think I'm like is very interesting to me. But anyway, what else? Anyway, yeah, so that's the deal with TikTok. Anyway, so now on to reacting to the TikToks, because I let's do that. Again, also, I uh so these TikToks, okay, so again, just to kind of be clear here, hold on. Okay. Oh wow, I'm a lot bigger today. Why am I so bigger? Why am I so bigger than I was? Let me make myself a little smaller. Um, is that better? Okay, I think that's better. Okay. So, what for these, um just kind of need to state, I these are from my old account. So this we're talking, and I'm starting from the beginning and working through them. I like TikToks. This is from like the spring. I think we're still in the spring, later spring of 2021, to put it into context. So if some audios are cringy, some memes are cringy now, well, you know what? That's they weren't at the time. They weren't at the time, okay? So go easy on me. Also, this was like a really rough time for me at work. It was a big DEI push. I was hearing a lot of like, you're awful, you're white, so you're racist. You can never not be racist. You're born a racist, you'll die a racist. The system makes you a racist. There's nothing you can do. Your existence, your job, every space you're in online takes spaces away from people of color. Your existence takes spaces away from people of color, and it was really hard because I hated hearing that, I mean, because everyone hates hearing that they're horrible and they're a waste of space and stuff, like that sucks. And especially when you work really hard to get where you are, again, like, I grew up low income and I had to work really hard to climb my way, through academia and everything. So, I mean, I didn't work that hard, but yeah, there will be cringe. There will be cringe because, like, again, a lot of it is I was curled up in a ball crying on my floor a lot of nights. And I didn't want to like, obviously, if I'm scrolling through TikTok, I kind of, want more positive videos. Anything that I'm like, oh, I got good vibes from that. A lot of the stuff I liked because, good vibes. I like something about it, or just, I don't know, made me feel good. And I was like, oh, I don't even know what I like about this, but it made me feel a little better. So, I was also, again, this is my old account. My old brand was spooky content, horror content. I did starting in 2015 or 2016. I My Twitch for that account. I did a lot of horror videos. Yeah, kind of like a safe place. Um and I did a lot of horror content, spooky videos and stuff, horror games, and stuff like that on Twitch. And then I was doing YouTube videos of like video essays, documentary sort of things, about horror content, ghost stories, urban legends, that sort of stuff as well. And so on TikTok, I was doing kind of shorter form. Hey, folks, welcome, welcome. On TikTok, I was doing like shorter form spooky content, right? Like a talk about the legend behind a haunted place or something in 30 seconds, or whatever. Just like here's a fun fact about this place type of video. And I was trying to get my own algorithm onto like horror TikTok because I figured, well, if I interact with horror content, that might help boost my content in the right direction. But I'm on spoilers. I was never fully able to get onto horror TikTok. I saw glimpses of it every now and then, and especially in these early parts, I was trying to get there through like witchy, supernatural kind of TikTok, right? Was kind of my targeted path in. I thought that was like kind of adjacent to it, so maybe I can get to there from there. So there's a lot of witchy stuff here as well because I was trying to work my way through to the horror side of TikTok, which like I said never really happened, but okay. My TikTok likes part 2. Let's go. Hopefully it's not too cringe. Let's see. All right.
I don't need to know if you're
Okay. Hold on. I don't know how the volume is. Maybe turn it down a little bit. Okay.
upper, bottom, or reverse. I need to know your adjacency to the mosh pit because I walk around the perimeter getting people who don't want to be in the mosh pit out of the mosh pit.
I've never even been to a concert, for the record.
I should tell you everything you need to know about me as a person.
But that seemed really nice. This is such a nice idea.
I will guard you with my life.
Good, you do that.
That shit.
Yeah.
If you want to crowd surf, find me. I will throw you the fuck up.
Okay.
And I'm even sexier because I carry Narcan to every punk show
That's
I go
so
to
responsible. That's so responsible. Good job. I've never even been to a concert like that, so it's like, what is my relation to the mosh pit at home? Wait, was that it?
I had a lot of things to do today, but you know what I did instead? I took a nap.
I hate napping.
It was a very good nap.
But this guy is clearly napping.
I'm friends with the monster that's under my bed.
Oh wait, hold on. We need to comment. Okay, friends with the mustard. Okay, I can kind of hear it. But who says cookies like that? No one says cookies. Okay, I can hear that. Oh, yeah, no, this one. The Starbucks lovers. Dude, that's all I hear. I know people say I have a long list of ex-lovers. I don't hear that. Let's go back and hear it again. We'll do the cone again. Yeah, there's an extra syllable in there, or like a sound. No, that has extra syllable. Oh, okay, no, that one. No, it definitely sounds like 14 carats. That one sounds like 14 carats, but oh, this guy again. I told you we're gonna see a lot of recurring characters here. He is a recurring character. Tyler is a recurring character.
Just like to take
we'll see a lot of TikToks from him. I think he's funny.
Of all Libras everywhere, because when you ask us what we want to eat and we say, I don't know, we do know.
I know what I want to eat, but I would never tell you.
I would never tell you what I want to eat. You have to guess. It's a little game. I drive my friends absolutely bananas. I send them on an emotional roller coaster every time we try to get food. They're like, Tyler, please, just tell us what you want to eat. And I'm like, I'm not gonna say. I don't know.
So evilly chaotic.
I do know, and we do know. And I'm sorry, I don't know why we're like this. It's just a fun little game. I'm sorry.
You know what? Sometimes it's nice. You gotta love a good villain. You gotta love and that's such a good villain right there. That's perfect villain energy. Some villains want to take over the world. Others are that right there. That's it. That's it.
I just found out ghosts touching you feels like cobwebs.
She does a lot of ghost hunting videos. She did really cool 3D ghost hunting videos on like the 3D videos and stuff. She did a lot of really cool ones on YouTube. It's too loud. So that ghost ghosts touching you feel like cobwebs? It's probably just cobwebs or like dust in the air. To be completely honest, I don't think it's ghosts touching you, but it's still a fun idea, I guess. I like it in theory. I just don't think it's true.
I know I'm outside, so it might be a slim chance, but I sure hope a kind on the outside, evil on the inside DM with bi-wife energy doesn't follow me home and roll a nat 20 on a performance check tonight.
Good luck with that.
That would just be horrible.
Yeah, being outside is gonna hurt your chances there. You really should break into someone's house and do that. It would way better chances. Way better chances. Way better chances. I don't know. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a big description. What was that? What was that? What were the things that she wanted? A um evil DM with bi-wife energy. What is that? Kind on the outside, evil on the inside. Something like that. DM with bi-wife energy.
Hey, we're Break Weather.
Okay, I remember this. Oh man, this is one of the bands.
To our song, hope you dig it. Drop a spoopy in the compliments to support an undiscovered artist.
Okay. I was trying to find new music on TikTok, and that was a band that I was like, oh, I like their music. Okay, I think this might have been their first video of theirs that I came across, and I was like, oh, and it was just like towards the end of the pandemic, and people were doing those like throwing the paper airplanes off their windows, off their balconies and stuff. And I thought those videos, I remember I saw those. I don't know if I liked any of them, but I thought they were cute. I think they were mostly scripted, a lot of them, but they're still cute, in theory. And so I kind of like this, even though no one else picks it up. They just kind of throw it in and pick it up themselves to film, but like whatever. It was still kind of cute, like sort of reference to those other videos, trend that's going on. And I like their music. So, but I don't think I even ended up like adding any of their music on Spotify. I think the reason is because I just kept seeing, once I liked this video, I kept seeing so many videos from them, but it was all the same song. It was the same audio, and I started to get really tired of it. That's the danger with bands using TikTok, is because they put out so many TikToks with the same audio, but then like once you like it, you get more of that content, but then you just get fed that one band over and over again, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so tired of this band. I get it, you have this 12-second clip, I get it. And it almost kind of makes you mad at them a little bit. It's not their fault, but
I want to delete everything. I want to deactivate every social media I've ever had in my entire life. I want every trace
that's
of me to be
definitely
gone.
the
I don't
hermit
want
energy.
to be perceived. I don't want to be perceived. I am not the person that I was yesterday. I'm not the person that I was this morning. I'm not
That's
even
what this
a person.
card means. This is a fun way to tell people about tarot, I guess.
Hey.
Oh, who's this dude?
We meet again. And
I
you
was
know
like,
what I'm
where?
going to say.
I don't think I met
Real
you
quick,
before.
Drop your shoulders, loosen your stomach.
Oh, okay.
Relax your eyebrows, drop the tongue from the roof of your mouth.
I don't know what they mean by drop the tongue from your roof of your mouth. That's just where it goes, man. It's hard to put it down. What do you mean?
A minute right here and right now where everything is fine. Everything is okay.
You sure? Everything is fine?
Absolutely nothing happening right now.
I don't know. There's a lot happening, buddy.
Safety and ability to sit for a minute and everything is okay. And that is something to be grateful for. So real quick, take a look around. Find one thing to be grateful for. Go.
I am grateful for my chat. Hi, chat.
I'll see you soon.
Yay. See you soon.
I was today years old when I finally discovered the difference between a maze and a labyrinth.
Oh, I already knew this. I already know the difference between a maze and a labyrinth.
With lots of paths that leads to a lot of different dead ends.
Because I was at a palace when I was backpacking in Europe, and it had a maze and a labyrinth.
Path that if you follow, you will eventually get to the center of. Now, apparently the labyrinth, in a lot of ways, was supposed to symbolize, a long walk where you could.
I don't know if this is true from ancient times.
And the world and what have you. So
I think it's a very
really
medieval distinction.
Quote today, and it was, in a maze you can lose yourself, in a labyrinth you will find yourself. Now isn't
That's
that
a
nice?
cool quote, though.
I'm 27 this month, and I only just learnt the difference between the two.
Well, that's fine. It doesn't seem very applicable to everyday life, so it's okay if you don't know it until you're 27. Oh, this guy.
This looks really good.
He was like filming. Okay, so if you don't know, okay, I know he's gonna give a backstory here, but okay, so if you don't know, I don't know, I feel like this is such a like cringe thing now. But look, it was the pandemic, okay? The Elisa Lam. First off, if I'm you guys probably know Elisa Lam, maybe? In the Cecil Hotel. So I yeah, already knew all about that from before. A lot of YouTubers have done videos about it. Especially when they're talking about the elevator game. If you're familiar with the elevator game, one of my first games I played on this channel was the elevator game with Cat Girls, which is like a visual novel that focuses around the elevator game. But or like is inspired by the elevator game, I guess, which is where you go in the elevator, you press specific buttons, and then you're supposed to like be able to walk out on one of the floors into another dimension or whatever. And then you have to like press other buttons to go back to your home dimension, and it's like a so spooky little thing. And in the like late 2010s, a lot of YouTubers in the spooky sphere were like, trying it out, and there were a lot of stuff about it. And there was also a lot of stories about Elisa Lam, who is this girl who stayed in the Cecil Hotel in downtown LA, and she and most of the hotels in downtown LA, because LA, it's yeah, especially downtown, has a lot of sketchy stuff has happened. A lot of hotels around the country and potentially the world, I imagine, are haunted because, you get a lot of more transient people passing through, people who might be running from some sort of baggage from before, people who might be less well off, less healthy. Like you have potential options for lots of drama to occur in hotels. So there's a lot of haunted hotel stories. And the case is also true for downtown LA. And this store is a lot of other serial killer stuff, whatever. This hotel has this story with Alyssa Lamb. She like was acting very erratically and strange, and then she for a while, and then the footage has her climbing up the side of the building, up a ladder, a like maintenance ladder, and then she went missing, and they found her in the water tank of the hotel, so people had where she had drowned. And so presumably, yeah, she did it herself, yeah. um but at least according to the reports, but a lot of people still think it's very suspicious, that and they think maybe someone else did it, blah blah blah. But she probably just was like mentally ill, off her medications, and going through some sort of episode, and ended up uh somehow drowning in the water tank. So it is a bit suspicious, but weird stuff happens sometimes. And it just also so happens to be at a specific like suspicious location. And yeah, it is strange. There are some weird, I think it's like the because the lid of the water tank was put back on, and it's not something she could have done. I think something like that. So it's like someone else had to be there. But maybe like a maintenance person went up and, was like, "Oh, what's this doing off?" and put it on, and maybe they even forgot about it. Like, there's a lot of I don't know, things it could be. But there was a documentary about the Cecil Hotel during the pandemic. Yeah, the lid was like very heavy. And it was just like it was like, I don't know, a weird something about the lid. There's a documentary on Netflix, you can watch it. I forget what it's called, but you can search up Cecil Hotel and find it. So this guy, this tall red-headed man, he actually is from a family of his entire family has dwarfism except for him. So a lot of his videos, and we probably see some others from him in here like that too. But everyone in his family has dwarfism except for him, and so he is very tall. Yeah,
I'm in danger.
The Cecil Hotel kind of gives off those vibes for sure. But he he's really funny. And a lot of his content is like based off of like being a very tall man in a family with dwarfism. Um, you have it. Oh, oh no. But but he also did then move downtown, and he lived in an apartment across the street from the Cecil Hotel. And he has like this really great vantage point out his window of it. So he did a lot of like live streams and stuff where he just filmed the hotel, which like I don't know, I like the vibes, you know, like everyone's like, what's going on in that window? And no one was living in it at the time. It was vacant, still under reconstruction or whatever. As you can see here in this video too, he is trying to fly. He bought a drone and he is trying to fly it into this window to kind of scope out the inside of the building because he couldn't get inside. There were people before who like YouTube ghost hunters who were getting inside. He had tried to tag along with some of them before. Some of whom have been popping off. Jake Weber, you guys might know Jake Weber. I think he was there. Their interaction was really weird. I was watching that on Pete's live stream and I was like, like it was so awkward. It was so awkward and so uncomfortable. Uh like I felt really bad for Pete cuz like I mean cuz he's like a legit content creator too and like it was I don't know. He was getting treated really dismissively and it kind of was really uncomfortable and really awkward. Uh but um but like and also honestly like he lives across the street from the hotel like that he is a person of value as a creator in terms I don't know so it was just weird but the point is like he streamed a lot of this and like even after like he'll show like ambulances showing up to the hotel like oh what's going on now things like that he sometimes posted things because of course it's also right across the street from Skid Row. He's not on Skid Row but like where the hotel is right, he's on like the border of the Skid Row neighborhood in downtown, and so there's a lot of sirens and drama and stuff going on down there a lot. And although right now the LA homeless population has spread out well beyond the border of Skid Row, which if you don't know about Skid Row, back a while back when LA was doing a like kind of trying to clean up the streets, and try to move the homeless people out of general areas, they kind of pushed them all into Skid Row. So Skid Row became a major center for homeless encampments. But it's spread out much farther now since the homeless population in LA has grown and grown and grown since then. But anyway, so it's just kind of cool and there are a lot of like videos and stuff, sometimes people who stream on TikTok. I've watched a lot of people like that who they just like will like I think they use like a scooter and they usually or like yeah, they just like take a scooter and they'll just like drive around the city. I've seen some people do that in Japan as well, which is really cool. I love those too. And they just kind of like ride around and you can just see the city and sometimes they'll run into drama and stuff and it's kind of they'll kind of see a situation going on and they're like, ooh, what's going on over here? And oh, what's this? Must be a concert getting out and things like that. And so it's always kind of fun to like, ride around and see, and watch them. That was always really cool. It's just a nice vibe, if you kind of just want to chill stream, almost like visual ASMR in a way, right? With the occasional thing of interest. And so that was really cool. And Pete's videos kind of gave the same vibe sometimes, even though he's kind of stationary. It's still like, let's just watch the hotel, see what's going on, see if there's drama around, sirens, helicopters, in the city, stuff like that. And that was really cool. And especially when I was still kind of new to LA, it felt really fun to like, see a creator who's like, oh wow, they're in my city, and oh wow, they're just downtown. I know exactly where they are, and like, he's like, oh, now it's starting to rain, and it's like, oh my god, not up here, and it's just like it's oh now the rain has reached here. I don't know. It was just kind of fun and cute, to like watch someone else from my city and um he had like tons of people in his stream. It was very popular. But anyway, and he posted a bunch about this and stuff. And I don't know, it just felt like a fun, like, pandemic vibe. So anyway, this video is about him trying to get into his drone
If you
into
have
the
no idea what I'm doing, here's a quick recap. I've been trying to fly my drone into the Cecil Hotel through this open window. I failed, but I got my drone back from a construction worker since they started remodeling the hotel. And I haven't
He had a
been
really
able
cool
to try
apartment
again
too.
because they covered the window. Until today.
Yay.
Finale. Hopefully. I felt pretty ready, but I wanted to retrace Elisa Lamb's steps first. They think she went up the fire escape, up this ladder, to get to the water towers. And this was her room. Okay, here we go. Whew, so nervous. Come on, come on.
This was good content for him.
No! No!
That was so
so
close.
many chances, and I I
It
just
was
keep
so
getting the
close.
feeling that
It
this
didn't even
hotel
look
is
like
not
it was
letting
gonna
me
hit
in.
it.
And what's weird is I saw it fall on the marquee, but now it's nowhere to be found.
What? It must be behind the sign. It's probably just behind the front of the sign, buddy.
I can't go back. I can't go back to colorless cubicle walls with no windows.
Yeah, I remember when
To the
people were like,
constant
hey, maybe
noise
they're
of
not going to make us always
conversations
go
and
back to the
printers,
office. Maybe they
to
realize
the
that we can
gray
work from
smell
home
of
and have a better
elevators and
work-life
corporate
balance. Was it the
carpets,
ghost? I don't know.
or
Maybe.
even to
Ooh,
break room
spooky.
coffee.
A lot of people in
I
the
can't
in
go
the
back to
comments
the
probably
blocked
think so.
existence where 8 to 5 consists
Someone likes it,
only
certain
of
tea
work
brand.
and anything else has to wait until
A cat.
after.
Aww.
I can't go back, not
I want a
because I
cat.
no longer appreciate my job,
Oh
but
my gosh, it's
because
so
I've
pretty.
adapted to this
Oh my gosh,
reality
that's so
where the things
pretty.
that matter most to me can absolutely exist in the same frame of the day as my professional obligations.
That's actually a really
I
interesting
don't have to
concept.
split myself or my day in half.
Oh, that's
Something I've learned this
very
past
well
year is that a
said.
proper
Very well
work-life
said.
balance is not only possible,
Yeah,
it's
well,
entirely attainable
don't worry.
and
They made us go
sustainable.
back to the
And it
office.
exists much
So,
better when it's just like this.
yep, well,
All right,
hope.
it's time to take action.
Oh,
We're
Allison
organizing
Stoner.
a conversation, bringing to light what is happening in Hollywood and the changes that we want to see take
Okay,
place.
I don't know if
Please
she's.
tag any and
Yeah.
all former child
So, of course, she was a
stars,
child
current
star.
young artists,
Disney,
parents,
I think.
industry people, and have them watch my
And
last
you want a
3
cat?
posts
Me too.
or
Me
read the
too.
article or see the full YouTube video.
Yeah.
To anyone
Anyway.
who's experienced something similar or you work in these spaces
Okay,
or
she's
you
like
want
very
to support
referencing stuff. She's not ever saying. Anyway, so Alison Stoner has been talking about like sort of the manipulation and abuse, not like the Drake Bell style abuse, but just like the overwork, the underpay or mismanagement of child stars, and in Hollywood and the film industry, TV industry, all of that stuff, and she herself was a child star and she was reflected on it, and so she's a big advocate currently, an activist for reformation in the industry for surrounding the treatment of child stars and the rules and regulations around them. So
Please DM me. Let me know if you want to be a part of upcoming conversations. We have power and authority to change the system.
and she used
this can
TikTok. This
save
is pretty much what
lives,
she used
as
TikTok
well as
for,
have
almost
ripple effects on
exclusively as
other
far as I'm
industries.
aware.
So share this post like wildfire. And I also want to hear your voice in this conversation. This is not about blaming, revenge, or incrimination. This is a we thing. We're on each other's side, and these changes benefit everyone.
I think
Artists,
what she
team,
voiced
industry,
Isabella
audience,
in
society.
Phineas and Ferb.
So make sure to like and comment on this post to help it spread.
Was in Camp
and more
Rock,
coming
right?
soon.
And a lot of other stuff too.
Yo, anytime you're listening to an old story and they're talking about a magic mirror, they're talking about a cell phone.
Whoa.
What the fuck?
So like the cell phone told the evil witch.
Hi,
queen
I'm Frankie. I'm an
that
eclectic folk
she
witch of
was
6 years.
the most beautiful, but then
or
Snow White
7.
was.
I
That-
genuinely
ooh,
don't
that's like
remember.
social media.
And here are a bunch of practical witch tips that I have learned from my time as a witch. 1.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
everything is a sign. The best way to discern if something is a sign from the universe or not is to
yeah,
see
not
how
everything's a
many times
sign.
it
Don't
shows
go
up. If
crazy.
it shows up 3 or
Ooh,
more
look at
times,
her
it's a
cute little
sign.
knife
If it only shows
earrings.
up once or twice, consider
Those
it a
are
coincidence.
fun.
Always trim your wicks.
Little daggers.
Always trim your wicks. I don't want to see no carbon balls on your wicks. Always
I
trim
don't
your
understand.
wicks.
Okay.
If your candle is
The witch
tunneling,
said
which
trim your
means it
wick.
has stuff on the side like this, and this one isn't
I
super
don't
severe,
really
but it
use
would be all over the
candles,
sides.
'cause I live
you
in
want to wrap
apartments,
it in tin
and
foil,
they're all, like,
leave a little hole
wild
on the
about
top,
fire,
and leave
but-
it. That's gonna fix the tunneling problem. It's gonna make it so
Oh, that's
everything's
just
flat
fun
and
for
burns
everyone, whether you're a
properly.
witch or not.
You
I
don't need
imagine.
a bunch of fancy objects or herbs to be a witch. A
Yeah,
lot
I
of
think
times, all
I
you
think we
need
saw
is right
another
outside
video
your
like
front
this
door, and the best tool is
where
yourself.
people were like saying that
Most
like
herbs in your kitchen have magical
in,
properties. Take advantage of that.
in like witch
Before I go into
internet
work
and
today,
stuff. Hold on. In like witch internet and things, people are all like, oh, you need all this fancy stuff and whatever, and it's just very capitalist view of like what is not meant to be a very capitalist practice. Very materialistic for something that is supposed to be not, and supposed to be very in tune with nature. But a lot of people do it, because like they're they're doing it for social media, and so it kind of like is a little insensitive to, people who do practice it from a genuine place and stuff. And so that's kind of cool to see that as a reminder and stuff. The intuition thing was cool too. What'd she say about the intuition again? Or always trust your
Years
intuition.
or
But what
7.
else was that? Oh,
I
signs,
genuinely
right?
don't remember. And here are a bunch of practical witch tips that I
A
have
lot of
learned
things are
from my
just
time as a
coincidence,
witch.
man.
1.
But
Not
everyone's like, it's
everything
a
is a sign.
sign.
The best way to discern
Yeah.
if something is a sign from the universe or not is to see how many times it shows up. If it shows up 3 or more times, it's a sign. If it only shows up once or twice, consider it a coincidence.
Okay.
Always trim your...
That's a big one. It's just like, but I'm a boring 2 months
for that.
Okay.
before I go into
So
work
if
today.
it's a sign if it shows up 3 or more times. If something just shows up a couple times, it's just a coincidence. Even if it's 2, it's just a coincidence. 3 or more times, then it is a sign. That's what the witch said, so we gotta listen to it. But you always trust your intuition, so even if it happens once, but you deeply believe it's a sign, then it is. So no one's gonna listen to what she said because everyone deeply believes the things that they want to believe are true.
Share the thing that I realized. I've been making TikTok videos for about 2 months now. And when I'm not making them, I am browsing, and I spend a fair bit of my time on Witch Talk. And I realized I am a boring witch. I've been doing this for 20 years now, and the things that have stuck in my practice...
Well, witchcraft wasn't designed for...
that got me thinking.
For social media, I imagine.
I haven't really been seeing a lot of mundane witchcraft on Witch Talk. I mean, I understand that it's not aesthetic, but like,
yeah, so it's not. People might be doing it, but they're not gonna
sharing boring witchcraft.
They probably do.
It
probably just doesn't go viral.
It's just like, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's not going to be pushed out. People are probably doing it
because the best kind of protection work is keeping your space clean. Budget witchcraft. That's
good though. I think people are doing that. It just isn't favorable to the algorithm because boring.
There you are.
This man.
It's so good to see you. What
he
a
says,
beautiful golden day we've been given.
What does he say?
You do remember our routine.
Oh yeah.
Lower your shields.
Oh right, this is it. Lower your shields. Lower your shields. And then he's gonna do a thing. He has his feather hat, and he's gonna make noise. He's cleansing us, guys. He's cleansing us. If you lower your shields. Lower your shields.
I
don't know. I just kind of liked him. He had good vibes. I liked the vibes. I liked his hat. It's a statement hat.
Very good.
It's a statement. Lower your shield. Says every time.
And an elementary rod.
Ooh. What are you doing?
Day. We're gonna golden it.
Yeah, it's a really nice hat. Oh, hey, he said have a nice day. Have a nice day too.
I'm an adult. I work a job. I get paid for that job.
That
and then I use that money to buy childish things like this.
Yeah, you do that with your grown-up money. It's your money. I hate it when people are like, because people do this a lot with like pretty much everything, right? If you're a fan of anything online, if you use the internet and social media, if you use TikTok, if you play video games, right? People are all like, aren't you too old for that? Isn't that just for kids? Like, and it's like, that's not true. It's just like people, like there's a reason why people born in like the 40s and 50s don't play video games. And it's because they didn't grow up with video games. It's not that they stopped using them when they hit a certain age. There's a reason why a lot of people don't use social media who are over the age of like 40 because they didn't have social media growing up. It's not that they stopped using social media when they graduated college. It's that they didn't have social media until after they graduated college. So they just never started it. A lot of people start things when they're younger and continue it throughout their entire life. They just didn't have those things. And it's really weird. The internet has this weird idea where like people just stop. You hit a certain age and then you not even back in my day, like they just like they're like because they're not making fun of like people like they're like saying like, oh well, you're 27, aren't you too old to be on TikTok? And it's like, no, you're 29, you're 30 now, you're too old to play video games, you shouldn't be playing video games anymore. Like what? That doesn't make any sense. Well, video games are for kids. TikTok is for the teenagers. What? Why are you making videos on YouTube? Why are you even streaming on Twitch, Cell? Why are you streaming on Twitch? You need to be like 22 and under. It's for children. It's for children. And like it's just so weird that people think that. And they're like, "Yeah, well, look, people over this age don't do this." And it's like, "Yeah, because they didn't have it." Like, it's not and they're like, "Yeah, but, like, adults don't use social media." And it's like, "Yeah, they do." And they're like, "Well, a lot of people over this age don't. So you should think about stopping soon." Or they'll ask people who are, big streamers now, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, what happens when you quit social media?" I mean, like, a lot of people do, right? Matt Pat just immediately came to mind. But, like, "You're 32, aren't you too old to watch movies?" "Yeah, yeah." "Are you too old for cartoons?" Right? That's a big one too. They'll be like, "Oh, you watch Adventure Time? You watch The Simpsons? Oh, you watch Hazbin Hotel? Aren't you a little bit too old for that?" Oh my gosh, you watch Hell of a Boss? Ugh, cartoons are for children. No one can watch those anymore. Like, it's just so weird. Yeah, you shouldn't even use a computer or technology. You're too. It's not that because they have this idea that people hit a certain age and then they stop using these things, but they never did. Anyone who ever started at a young age will always continue to use those things. It's just that they never got into it in the first place because they didn't have it. And they'll be like, "Yeah, but isn't it interesting that most influencers are like, this age and younger? Most content creators are this age and younger." And they'll be like, "Yeah, well, there aren't that many older content creators, right? They're all under 40. So by the time at least you hit 40, you'll stop being a content creator." And it's like, no, that's not necessarily the case for a lot of people who are content creators. The reason there's no there's not very many content creators in their 50s and 60s is because social media and the ability to make content on the internet was not around when they were younger. That was never a career path for them. So they never got in that career path. It's not that they ever stopped. It's just, but people who are like, 20 now are like, "Well, I imagine they must have been doing it before and then stopped." They didn't stop. They just never started. They just never started. So people who are like 25, 30, 35 right now, they're not going to stop by the time they're 40, 45. I mean, they might if they have other things they want to do with their life. So they might stop. But like a lot of them might not stop if they genuinely like content creation. Like they might just keep going, like cuz before them no one has stopped. That's the thing. They never stopped doing that stuff. They just never started. So like it's like kind of weird. And oh no, I've even seen people say like, "Oh, you eat potato chips? Isn't that for children?" Like, you eat mac and cheese sometimes? That's for children. Chicken nuggets, those are for children. You can't eat those. You're like that's honestly a red flag as an adult if you eat candy sometimes. That's for children. I'm an adult. I don't eat any sugar anymore. Yeah, people literally say that though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and by the time you hit 40, there'll be 40-year-old content creators. Yeah, like they're yeah, not even dino nuggets, just regular nuggets. And they'll be like, "You can't eat those. Those are for children." Um, and like it just yeah, yeah, people I've seen people say that though. Because like if you go to a restaurant, oftentimes they'll have nuggets on the kids menu, and so they have this idea that it's only for kids. Or because anything kids like, they think are only for children. And it's just like, you eat junk food, that's for children. You need to be an adult. You need to eat grown-up food. You drink soda, adults don't drink soda. Yeah, a Happy Meal? Nope, not for children, only for adults. Can't have that. If you want a small portion size, nope, nope, can't do that. Gotta eat adult food. Can't eat any of the things. In your 90s still eating dino nuggets. Yep. Yep. But it's the amount of food you like. Yeah, get the Happy Meal. Yeah, and even if you get a toy, you know what? Adults can have toys too. We've seen. I mean, that was literally the last video, right? Is if you're an adult and you want to buy a little toy you like, you know what? Get goddamn toy you like, man. It's it's like the whole it's so ridiculous, kind of limiting things. Because what about having a little figure that represents something you like is childish? Liking things. They make liking things childish. You have interests and you like things. Ugh, be a grown up, be an adult. Stop having interests. Like, what are you saying? It's crazy. Yeah, only drink black coffee and wine. Don't forget wine. sweaty grown-ups need to back off the Pokemon cards. Oh, the scalpers. Yeah, the scalpers. Yeah. Yeah, they might need to back off the Pokemon cards a little bit. That's true. That's true. That's a point. Yeah, some adults need to kind of understand, or like the Disney adults, like, oh my gosh, Disney adults are fine, right? Like, because as someone who's never been to any Disney park, like, I'd be really sad if people were like, "Oh, you can't go enjoy Disney because you're an adult now." The whole point is that adults can go and it still like fills them with childlike wonder, right? It's meant for families, not for children. And families can include you if you live I live by myself, so I'm my family, whatever, you know? Like Disney is for everyone. That's the idea. It's all ages. But like you shouldn't be the adult who's like pushing kids out of line and stuff. You know? Like, 'cause some of these Disney adults are, like, mean to kids, and, like, that's definitely pushing it a little bit too far. But, like, being an adult who likes Disney, that's still fine. Like, that's okay. Not everyone got to experience that, and maybe they want to. Or maybe they just genuinely enjoy it, and if they just genuinely enjoy it and Disney stories and the stuff like, let them enjoy stuff. My god. Yeah, the Pokemon cards thing, I don't even know what's going on with Pokemon cards these days. It's wild. It's wild. I'm not a big Pokemon cards fan because when I see Pokemon cards being played, all that reminds me of is Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. But even the Yu-Gi-Oh card game isn't the same as as the actual anime, as the actual like cartoon. Because you can't pull the Karibo move that Yugi pulled with the actual cards. It doesn't work like that. It requires the actual physics of the actual duelist setup. And you can't it doesn't work that way. And since it doesn't work that way, I don't like it. And so that's my stance on Pokemon cards is is it all goes back to Karibo, you see. And I sound like a crazy person then. You only know the older Pokemon cards, haven't kept up with it. Yeah, I haven't kept up with Pokemon either. So I look at Pokemon cards and I'm like, who are you people? I don't know you. I'm scared alone with a bunch of strangers. And then I see like a like I don't know a like Totodile or something, and I'm like, oh thank God, someone I know. Oh my gosh, Espeon, thank you. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not alone. Um, so that's and or I'll see an Alolan form or what are the other ones, and I'll be like, you look familiar, but I'm not sure if I know you. Sometimes it's kind of weird too, but yeah, some of the Pokemons go a little crazy. I've been playing Pokemon Go more lately, though. By the way, when I was like been off work so much, and I was like kind of chilling in my apartment, and I'm like, you know what? Let's pull up Pokemon Go. It's right there on my phone, on my like second screen I swipe over, there's Pokemon Go, and I'm like, you know what, let's pull it up, see what's up. And I didn't realize I'm like by a couple Pokestops and a gym, like right by my apartment. So I didn't print our own cards. Yeah, the new cards are like, who are you? I don't know you. Number of forms, regional variants. Yeah, yeah, it's so crazy. There's everyone has different forms and variants. It's wild. But yeah, I was playing Pokemon Go and I'm like, who are first Pokemon? I open up Pokemon Go and there's an ice cream cone and I'm like, who the hell are you? Who are you, Mr. Ice Cream? Like I'm definitely catching the ice cream cone. Sounds really good. Actually, ooh, that sounds actually really good right now. I really want ice cream. I don't have any. Um, but but yeah, that one. I was like, all right, I guess I'll catch the ice cream cone. And then, but yeah, but I have a gym right by me. So if I ever feel like it, I just like knock everyone out of the gym and just throw my Gengar in or my Alolan Executor. Those were always my two like gym mainstays. I don't like how tall because you can't see Alolan Executor's head when he's in the gym, so it's a little bit awkward. So I usually like to throw my Gengar in. He looks cute too. Um, but uh but I know there are better Pokemon for as gym defenders these days, but I like to stick with my tried and true, you know? I think I always used to use Gengar the most. Because I used him before the Alolan forms came out too. So but back then I also used my Gyarados a lot and my Vaporeon because those were big metas for gyms as well. So Vanillite, Their chair Pokemon. Oh, there probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. Susan A. sort of chair business. Don't know what chair. There's a whole kitchen appliance line of. Oh no. Yeah, Gengar the G. Yeah, Gengar solid. He's not the best these days though. Because I have him almost full up, like as much HP as he can get. Fully upgraded, but but he's still not quite good enough compared to some of the others. Like I've seen a lot of like blissies in gyms. Like when I knock out these teams, there's a few of them, and I'm like, you gotta get out of here, guys. You gotta get out of here. You make a kitchen team. Rotom. The idea is he possesses appliances, so he has different forms. What? That's insane. It's getting too much. It's getting too much. Pokemon needs to be stopped. they're they're losing their minds. They're losing their minds. I remember when I was in middle school, I made little Pokemon forms. I made new Eevee evolutions, is what I did. I made my little Eevee evolutions. So that was what I did as a little kid. Drew new Eevee evolutions. Because I like my Eevees. I like my Eevees. Pokemon games, what do? I don't know. Other people battle and get gym badges. I just breed more Eevees, more Umbreons, and Espeons to be their friend. That's all I do. Oh yeah, the bike. The bike. Can't forget the bike. Oh, a toaster. Ugh, Rotom's only Gen 4. That's crazy. I don't remember him though. I know the first two gens solidly, and then some from the third. After that, I'm starting to get a little favorite Pokemon and starter. Favorite Pokemon is really hard. That's really, really hard for me because I usually bounce between some of the EVs. I have to say, probably I like the ghost types a lot, and I like the EVs. I think Umbreon because it reminds me of my cat. Yeah, you like Blastoise. Yeah, I want to say I like I don't know, like Arcanine or like Vulpix or something, but then or like I might be like, oh, I like Flareon. Sometimes I'm even feeling a Jolteon. Or like yeah, I like Gengar, but then some days I like Haunter and Ghastly. Like that whole line is solid. I can't decide which I like best. I like all of them. They're just three different ghosty vibes, and I appreciate all of them for who they are as people. Um, but for uh for but then and I bounce around and I'm like, ooh, I like a lot of these, but then I see Umbreon and I'm like, I gotta like you, don't I? 'Cause Umbreon looks like my cat. So the cat I had and I loved a lot. And so I'm like, no, it's you. It's gotta be Umbreon. Favorite starter is Bulbasaur and Mudkip. Mudkip, I don't know. Okay. No, okay. I don't know. There's so many new starters. I kind of would have to think really hard about looking through all of them and considering. However, currently I might have to see it's really hard for me because a lot of my like some of this very basic Pokemon I am very much influenced by the cartoon, by the actual show. And like Ash's Squirtle was so goddamn cool. He was a gang leader and he had sunglasses. That's so cool, right? So I like Squirtle, but I don't like any Squirtle. I like that Squirtle. And as a kid, I did not appreciate Pikachu at all. But as an adult, I have a much higher appreciation of Pikachu, Ash's Pikachu. Like, what is probably best out of Ash's gang? Pikachu is by far the smartest, most talented, and skilled and coolest person of Ash and anyone he hangs out with. So I gotta say, Mudkip. I think Mudkip's Gen 2. No, isn't Totodile Gen 2? Is it Mudkip Gen 3? I think, right? Or I think so, right? Or maybe Totodile's Gen. Yeah, okay, Mudkip's okay. I kind of right. Like I said, I'm a little yeah, okay. Thank you for checking that. Yeah, okay. Um Yeah, like I said, Gen 3 is where I start to know them a little less well. I'm pretty solid on most Gen. I mean, you know, some of the like the weird random ones, you know, like the Magmars and pincers, you know, of Gen 2. I don't really know. Gen 1 I know very well because I stared at the player's guide. I, I like memorized the player's guide. I used to know all of their Pokemon numbers and everything as well, their Pokedex numbers and stuff. Um, but now I don't. But the gens after that I'm a little less Magikarp, yeah. I'm a little less and I get confused on what's Gen 2 and Gen 3 sometimes, and I know most of Gen 2. I just kind of forget the little random ones that like you never play with, you know, you never interact with, like those ones. I'm like, I don't remember who they are. I don't know. And I forget sometimes what gen things are as well, especially the starters. But you buy with Pokemon is literally just a bag of trash. I think I've seen that one. Yeah, I don't remember what that one's from. They're just getting a little too. I don't know. The fact that they're always just a thing is. I mean, they kind of always were, but now it's just a little too much. It's a little too much. Just it's too much. Trubbish Gen 5. Okay, okay. I see. I see. I don't know, man. It's a little confusing sometimes with some of these. Oh, it's the America region. Oh, that makes sense. I see what they're saying. Um, but I imagine they're looking at a very, it was like a very city angle, an urban angle, probably, I imagine. But I mean, they have Grimer, you know, in for Kanto, so to be fair, it's not like it's just because what is Grimer if not city sludge from the sewage, you know? Um, Grimer and Muck. Um, yeah, there's so many Pokemon. I don't. Oh my gosh, there's so many Pokemon. I don't even know. I don't even know. Sometime I want to do a stream where it's not like a smash or pass. I just want to do a review, a like Pokemon meet and greet, you know, kind of like speed dating, but not dating. I don't want to date the Pokemon, but I want to meet them and see who they all are and learn about them a little bit. And like see what their Pokedex entry is, you know. Although they probably have different Pokedex entries in different regions, right? So I don't know how you can see all of their different or like different games have different Pokedex entries and information, right? Um, probably for the Pokemon, I imagine, right? I think. But yeah, we'll see. We'll learn a little bit about them. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's a stream idea. I'll write that down too. I mean, I have so many stream ideas that I'm not gonna get around to for a long time. Meet Pokemon stream. I need to learn who all these people are. I need to learn who these people are. There's some entries where they say they eat people. Probably. It's different depending on the region and game. Yeah, that's what I seem to recall that the entries are different depending on things. But the real question is, what is your favorite episode of the Pokemon anime? What is your favorite episode of the show? Because I definitely have a favorite episode, and that one is the Ghost of Maiden's Peak. The blue one that carries people away. Ooh, maybe. Yeah. Ghost of Maiden's Peak is a good one. Because the ghost episodes are good too, but they're not as spooky as the Ghost of Maiden's Peak. That's a solid one. And as someone whose favorite character from the Pokemon series is James, Ghost of Maiden's Peak is a solid episode. Venustoise? What is that? What is that? I'll you know what? I'm not even we'll have to look for later. But yeah, you gotta so much Pokemons. Got a lot to learn. Have we ever discovered what the Pokemon that like Ash saw was in the first episode? Because I know people said it was Ho-Oh, but I don't think it looks like it. Ghastly created illusion of Venus. I don't remember. Blastoise Venusaur combo. I mean, maybe. Actually, no. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I remember that. It's been so long. I haven't watched it in so long. I've been meaning to rewatch. I really, really, really want to. I really want to rewatch, Yu-Gi-Oh, because one of the people I mentioned, she's the author of Heavenly Tyrant, Sharon Zhao, I think. Um, She is like a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan. She does a lot of like Seto Kaiba cosplays and stuff. And you're rewatching with the Pokemon. Isn't this from the Ghastly Crazy Illusion? It's from the Ghost of Maiden's Peak, right? But which is right before they get to oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. Right before Sabrina, I think, right? But I really want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I really loved Yu-Gi-Oh! And I really want to rewatch Digimon as well. The original OG Digimon. The problem is they remastered it and made it crappy. So I have to figure out how to watch the original. Yu-Gi-Oh! Should still be easily accessible to find. I don't think they've retouched that. But they've redone the original Digimon, and I need to find the old Digimon to watch it. Because that one's better. Because the new one looks ugly. So I need to find the original. And I really want to watch Digimon, and I want to watch and I want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And perhaps Pokemon, but there are just some episodes of Pokemon that are just there's a lot of, not to say that the filler isn't good, it's just, there are a lot of episodes that I feel like don't hit. Like some episodes hit, some don't of Pokemon, but I guess to be fair, the ones that don't hit are the ones I remember the least, so that's probably the ones I should watch. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue watching our TikToks.
And you shall receive.
I wanted this to be
but
a
if I
shorter
were
stream.
you, I wouldn't ask girls what are the weirdest things that they've been DM'd are. Maybe I should lock you in my attic. Sir, this is a young lady with hopes and dreams. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we don't lock people in the attic.
Tell that to
You look
Mr.
like you'd be
Rochester.
fun in the bubble bath. Listen, I like bubble baths as much as the rest of us, but can you not?
Okay, but
You know
what
you've got
was
the-
that in response of? Because if they posted something about a bubble bath, that could add, I mean, it's a little inappropriate, but might be fine
Body of a
vibes.
Pixar mom. Excuse me? This is not for you. Go be weird somewhere
Yeah,
else.
they think that's a
Have you been a
compliment, but
good
that's
girl
actually
or a
kinda
naughty
creepy.
girl lately? That is between her and Santa.
I was gonna say, I'm like, who are they? Santa? They should that's Santa's business.
Well, I heard there was a
Secret chord. I think this isn't random. I think this is scripted, if I recall. But it's still nice. Music. What? That's not how it goes. Don't add extra stuff. You can't sing along with people when you're all ad-libbing your own part. All the major lift, the baffled king composing Hamlet. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's not how the song goes. And there's no way you're all improv in a chord change like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. See, there's no way. Also, since when there are this many people in the parking garage? Ooh, that bass. That's good. You can't do that, my buddy. You can't do that. You can't.
And I was running far away.
Earliest stories of blowing out candles come from ancient Greece. Once a month, to celebrate the birth of Artemis, they would bake round cakes. The candles placed on them represented the glowing moon, and the smoke would carry prayers to the gods. I've never heard that. I think I saved this to look it up. Every time you make a birthday wish, you're continuing a church tradition thousands of years old. I don't think it's continued since then. Even if it were used back then, I don't think that's true.
I said to my son, "How do you find Will Smith in the snow?" And he said to me, "Who's Will Smith?" I said, "Go to your room. He's a national treasure." Also,
Okay.
you look for the Fresh Prince.
I get it, because he played the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Oh, this is the song about wrecking your car and getting turned into a snowman after you die. That's what this song is about. It's very sad. I like it though, but it's the saddest song, by the way. Landslide is the saddest song in existence as far as I'm concerned. I will never hear a song and feel sadder than Landslide. It is just so sad. It is so sad, and it makes me sad. So I liked it, cause emotions.
Oh, go on, son. My brother
Puppets.
is asking if you've lost your way. Well, I guess I have kind of lost my way a bit. He says the path you're trying to walk on is rough. Whoa. That's deep. My brother also says
That's a kind of
sometimes what
weird
we
thing to
walk on
say when
needs
you're
to
being like,
change.
"Are you lost?" though.
Stop that. You looking for the store? Oh, actually, yeah. It's down that way, the blue house. You can't miss it. Told you to stop doing that. Fuck.
It's a whole thing. It's like a whole trend on like native. Oh my gosh, oh break weather again. It's a whole thing on native talk is like people expecting like deep wisdom, that being like a stereotype that Native Americans get is expecting something deep and wise from Native Americans all the time, right? And like sometimes they'll play it up just for funsies to mess with people, but like a lot of times like it makes them uncomfortable. So just if you happen to see Native Americans, like don't expect them, they're just people, man. They're chill. Like they don't have deep ingrained wisdom or anything like that. Like I mean they might, but like don't expect that. Like everything they say, they're not an NPC, you know? Like they're not going to give you some quest or like divine wisdom that will start something like you know, obviously not, but okay. Again, another clip from Brave Weather. Like I said, I saw them a lot on my For You page, and then I got tired of them. It's a good song, you know. I like it, but this is also really loud. Okay. We're gonna have to turn up.
Listen here, bitch. I don't give a fuck what kind of day you've had so far. We're gonna make a conscious choice right now to make the rest of your day a good day. Unclench your fucking jaw. Make sure you're hydrating your punk ass. Let's take a deep breath together in the nose, out the mouth. We're gonna inhale
everyone,
positivity and exhale the bullshit, shall we?
You also have dagger earrings? Why everyone has dagger earrings?
Fabulous. I want you to treat yourself to some shit today, honey. I want you to go out there and do something
everyone,
small, tiny
treat
for
yourself.
yourself that makes you feel good. If you want to buy yourself a pint of ice cream and you feel guilty about that shit,
I just said I wanted
you have
ice
no
cream.
business
Buy
feeling
two.
guilty about your self-care methods at all. It's your shit. You can always make more money. You cannot make more time. You owe it to yourself to treat yourself well at this time. You really fucking do. If today's been a good day, great. Make it a fucking better day. It is only up to you. Today's going to be a good day whether you like it or not, bitch. Fuck it up.
Okay, thank you. You heard them. Good day. It's gonna be a good day. That's it. You can see why I like that. Like I said, when I was not having a good time, and I was like, that's more what I need to see on my doom scrolling is that stuff, right? Because that's not very doom scrolly at all. You know, when all the other TikToks are bad and you see that and you're like, you know what? Thank you, Madam Adam, for a little self-care check. Thank you.
Okay, this
We
is
all
gonna
need
be
to
a good
see that.
Can you guys sing something from The Greatest Showman?
Yay, I love The Greatest Showman.
From now on.
What is the accent? Oh my god.
From now on.
Yay! I like every TikTok I see with this audio, by the way. So we're gonna be seeing it a lot, I'm sure.
From now on.
Beatboxing! Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good.
Oh my gosh!
They're not doing the dance though. You gotta do the dance. But you know, I appreciate the audio too. Song is so good.
Welcome to the best preserved medieval street in the world.
The Scotland guy again.
This is the Shambles in York, which dates to the 14th century.
Little Shambles. It just says it
And
there.
these shelves are where the name comes from. The Anglo-Saxon flesh hammels or flesh shelves, because this was the original butcher street
Shambles.
within
Shelf.
the old city.
Shambles. Butchers.
And buildings have this unique design, like upside down pyramids that protect.
I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a fake Hollywood set inside a big warehouse. Like that blackness up there looks like it's just the top of the big room they're in. Like the lights. This looks like a movie set. This does not. Does this not look like it's like down in like a Warner Brothers lot down in studio, or I guess up in Studio City compared to where I'm at, up in Studio City, right? Like this looks like this looks like a studio.
Shoppers from the wind and the
Insane.
rain.
I know
anyone
he's
else
actually in
get a Harry
Scotland.
Potter vibe?
I wouldn't say Harry Potter, but no, this is definitely.
This
I mean, I
needs
see.
to end up on the hippy dippy spiritual witchy crystal side of TikTok.
Okay, I was
so if you are
on
not
witchy
on
talk.
the
What do
hippy
you
dippy
have to
spiritual
say?
witchy side of TikTok,
What's your
keep
story,
scrolling.
girl? Share.
Wait, Native American TikTok. That might also be helpful. If you're on Native
I was
American
also
TikTok,
on that
you can stay.
too.
Otherwise,
No
keep
wonder.
scrolling. I hope I'm in the right place now. Thanks for sticking around.
What's your
Tell me
story?
what
I have
you know
no
about
answers.
arrowheads.
But
About a year
not a witch
ago,
nor a
right
Native
before
American.
I left for
but
vacation, this bad boy appeared on my closet floor. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to my partner. Neither of us had ever owned an
you
arrowhead.
could have also asked
so
anthropologist
thinking nothing of it, I
TikTok,
picked it
but
up
you didn't.
and set it on the shelf.
Reminds you
carried
of the
on
Harry
with my day.
Potter era
When
at
I got back from
Universal.
vacation a
See,
week
I've
later,
never been
not
there,
a single
so
person had
I
stepped
would. I
foot
mean,
in
I've
my
been at
apartment.
Universal.
And
the
this was no longer in my
park,
closet, but it was
but
inside of this
I
bag
haven't
where I
been
keep
like
my
at the studios.
supplies on my coffee table. I didn't want to move it again, so I left it in that bag until recently. I just went
So
on
I
a
guess
trip
there's a
to
Harry
Florida to
Potter area of the Universal theme park, but I wasn't there like at nighttime. It was like daytime, and like the sun was like glaring off of everything, so you couldn't really see anything because everything was just glare. So I didn't really like it. It's so small. Universal Studios, like the theme park, is so small and sad. I didn't enjoy my time there.
visit my best friend, and when I left, it was still in the bag. When I got back, it was in my crystal bag.
Oh whoa! So the arrowhead, she's like, is just like always there. Kind of spooky, but maybe she's just accidentally putting it places. I think that's usually the
Did
case.
you know fairies used to be called the hidden people?
I think I
Puts
did.
a rock in your
Did
stomach,
they
doesn't
really
it?
though?
Well, for
No,
good
not
reason.
really.
Fairies aren't like we know them in children's
everyone-
shows.
no,
Now, there's a reason Tinkerbell was kind of a total wreck all the time. Traditionally,
Yeah,
fairies were
people
feared
know
by
that.
people. Dating back
Yeah,
to the
people
12th
know that.
century,
This
people would
isn't
build
new,
their houses
but
with the
I
front
can
and
see
back
why I
door
liked it to
lined
try
leave
and
them
stay
open
on
at
spooky
night,
TikTok.
Or even remove cornerstones from their house for fear of being in the
I
fairies'
like the ghost
path.
you have in the back,
But
sir.
why? Well,
It's a nice
it was
ghost.
said meeting a group of fairies could result in one losing their mind, being abducted, or even death.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
guy dug up a fairy mound looking for treasure and ended up bleeding from the eyes and going blind. And abduction stories recounted through history, there are
terrifying.
a lot of resemblance to modern alien abductions, which I find totally fascinating. Maybe there are no aliens, just
Don't let
advanced
ancient
beings
aliens hear
living on
you.
Earth in another realm. There's a lot of lore around
Yeah,
this one.
there's-
Tell me what I missed.
Oh my god, what do you mean? What do you miss? You just
Give me a
basically
word
touched
that you've
the...
mispronounced all of your life because you're Southern.
Y'all, I'm from the foothills of the Ozarks in Arkansas. My granny and
Ozarks.
papa, my whole family's used word my entire life. And I've always thought it was
Oh,
just
thank
its
you for
own word, but it's
subscribing, Nav. Thank you.
And that word is directly. And my granny would say something like, "The supper will be done here directly."
Directly.
My papa would say,
Oh, it's
"We'll
directly.
be there directly."
Yeah, but he's thinking directly.
I just always thought it meant
Like, so it is DRECTLY, but he's thinking DRECKLY, like wreck, but with a D, directly. So supper will be ready directly, is what he was hearing.
"Hey, we'll be there in a minute," or "Supper will be done here shortly."
I mean, that's what it
What I've
means.
come to realize is that the word they're been using and I've been using my entire life is in fact the word directly. Which still makes sense, but it melted my brain a bit.
That's funny.
Some people
Oh, this was my attempt to get onto, I think, like spoken word poetry TikTok. Because there's like a whole side of TikTok where it's just a lot of really pretty images and like really aesthetic like sounds and like poetry and like fun spoken word pieces and stuff that are just really pretty. And I was like, I want more of that. This is so nice. And you're doom scrolling, like it just feels so nice. Look at all these such pretty shots.
Maybe it's not the life they would have chosen.
And I love the like audio filter on too, the like radio sound.
But they were born to fight. It's what they know, it's what they do best. It's all they could ever do.
It's really good. I like that. I never got much. Like it was
Okay, I
really
looked
hard to
this
get
one
on
up,
that
and
side of
this one is a
TikTok.
little trippy. Okay, so
What
growing
is
up,
this,
you guys
mountains or
probably
trees?
remember hearing stories about dragons and trees that reach the heavens. What if I told you that that is
Maybe.
true, according to this conspiracy theory? Okay, so some
Yeah,
people
yeah.
believe that
It's not
mountains
really
are
true,
trees.
sure.
Let me show you some pictures, okay? This is a tree stump. This is a mountain. This is a tree stump. This is a mountain.
Okay, I
And
mean, I
this
kind
is
of
a tree
see where you're
stump.
going.
And this is a mountain. This is a mountain, tree stump. The bottom of a tree, the bottom of a mountain.
Okay.
So, some people believe that the world is a mountain.
Okay, so like the idea is that this is like a tree stump and there used to be a tree growing up from this. And the same with this mountain is that it used to be a tree. That's kind of cool, actually. At this tree or this mountain used to be like a tree that's broken up and this is like the bottom of the tree that's like fossilized, I guess, maybe.
And this is a
That's
tree
really
stump.
cool.
And this is a mountain. This is a mountain.
Same thing here. So this is like this used to be a large tree. That you can see it. You can see it. And same thing. Used to be a large tree.
Tree stump. The bottom of a tree, the bottom of a mountain. So, some people believe that the world
A
experienced
world tree, yeah.
great
Well, this would have
reset
been
around
world
300
trees,
to
right? Because there's a
250
lot
years
of
ago. And things
them.
like giants, I don't know if these are real, but they look
So-
cool. Dragons and so much more were all exterminated. According to this conspiracy theory, there used to be a giant tree that had roots in every continent. The mountains that you see are actually
Oh, so they're all
fossilized
just
trees
roots.
from
So it is a
bygone
world
era.
tree,
I
and
think
they're all
somehow
just
this
well.
is tied to flat Earth
If you're
theory,
trying
or
to
a lot of
make it
flat
to be
earthers believe
world
this.
tree,
I'm not a flat earther, but I fuck with
they
this
may be just
conspiracy. I
different
think
roots
it's cool.
to
I don't know
it.
if I believe in it, but I enjoyed the rabbit hole.
Yeah,
So
you
thank
know,
you for the comment.
exactly. I agree. I agree with her. I definitely don't believe it. But I do think it's really cool. I really like it. It's really fun. Some things are just fun, you know? The final brain cell. This is cute. You can see the rings in the stump. Well, yeah, that's just because that's how sedimentation works. But you know, sure. Again, it just helps the immersion into the idea, you know, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool too. Also, let's watch that last TikTok again because it was really cute.
So thank you for the comment.
I don't think I got to fully appreciate because I was talking.
It's the final brain cell.
He's so cute. Look at him. Oh, that's adorable. Sometimes you just. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry, we'll watch it again. I just meant to turn the volume down, but I was clicking the back button instead. There's too many buttons to navigate. I wish the volume were more consistent, but TikTok is not very consistent in what it does with the volume. Currently, when I post, yeah, the dog is really cute. Currently, when I post TikToks, yeah, it does look like a turtle, right? Like, it's seriously turtle vibes. Like, obviously I know it's a dog, but my brain still says turtle somehow. It's like, that's a cute turtle dog. Um, but TikTok is very inconsistent even currently with its sound. Like I will, you know, check and make sure when it's a draft and compare it to my other videos and other videos on my For You page and be like, okay, this sounds like it's the correct sound. And then I will post it and it'll either be too loud or too quiet. And I'm like, why did you do that? Or I like, you know, it's perfectly fine when I record the clip and when I edit it and when it's on my phone, I'm like the video I have on my phone before I upload it to TikTok sounds just fine. The volume is fine. And then you upload it to TikTok and it's so quiet. And I'm like, TikTok, why did you adjust the volume of my video to be so quiet? And you can't adjust the volume of your clip too far beyond like that 100% volume or else if you go up to 200 or if you turn the volume way down, TikTok will actually, at least for a while, the word was it would be less promoted in the algorithm because the volume, you know, isn't ideal, isn't optimized. And but like you'd have to turn it all the way up to 200% because a perfectly reasonable volume off of TikTok was so quiet. And like I would then, you know, adjust the volume outside to its maximum. It's already maximum capacity when in the editing app I make the volume be 200%, but then it's still super quiet on TikTok. It's and then TikTok changes and fluctuates what the correct volumes are all the time. And because I know, because I have to have my volume set on my phone to different volumes every few months, have to change what the volume is I usually use on TikTok to listen to TikToks because TikTok changes the volume. So that's why a lot of these are probably all over the place. I guess. But like it's not a very well functioning app if it always compresses the audio. Like you'd have to like make everything. I'd have to like there's really no way to like when I screen record clips, I have to have it's a little bit better if I just turn my volume up ridiculously high on my device when I screen record, and that makes it better. But like otherwise I still have to bring the volume 200% in the editing app and then upload it, and then it's still a little bit quiet. YouTube compressed videos. It's not a YouTube issue. The YouTube volume is fine. It's TikTok that has the volume issue. YouTube shorts tend to be okay volumes. It preserves the same volume as the recording and everything. And when my VODs go over to YouTube, although a lot of people say my VODs are very, very quiet and they can't hear me, I have no idea what they're talking about because it's the same. I don't have to adjust my volume for watching my videos compared to other videos. Like, I don't know what people are talking about. They should just turn their volume up, I guess, because like I see no difference. You have to normalize it for other videos. But sometimes I screen record from, YouTube or from Twitch directly, but it doesn't really make a difference. Because again, it all goes through this. I make it be a reasonable volume in the editor in InShot is usually what I use for editing, sometimes in Premiere, and then upload it to TikTok. And it's only TikTok that has the real audio problems where it changes the audio once you upload it. But lately, because before it was just when you upload it, it changes the volume. But now you will find that it's a good volume in the TikTok editor. But then once it gets published, TikTok has adjusted the volume of the clip. So in the editor, in TikTok, after you've already uploaded it, it's fine, but then it still changes the volume once it's published. Sometimes it makes it louder, sometimes it makes it quieter. And there's also been times where you adjust the volume of the clip in the editor, but it doesn't adjust it in the playback preview. So you have adjusted the volume, but you don't know what the volume actually is. Added audios, it does adjust the volume in the playback editor, but the clip you uploaded, it uploads at 100% volume. If you're like, oh, I need this louder, I'm going to make it 150. It does not actually sound louder in the preview. In your draft, it sounds the same as when you uploaded it. So you don't actually know what the new volume you're aiming for is. I had that problem a while before. I thought TikTok was changing the volume of my video, but it wasn't. It was just not giving me the preview of my changes I made to my clip. So TikTok's always been really kind of janky, to be honest. And so, the audios can be kind of all over the place a lot. And it does change. It's weird things it does over time too. And so you can see here all these are different audio levels because it's really bad at being consistent with its audio levels. And it always was previously a little bit too loud compared to other apps, right? Like if I want to listen, like compared to my phone volume settings, if I open up YouTube, watch a video, watch a stream on Twitch, I have my volume set to a certain level on my phone. But then if I opened up TikTok and I want to watch a TikTok, I would always have to turn my volume down a little bit beforehand if I don't want my ears blasted. So, it was kind of like it's always been a little bit off from other apps, and it kind of does its own thing volume wise. And I don't know, kind of weird, but anyway. Oh, a Rogue song.
Withhold sprung, many locks untold, and I know RDM will scold. Legal in PHB folds. Spy from the shadows at night. It's always those halflings. High dexterity strong, pursuing uptight kings. Terrified those nearby.
D&D rogues relate.
Talent makes my rose alive.
Everyone hates Rose. Oh yeah, actually wait, yeah. Send them on. Why does it keep cutting these? I've been realizing that when I've downloaded it, it cuts off the end of all of the TikToks. What's up with that? Send them my regards is how it ends. What's up with that? I downloaded these I got the app from the Microsoft Store, and then I downloaded them from the app because on browser you can't download on PC. You can only download from the phone app, and my phone does not have that much storage for 15 hours of TikToks. 15 plus hours of TikToks. So, anyway, Wow, that's actually very, very much rogues. I don't even play D&D, but I watch a lot of D&D, the TikTok watermark. I mean, but like, yeah, usually is the little watermark at the end that it doesn't show. But it's also just cutting off the end of the TikTok though. Like, you can see here.
PC, it's crazy. My can say stop killing guards. Can't stop from crunching numbers.
Send them my regards, and you don't hear that audio for that line. You just saw the little the words, but it does finish. I know. Send them. I know. I've heard this. I've heard the rest of this, and I know it finishes. I don't know why, and I think it cut off on a couple others as well. I don't know why it's cutting off, and it doesn't give the little bouncy TikTok sign at the end that I know normal downloaded TikToks do. But I don't know what it is with this Microsoft TikTok app. I don't know. I know because usually people download it from their phones if they're downloading a TikTok, but I can't download 2,000 plus TikToks on my phone and then like email them to myself or somehow otherwise get them to my computer. That's too difficult. So we're doing it this way. Oh no, I haven't been recording. Uh-oh. Okay, well, you know what? I'll start recording now and you'll just miss all those others. My bad. My bad. Hopefully the audio doesn't get muted for those. I don't actually know how bad. Actually, let me look up. Is it let's see. How can I do this? I want to see my channel. Probably the easiest way. I'm sorry, there's probably gonna be some. Okay, no, I'm good. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Is audio muted? No, I don't think it did mute much audio. Hold on. From yesterday's stream. Oh, this is today's stream. I don't want to see that. Oh yeah, okay. Twitch didn't mute any of it. That's good. That's good. I know YouTube has some issues with some of the audios, but I think it's just some of them are blocked in some countries. Usually the countries are Russia and Belarus if audios are blocked. So I think actually we're good, but I'll still try to record just in case. Just in case things get muted. Okay. Back to the TikToks. Oh yeah, I like ones that are just fun little characters. Like it's like so creative. Like what's up with this? You know? Like a guy in the 1800s sees you. Like what why? What a weird clever idea. You know what I mean? Like why did people think of this? It is a pretty song too. It's a little kind of long though for this sort of clip, but you know, that's fine. Womanhood is just referring to the girl you were before the world pushed you out of it. And now she wrote a song.
Cause all the things that I've seen, so much to unpack.
Oh, that's pretty.
Lost girlhood dreams, I try to get them all back.
And TikTok inspired her to write this song. That's nice.
Just a little kid trapped beneath impossible things. So harden up your edges, girl. Make yourself small, get everything back in your
should be in the Barbie movie.
But first you have to lose it all.
So pretty.
This is a game of unlearning what you've been taught. A product sold.
That definitely should be in the Barbie movie. Predates the Barbie movie. Good one. Good song. Yay, good job.
You ever look at
really
your person
pretty.
and think to yourself, wow, how did I land you? You're the most beautiful
The little
thing
wink.
I've ever seen in my life.
Eye twitches. Oh my god.
Hey everybody, it's me, Ron. I literally just left Hermione and Harry because they're being fucking assholes. Voldemort wants Harry, he can fucking take Harry. How do I
Yeah,
operate?
honestly,
I have
like
no
I
idea.
understand during this part of like the Harry Potter stuff. I get that Ron was under the influence of, you know, curse magic-y stuff, but at the same time, bro, dude, like what a jerk.
Really
He
forgot
didn't need
Hermione
that
always helps me.
attitude.
I'm just gonna go to the sea cottage. Weasleys are not made for this shit. I didn't even track this live. I don't even fucking care. They're in there somewhere. I'm feeling really evil though. I don't think I said anything. Bye, Harry. Bye, Hermione.
Yeah, that's
Let
honestly,
me
that's
give
the
you some
attitude he
advice that I
gives.
wish somebody would have told me sooner. In life, sometimes people aren't going to get you. They're going to look at you and they're going to say, you're a weirdo. And sometimes the very insecure ones are going to make you feel like you're doing something wrong for just being yourself. They're going to tease you and make fun of you for the choices you make. Do not give those people your time, your energy, and your attention.
Okay, first off, did no one tell you that before? Have you not been hearing that your whole life? She's like, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice that I wish someone given me before. Dude, everyone always says this, but you know what? It's hard to internalize it and it's hard to actually take it in. So it's just, you know, you gotta constantly, the dino shirt. And
For
her name is
instance,
Katie
today I bought this
Osaurus,
5
too,
foot
which
tall
is kinda
dinosaur
cute.
shelf.
Oh,
Do you
she's
know
a
why?
dinosaur shelf.
Because
You
I
like
liked
dinosaurs?
it and I could. And the lady at the store, the lady who worked at the store looked at me and was like, why do you want that? Because I liked
Were
it.
you wearing
Live
your
the life that
dinosaur
makes you
shirt?
happy. If you are not hurting anyone, if you are treating people with kindness,
Yeah,
compassion,
yeah.
and respect, and you want
Buy
a
the
5 foot
dino
tall
shelf.
dinosaur
Yeah.
shelf in your office, buy the dinosaur shelf. You have
should just say
one shot
branding.
to live the most
Yeah,
amazing
some people need to,
life
some
you
things you just
possibly
need to
can.
keep
So buy the
hearing,
shelf.
you know?
Wear the makeup. Wear the clothes. Paint your nails.
Yeah.
It is statistically
Yeah.
impossible to make everyone happy. So choose
True.
happiness.
Yeah, so make yourself happy. You can't make all the other people happy, so
Sweet
make one of the
life,
people you're
then.
happy
Only
you.
please.
Oh, this is I remember this. This is the guy who played Esteban in Sweet Life. So the dino shell. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'm not like a big dino person, but I can see why it would vibe with a lot of people. I love actors too. Like I said, the mom from Zack and Cody is on here too. You know, like we watch some of her TikToks. I love when actors like embrace the roles they were in rather than get mad about it. You know, Raptor. Oh yeah, that Raptor suit. Yeah, the giant T-Rex suit. Yeah. Esteban Julio Ricardo Santos Ramirez. Yeah. Good job. Remember your full name. I was like, yeah, it's going a little slow there. What is up with that floor? It's like army camo.
The zodiac signs based on how likely I think they would leave their bestie in a horror movie to get attacked by the
Okay. What is this? So how likely they would leave their bestie in a horror movie to get attacked by the monster so they can get away. Okay, how likely they are to leave their bestie. All right. So, all right, everyone, let's look for our horoscopes. I'm an Aries, as well as your favorite character. I think I liked, what was her name? Maddie. Ashley Tisdale's character is probably my favorite. But I will say London was a very good character. But you know, like looking back as an adult, like when I'm not trying to relate to the characters and I'm just like reflecting on the show, I do think London was a good character, and I think Brenda Song was probably, I think, the most outstanding acting on the show. The best delivery and display of the character and character creation of a character, I think. But honestly, great acting for a lot. Oh, you're same Aries, okay. So everyone else, let's look and see Aries. But also other people. You
monsters
can
so
look for
they
yours
can get
too.
away. Let's get
How
into
likely
this.
are we gonna
And
leave
hit
our
the red plus sign
bestie?
for more astrology content, babes.
Yeah,
Bottom of the pack would be Pisces, Cancer, and Aries. These hoes are dying with their bestie, fully
Yeah.
getting slaughtered at the same time.
Yeah.
Next would be Leo, Virgo, and Libra. Listen, they're gonna try and save them, but when they realize it's a
You're a
lost
Taurus.
cause, they're gonna be
Okay.
like, nope, gotta go. 6 would be Scorpio and Sagittarius. They're the type of friends who it's like, oh
So
my gosh, no.
Leos, Virgo, and Libra, they want to stay, but you know, at the very end, they're gonna dip if rather than die. Aries, Cancer, Pisces, we're dying with the bestie. We're sticking
Oh,
it
and then
to
when
the
the friend's
end.
like, no, go on without me, they're like, okay. Top 4, Taurus and
Sagittarius and
Gemini.
Scorpio
Listen,
make an effort,
selfish and
but-
kind of self-serving. They're like,
No, ma'am, I gotta go. Number 2 would be Aquarius.
At
Aquariuses
least
are
it's
like,
not the worst
no,
one.
ma'am, I'm out of here. Calling the cops, running to the street, get me out of this bitch now. And number 1 would be Capricorn, mainly because I think
Yeah,
Capricorns
ride
are
and
always
die.
the killers in horror movies, but also
Oh.
too because Capricorn would be like, no, this is stupid. I'm not gonna die. You can die.
Tauruses stand their ground. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Taurus is really stubborn. They stand their ground. That's true.
Oh, hold on, family. Don't go, don't go. My name is Via Tumalu Jr.
Hi,
And
Via
do you
Via
want to learn
Tumalu
about
Jr.?
my Polynesian culture?
Yes, I would.
Well, today, I'm going to teach you the word mahalo. Everybody
Mahalo.
comment down below. Mahalo.
Everyone comment mahalo.
This word in Hawaiian translates to thank you. All right?
Good word to know.
So if someone does something kind for you, or if you are here in Hawaii and you know
mahalo.
someone gives you a lei or someone opens the door for you while you're walking into a restaurant, please say mahalo. It's a respectful word and it's good when you come to the islands of Hawaii. But don't forget to respect the Polynesian culture and its people that live here.
Yeah. Mahalo, Via Via Tumalu Jr. for telling us about the word. Thank you.
Do you ever wonder what you would get if you crossed the Norse Odin with the Greek Zeus? A catastrophe. A catastrophe, it already
Okay, first off, that's not how Indo-European mythology works, but you know what, for
we
that
like
aside,
to call the Dagda.
I
It
love
is
talking about the
impossible to
Dagda.
summarize this man in a 60-second clip. So I'm
Okay, and so this is also, okay, this character, this is what, okay, I have a, people still like these posts, because I post them sometimes around on TikTok, because it makes me mad. So Sarah J Maas, because again on Book Talk, they're all talking about Sarah J Maas books, right? What's it called? What is the book called? You know, the one with the thing. Anyway, and in those books, the bad guys, right? Well, first off, the place where they all live, where the people live in the bottom, and then there are the different fairy realms, right? It looks remarkably similar to the Game of Thrones map, which also looks remarkably similar to the island of Britain. So a little questionable there, you know, or not questionable. That's fine. You can map something off of Britain. That's fine. However, the enemies are the people who live on the island of Hibernia, or Hibern, sorry, Hibern. Hibernia is the actual name of the island of Ireland in Latin. But it's Hibern, I believe, in the books. Which very clearly then, one, the main island looks like Britain, and then the island next to it, where Ireland is in real life, is named Hibern. Like, okay, just like real life Hibernia right next to Britain, all right. And then the evil character has a giant cauldron in Hibern. The Dagda is a major figure of Irish mythology, so we're clearly referring to the cauldron of the Dagda, and that's very upsetting because now you're villainizing native Irish mythology, and you're villainizing that in comparison to British heroes. When Ireland has been suppressed and oppressed by the British, by the English, for centuries, and yet you're making the oppressed people be the villains and the oppressor be the heroes. That's awful. And I know everyone's white, blah blah blah, but remember, oppression and stuff can occur within whiteness as well. Like, just because it's like, oh well, they're all white, yeah, but the English have been oppressing the Irish, and like our modern concepts of race are very modern. In ancient concepts of race, the English and the Irish, they would have been two separate races, and so this still kind of is a little bit racism, just not by our modern definitions of racism, but it is certainly oppression of a people that have been conquered, sort of, in various ways at various points in time, more control of Ireland than otherwise, still having control of Northern Ireland, of course. And I think it's really horrible of Sarah J. Maas to, regardless of any other reason, if you want to cancel her for or criticize her books, I think this is really horrible to have the villain be the oppressed and the oppressor be the heroes, and use Irish mythology in order to create that villainous character. I don't like it. And it really bothers me. And everyone else is like, oh, but it's not actually based on Ireland and Britain. The map looks the same. The island where Ireland is called Hibern. You're going to tell me that that's a coincidence? It just sounds like Hibernia out of a coincidence? She just picked the name Hibern out of nothing because she thought it was cool? Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. And like Draco Malfoy in Harry Potter is named Snake Bad Deed, and it's just coincidence that he's a bad character in Slytherin. Just a coincidence, right? Like, come on, man. And like it's just it's I don't know. It's very irresponsible to do this with this character and and make the whole everything Sarah J. Maas did with that book. I do not like it. It really bothers me. Anyway, moving on.
Symbolism, and that is the fact that he is a masculine symbol of fertility. Most of the stories that we have today that survive about the Dagda relates actually to his relationship with women, particularly when it comes to the Morrigan. It is believed that he, as a symbol of male fertility, lays with the Morrigan every Samhain, and that rejuvenates the year. He's also seen as the father of the gods, which makes sense because of all the gods in the Thuadadan, and he has the most. He is believed to be 6. The fertility aspect is important because it relates to the iconography of the Dagda that I want to talk about, and that is his magical staff. Now this staff, or most often depicted as a club, is said to have been so heavy that not even the Dagda could lift it, and he had to drag it along the ground wherever he went. Now historians actually believe that this was not a club, but it was a euphemism for something else.
Makes sense. I know a lot more about that mythology and mythology in general and stuff than I want to say, but you know, that was definitely like that because it is good to hear about those characters.
Find yourself a smart girl, they said. Find yourself a woman that likes to read because it will provide for a more intellectually stimulating relationship, they said.
Yeah.
Out here running a bunch of errands. I sent her into this library to do
Oh, that was your problem.
One thing.
15 minutes later.
She better not be checking out any new books.
Oh, you know she is. You know she is.
This printer better be broken. She better be providing essential life-saving support to someone. I'm never sending her in the library alone again. Where she's supposed to be. What the hell?
Babes! You had one thing to do.
Oh wait, oh my god, wait, she's so pretty! Oh my god, look at her hair! Oh my god, I love her hair! And her outfit, oh my god, she looks so pretty. Wait, and those boots, oh my god, those boots look so cool. Oh my god, she's so pretty.
Okay, I'm gonna do it now.
Oh my god, what a great outfit. Oh my god, so cute. That was so cute.
I put my armor on, I saw you dead,
Majestic, yeah, Cotton 4K. Beautiful, 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 majestic. Love that cat. Let's watch it again because it was too short. Yeah, very fluffy. Yeah, unstoppable. Yeah. Somehow my brain, because of the angle, my brain literally does be like, wow, that's a giant cat.
Ariel was such a bad role model. Okay. Is she
Oh,
though?
yeah, okay.
Did you know Ariel was the first
this is
princess
a good
to save
point.
the prince? Twice. First she saves him from drowning, and then she stops Ursula from killing him. Yeah, but she changes herself for a man. Does she though? Ariel has a keen interest in humans long before she sees Prince Eric.
That's true.
In fact,
yeah,
she sings
everyone
an entire...
always says she changes herself for a man, and it's like, bro, she's been wanting legs for forever. Like, it's not just about Prince Eric. She's always wanted to be with people and be with the humans. She's been collecting this stuff for ages. Is probably what he's gonna say there.
Song about wanting to be human and feeling like she doesn't belong, or where you asleep for that part.
But like she's collected all
she
that
gives
stuff
up her
for
talent
years.
for a man. Does she though? When King Triton finds out about the grotto and Prince Eric, he destroys it, invalidating her love and her dreams. She's then emotionally manipulated by Flotsam and Jetsam and Ursula. She says no at first. She says,
Triton
no,
may be
get
the
out
villain
here,
of the
leave
movie.
me alone, and then Flotsam and Jetsam kick the remnants of Prince Eric's statue right in front of her, manipulating her into changing her mind. Then Ursula sings an entire song about manipulating her. Or were you asleep for that part of the movie? Dreams are shattered, her father doesn't accept her.
Also, I like to point out that, like, oh, she gives up her talent. Yeah, but she's never really had a particular desire to be a singer, right? Her sisters are at that singing event at the beginning, and Ariel isn't there because she doesn't really care about singing. She has the best voice and a beautiful voice, but just because she has a talent doesn't mean it's her passion. And you don't have to be forced to do what you're good at if you don't like it or if you like other things better. So yeah, she gives up her voice because she really wants to be in the human world. That's where her passion is. That's always been her passion. And like, just because she's good at singing, like, and the audience might like singing, and you know, you need to be able to relate to her and realize that that's not what she wants. She doesn't really care about that a whole lot. She doesn't really care about her voice. And I mean, she does sing a lot, but that's not her biggest passion. And it's hard for her to give up that sacrifice of her voice, but she's willing to do it, not just for Prince Eric, but for the passion that she has. But everyone always says that. She gave up her voice for a man. She changed herself for a man. Nope, she changed herself because she wanted to, because that was always a passion she had. And she gave up her talent because it was not her passion, because she was so focused on her passion. Now, she is not the brightest Disney princess in general, but I'll say that. But to be fair, there are stupider. So
in a desperate move, yes, she makes a mistake, but not without being manipulated into doing it. She's confident, she never
it's not
gives
necessarily
up,
a mistake either. It's not necessarily a mistake either, right? Like, it's only a mistake because of Ursula being villainous and working against her, right? Like, honestly, Ariel might be still fine living in the human world for forever without her voice because she just loves the human world, right? It's only a problem because that Ursula isn't to be trusted. That's a mistake she made, not the deal. The deal itself would have been fine by Ariel's standards if Ursula had not undermined it, you know? And trusting Ursula then was her problem. But like, you know, I don't know. She's just a little naive, I guess. So I don't know what he said at the end. Oh well.
Hey Bear, it's music time. Sing along with us.
It's Vivian and Tony.
Farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now until we meet again. So long. Farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now until we meet again.
Oh, she's singing. She's doing like the Bear in the Big Blue House harmony with Luna that Bear does with Luna. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, I recognize that. Oh my god, she's like Luna styling the harmony for their song. Oh my god.
Think great to play and sing together in the box, but now it's time to say goodbye. That's why we're here saying so long.
You gotta do it, everyone.
Farewell to you, my friend. Goodbye for now until we meet again.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Goodbye for now.
Actually, no, I think it's Bear's part in Bear in the Big Blue House.
Waiting for you to come and play.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so. I love it when the actors do fun things. I love it when the actors do fun things. I love it when the actors love their characters and love the work they did as actors. I love that, especially when they're children's actors, right? It's like, I mean, I understand when people are children, like actors in children's shows, and you know, they like want to move past it, right? It was just a phase in their life. You know, they've moved on to other roles. That it was never their dream. You know, that's fine, but I love it when actors in children's shows are passionate about their acting and about the roles that they played and love the roles that they played and love the impact that they had on kids. I love that. I always favorite those when I
Hey,
recognize
stress
them.
face, unclench your
Oh my
fucking
god,
jaw.
it's this
I'm sure
bitch
you already
again.
did as soon as
Hi.
you saw me. I feel like when I pop on, you're probably
Yeah.
like, oh shit. Yes,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
see an unclenched
Are you
jaw.
hydrating? Fix that shit. Deep breath in the nose, out the mouth, shall we? We're gonna inhale the good shit and exhale the bullshit.
Hey, yeah. Good shit.
Very nice. Repeat after me, bitch. I am powerful.
I am powerful.
I am capable.
I am capable.
I am enough.
I am enough.
I'm a bad bitch.
I'm a bad bitch.
In the nose, out the mouth. One more time.
Yeah, okay.
Again, I am powerful.
I am powerful. Everyone's saying it? Are you saying it? I am capable.
I'm enough.
I am enough.
I'm a bad bitch.
I'm a bad bitch.
In the nose, out the mouth.
Okay.
Very good. You are dismissed. Go get your day. Fuck it up.
Okay, thank you. Good. Always good. Good to have reminders. The first guy from Blue's Clues. Yeah, Steve's on. No, Steve, his videos you can't download. So I had to I have to go. They might be in stitched ones, I think. But I have to those are the special collection from the batches where I have to record them, screen record them. I have to individually go to the links to the videos and then screen record them. So yeah, Steve is OG. But there's also one where all of them are in it and they're like doing something,
And why
which is
won't
really
you go
cool.
on a walk with me? Because you stop
Oh,
and
I
stare
love
at
the
every
Tolkien
tree for
C.S.
like
Lewis
half an
things.
hour. And trees are boring. Don't you talk about yourself like that. I am not a tree. You are to me.
Tolkien and his trees, man. Tolkien and his trees. Wait. I feel like we need to take that in
For
one
like
more
half an
time.
hour. And trees are boring. Don't you talk about
Socks and
yourself like
Catholic.
that. I am not a tree. You are.
Don't you talk about yourself like that. You are to me. I love the way Tolkien trolls C.S. Lewis. Like that's like the biggest like meme with these like Tolkien C.S. Lewis stuff, right? Is like just the complete way Tolkien runs circles around C.S. Lewis. Yeah, he made Narnia. Yeah, and they were friends. They were part of the same writers group, the Inklings. And on the whole, Tolkien was really critical. A lot of the work C.S. Lewis did, I suppose. They were friends, you know, and everything, but he was like I'd say C.S. Lewis had more respect for Tolkien as a writer than the reverse. And like or like I don't know, you'll kind of see I have a lot of these I think that I liked. And you'll kind of catch the vibe between them. It's not that he didn't respect him. It's just like uh this kind of attitude. Like C.S. Lewis looked at Tolkien's work and was like, it's kind of stuffy and boring, isn't it? And Tolkien's like, no. Completely confident. He's like, no, it's actually amazing works of literature. Isn't your stuff kind of weird? What's up with the Santa Claus thing, buddy? And C.S. Lewis is like, no, it's perfectly fine. And like Tolkien dared C.S. Lewis to put a lot of things in his books and stuff because he's like, that wouldn't be a very good book. I dare you to include it. And C.S. Lewis is like, well, watch me. And he does. And it's like, eh. Yeah, Tolkien was right though. Maybe you shouldn't have. Like the Santa Claus thing, which was a little weird. And yeah. Uh Also, yeah, it just kind of feels like Tolkien's always trolling C.S. Lewis a little bit. He's definitely the more
to me.
He's like it's like they're joking with each
Alright, so I
other.
was just taking a run in the
But C.S. Lewis is always like a little bit behind in the jokes. like he's always the butt of the jokes because of the way Tolkien like kind of runs circles around him. It's at least in the memes. And it's based a little bit on their relationship in real life, I'd say, but the memes definitely kind of overdo it, obviously for the comedy's sake. But anyways, here you run in the
with my
woods
dog, you
with
know,
your
as
dog.
I do.
Yeah,
And I
okay.
come across this.
Ooh. Spooky. What is that in the middle?
What the fuck is this? It goes from over here, and it keeps going over here.
Whoa.
What the fuck is... Hey, oh, what the fuck is this? What is that? Spooky log, man? Alright, I'm gonna keep walking down this path and see what happens. There's another one. Another one.
Whoa, it keeps
another
going.
One. Okay, that's it. That's all I could find. I'm not trying to be
Who's out
dramatic,
there
but like,
moving
am
rocks?
I gonna be okay?
No, you're gonna die. I think he said something after that too that also got... Oh yeah, again, I normally don't like this Reiki healing stuff, but I like it when it like does it in time with the music. It's kind of cool because it's kind of like hand dancing.
Waka from Transamadi till I leg begin shake with a locumba. Baby, make I give you solid. Make I even mix some with a and I walk pow.
Like TikTok dances.
She dey feel da 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 da. She dey feel da da.
It's so satisfying when the taps are with like the clicks of the music. Like it's kind of cool that like dance is all about like satisfaction with like body parts hitting the music, but how you can do it with just hands too, you know, it's kind of cool. It's just so satisfying. Oh, he's so much. I don't know. That's a little cringe. No offense, person. No offense. I'm
Someone
sorry.
on Instagram asked me what's the dumbest animal on the planet, and really?
What
You
is the
really
dumbest
want me to
animal?
slander them again?
Yes, please.
I'm so sorry.
I missed it the
but there's
first
really
time.
only one answer here.
It's koalas by far.
Oh,
Koalas
yeah,
literally
they
eat
are
one
pretty
thing,
dumb.
and it's eucalyptus. But if you strip the tree and put all the leaves on a plate in front of it, it would stare at the plate and starve to death because they can't recognize it as food. Because koalas have the recognition of a flip-flop. Koalas don't have the mental capacity to comprehend rain, so they'll just sit there getting wet and not understanding why. They don't even bother trying to cover
That's
themselves.
actually kind of funny.
Koalas insist
It's
on eating
cute.
nothing but a mildly toxic plant that basically gives them zero energy.
Yeah.
Which is why this bush bear has to spend 18 to 22 hours sleeping because they literally nerf themselves with their diet.
Really? It's a
and
lot.
honestly, they might as well just eat dirt. Which they do.
Honestly,
Koalas
dirt
eat
might be more
dirt.
nutritious.
The more wrinkles on the brain, the smarter you are, which is why koalas are baby
That's-
ass smooth between the ears with one of the smallest
Yeah, it's a
brains
really
of any mammal
smooth
because
brain.
nature just didn't even try here. A koala's brain is surrounded by fluid to protect it from harsh impact. They had to evolve to survive falling out of trees because they did it so often. Someone said they have a built-in special ed crash helmet. I wouldn't go that far, but I see where he's coming from.
Yeah, same. Wouldn't go that far, but you know what? You're not wrong. Windows screensaver in animal form. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, actually I see it. That makes sense too. Yeah, they're not very bright, but you know what? See, that's the thing is sometimes people are like, "Oh, well, animals." I mean, I guess they've survived. They have survived. They're not like pandas. Like honestly, pandas, like people like humans are trash and destroy the planet. Dude, you know, we're struggling so hard to keep those pandas around. I mean, we have destroyed a lot of species, but some of them we're working on, man. It's not our fault. But I mean, I don't know, maybe the pandas are our fault, but also pandas are another one that are not they have evolved to die out. Like they are not evolutionarily stable and humans are keeping them around. Like that's the deal with pandas. Um and you know, so we're not all bad, man. We're not all bad. I don't know how much we help koalas.
Interesting, and that was
You don't have captions.
back
Speak up.
before, we were colonized and everything. That women would be kind of taken from other tribes, and they would be married and have kids and all that. And how they were the best. They were treated the best. Like they were treated with the utmost respect by everyone, and they had everything that they ever wanted and needed, and even had contact with their
Yeah,
family.
a lot of
But the
creatures
reason
just
that this was done
end up getting
was
things that aren't environmentally favorable.
they knew that marrying outside of your family and outside of your tribe made your bloodline stronger and your immunity
Yeah,
better.
see?
And
Koalas never got it. I don't know how inbred they are. I know they all have like chlamydia or something. Like what 70% of koalas have chlamydia. But like the I don't know, that statistic could be wrong, but a lot of koalas have chlamydia that I do know. But yeah, they don't understand improving yourself biologically.
Cool facts about native history and native culture, native knowledge that I think I kind of want to share on TikTok. Because we deserve some credit, like goddamn. Also, I'm not wearing a beauty filter, and I feel really pretty. So
You're pretty. Okay, now I will say there, the way she spun is kind of weird, not to like demean Native Americans or anything like that. But like I don't know, the way she said it kind of made it sound like uh you know, Native Americans married outside their tribes so that they knew it strengthened their bloodline. They knew inbreeding is bad, blah blah blah. And it's like we deserve credit. And it's like, yeah, but like a lot of other people knew that too. Like just because royals intermarried, like that was a power dynamic thing and they were just on a power trip. They thought it made their bloodline stronger because they thought they were all freaking awesome because they were deluded into thinking that they're amazing. Be you know, that they suffered from delusions from power. Most people though knew, and usually if you look to lower royalty and common people, they did not usually intermarry very much. Maybe like fifth cousins or something, because you know some of these towns and villages are smaller, but like they're not really intermarrying very often in lower levels of society. Um, like other people did that, but that in higher society, but that's because they just had really overinflated egos. But you know, so it's not just Native Americans and it's like and to me it's kind of weird to be like, well, we deserve some credit too. We understood that. And it's like, yeah, you did, but like it bothers me that people would think that you don't, you know, like everyone else around the world did. Why would Native Americans not? They're not more primitive and less intelligent than other people. Like so, you know, it's kind of like picking out these things where it's like, hey, we knew that though. We're not actually all stupid. We're not entirely dumb. It's like, no, you're not dumb at all. Like it kind of almost reinforces that. And it's like, yeah, well, we might not have known this, but we did know this. We deserve credit for the things we did know. You knew a bunch of it's I don't know, it's kind of weird, but I understand, she is probably suffering from that um, propaganda that has been spread from the past of, people of different technology tracks from Europe being seen as more primitive or lesser or less intelligent. And hearing this helped her remind herself that her people, her heritage wasn't like that. And but you know, I'll say to her that like, yeah, of course, everyone else knew that, and you did too, because Native Americans are just like everyone else, man. Like it's you deserve some credit. You shouldn't just deserve some credit for the things you did know because you knew a bunch of stuff. You deserve way more credit than just knowing that. But like it because it's not exceptional or outstanding, but you know, it's I don't know if that makes sense, but like yeah. But I'm glad she
Oh,
liked
I
it and felt
bid
better. Oh,
farewell
remember
to
this guy?
the
He has such a
port
good
and the
voice. Remember
land
him?
as
Remember
I
him?
paddle away from brave England's white sands to search for my long ago forgotten friends, to search for the place I hear all sailors end. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my mind, I'll search without sleeping till peace I can find. I fear
Are you
not
familiar with
for
the
weather,
song? I'm not
I
very
fear
familiar with
not
it,
the sea.
but I like it.
I remember the fallen, do they think of me?
It's one
When
of your
their
favorites.
bones
Ugh.
in the ocean forever will be.
Well, hopefully you enjoy his rendition of it because he has such a nice voice.
So I was just in the Dollar Tree a little bit ago, and I had an experience I want to share.
Okay,
I was
please
in
share.
an aisle looking at candles,
Mm-hmm.
and this elderly Hispanic woman walks by me, and she looks in my cart, and she looks at me, and then she looks at my cart, and she looks back at me and makes eye contact with me. And she says,
Okay.
with a beautiful Spanish accent, by the way, she says, "You preparing for the new moon?" And I said, well,
Aw.
yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm trying.
Una bruja.
And so she goes, I'll show you what to get. And so she then
Aw.
takes me around the store and just puts stuff in my cart.
Aw,
and is
that's
telling
so
me
nice.
what to use it for, how to use it, how to prepare it. And it was just really wonderful and affirming. And anyways, it was
Aw, that's
a
cute.
nice experience for a Saturday morning. So
Yeah.
that's all.
Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes people feel so isolated in their cultures. That's why she keeps saying that she's Hispanic and stuff, because, like, it feels like, separate culture, completely different. It feels like you can't relate, and shouldn't relate, like that's her lane, her practice is her lane, her beliefs is her lane, and this girl's in her own lane, and like, they can't cross and relate and they're not the same thing, but like, they still are. And it's nice when people are kind of welcoming and share things like that.
Who's gonna
really
tell
nice.
VeggieTales that their main character is a fruit? The tomato is a fruit.
I am freaking out right now. So yes, a tomato is a fruit, but it's got multiple internal seeds, which means it's actually classified as a berry. So that's Bob the Berry. Now, I've never actually seen the show, except for one time it was on in the background at a religious friend's house. So I started thinking about that, and I was pretty sure that one of the creatures that I saw was a cucumber. So I looked it up, and sure enough, one of the main characters on the show is a cucumber named Larry.
Right? Yeah.
Cucumbers are fruits with multiple internal seeds, which means
So
that's
they're also
Larry the
berry.
Berry, best friend to Bob the Berry. Then
Oh
I
my
dug a little
God.
deeper, because you've got all sorts of creatures in the
It's
show.
so
You've got
beautiful.
Mr. Nosser, that's a zucchini, berry. You've got Mr. Lunt, gourd, berry. Jimmy and Jerry are also gourds, berry and berry.
What a
The only things
conspiracy.
that aren't fruits on this are
Berry
like some
tales.
asparagus, some carrots, and some rhubarb. The vast majority of the creatures on this show are fruits, mostly berries. It should be called Fruit Tales, not veggie.
Fairy tales. Fairy tales even sounds even better in my opinion. Anyway, I like the way it cut him off at the end of the rant there. Larry the cucumber berry sounds so wrong. No, it's just Larry the berry. Larry the berry and Bob the berry. Sounds good. Sounds nice. Because I thought Bob the berry. I'm like, oh, that actually sounds pretty nice. I kind of like it. But then I heard Larry the berry, and I'm like, ooh, wait, that's better. That's better. But okay, so actually I have a comment on this. Everyone's always like, "Did you know tomatoes actually a fruit?" Blah 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 blah, and all of these things. You know this thing is actually a fruit? You don't know what to believe. I know, right? Right? It's hard. It's hard because it makes you think that, if Bob isn't even if he's not if all these veggies aren't even veggies and they're actually fruits and specifically berries, it makes you think, is the religion true? You know? I don't know. Can you even trust them anymore? Strawberries aren't berries. Yeah, it's true because their seeds are external. I think bananas are berries though, right? Um, but so here's the thing. Here's the thing about language from a perspective of someone who does linguistics. Should doesn't know where they are at this point. Yeah, because we looked this up in high school, actually, right? Now, here's the thing. The broader definition of these items outside of specific not even nutritional, but outside of like the food pyramid, let's say, a vegetable is any sort of thing that is grown, right? It is a plant, vegetation, right? Vegetable is like a vegetation. So in which case, all of the fruits are also vegetables, right? Because any sort of vegetation is like a vegetable, a product of vegetation. So then hot dog is a sandwich. Ooh, you know what? That's don't get us started. I'm gonna stay on track. So all fruits and vegetables are all vegetables, but a fruit is just a product, right? Right? Like fruit of the loom is are clothes that have been made from the loom. They're the product of the loom, right? Like something, the fruit of something, the fruits of your labor, right? Is the product, the creation of your labor. So any sort of creation is a fruit, in which case all of the fruits and vegetables are also fruits. Eggs are fruits. Milk is a fruit. That's all still fruits, right? All of the foods, if I guess all of them are fruits. Bread is a fruit. Everything's a fruit. Bread is not a vegetable, but the wheat is a vegetable, right? But the eggs and the milk are not vegetables, right? When you think of what these words are. So, oh my God, I keep getting these stupid like calls about like, we need to contact you about your loan application. I didn't have a loan application. And now I got some sort of melt fat fast text. And I'm like, bro, what do you stop? I don't want all this spam. Go away. Um, but anyway, so all vegetables and fruits are fruits, and all vegetables and fruits are vegetables, right? They're all both. Really. I see. I don't hear about the car extended warranty. I just hear about loan applications and consolidating my credit and blah 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 blah. Those are the people who have received my. That's where the data breach has gone in that direction. Forgetting my number. It's all the same people too. It's like the same people who keep calling. It's Jessica. Jessica keeps calling me about my loan application, and I wish Jessica would stop. I answered it last week during the fires, and I was like, Jessica, look, okay, I'm checking, I'm refreshing to see if I'm going to be evacuated. I do not have a loan application. Please leave me alone. But Jessica was actually just a robot, so she didn't stop talking enough to hear me talk about the fires, but I was trying to rant at her about the fires. I know. Can you believe that? Even a robot should have some tact. Come on. But she didn't care about what I had to say. She's a really bad friend, really, that Jessica robot. She sucks. So, yeah, that bitch, man. Screw you, Jessica. Stop calling me. And yesterday, she called me from Colorado on Saturday. And yesterday, she called me from Florida. Can you believe it? She's out there globe trekking all around. And she just won't leave me alone. She won't have pity on me. Because we're clearly not friends anymore, Jessica, okay? Because you don't even care what I have to say. Ending it. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, vegetables and fruits. All vegetables are vegetables and fruits are fruits, but then fruits are vegetables and vegetables are fruits. Actually. And because the thing is, like, we've kind of identified things as fruits and vegetables without actually identifying what just like giving definitions to those categories, right? So the language evolved and people were like, pumpkins, vegetable slash fruit maybe, but they saw tomato and they go, vegetable. And then they see, I don't know, strawberries, and they're like, that's a berry, right? And they named Jessica's now your public enemy number one. Yeah, we don't like Jessica on this stream. In this community, we are anti-Jessica. Sorry, Jessicas. If Jessicas come in, we'll accept you, but you might feel more comfortable if you change your name. We will give you plenty new named options. They will be better. You can still keep your name though if you want, but you know, again, it might just be an uncomfortable community for you, Jessicas. Control your Jessicas. Refugees. Yeah, we'll take in the Jessica refugees. Um, okay, so, uh, um, I was saying, but yeah. So basically all these things, like they've identified, like, you know, they gave words to these things, but the words didn't have a definition yet, right? Like berries didn't have a definition. When people said banana, not a berry, strawberry is a berry, blueberries, berries, blackberry, strawberries, raspberries, all those berries. Tomato, not a berry, right? Bananas, not a berry. Cucumbers, not a berry. When they like, you know, were naming things. But then people came along and were like, look, we need to give a definition, scientific definition to what a berry is. And then they gave it a definition, and now the words that everyone used for berry don't match. The fact that bananas have seeds feels weird. I don't know. I always stare at those little seeds in there. um, but they ruin the aesthetic of the banana to me. Scientists come up with the identification. People who are, and a lot of it's for marketing purposes, like the food pyramid, right? The whole food pyramid actually isn't true, and it's just like propaganda, um, and stuff. So, and a lot of nutritional stuff is honestly, when it comes to nutrition, one, eat a variety of things. Um, Try to get most of your vitamins and stuff. Learn a little bit. Watch your macros and micros a little bit. Try to eat a variety of foods to obtain those all the things that you need. But also listen to your own body because everyone metabolizes things differently, processes things differently, has different needs biologically, genetically. And just listen to what you want to a certain extent as well. Because, you know, your body, I mean, obviously, people aren't exactly you know, there are errors in our system, but for the most part, you know, like eat when you're hungry, for instance. That's a good metric. Your body tells you when it needs to eat. Your body also kind of tells you what it wants to eat for specific reasons. So, you know, kind of obviously like, you know, don't eat a bunch of sugary cookies for every meal every day, even if your body tells you that, because then your body's just wrong. But within reason, listen to what your body wants because it does know itself best. And everyone just kind of processes things differently. So, you know, use your best judgment, but blue bananas, what? That's crazy. It's crazy. A blue Java banana. Whoa. Tastes similar to vanilla. What? That's whoa. Is that even a banana anymore? That sounds like a different fruit. I don't know if that should even be a banana. Um, but anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, but the point is when it comes to nutrition, listen to your body because a lot of nutritionists out there, they're trying to sell something, or even if it's government sponsored, there's a lot of propaganda involved. They're being paid off by a lot of different organizations and companies and stuff like that, and there's all sorts of agendas behind it. So use your best judgment, eat a variety of things, you know, have a general idea of what you need to be healthy and what supports what. So if you're like, I don't know, my skin's not looking good, my hair's not looking good, you know, like focus on some vitamin E or something, you know, like just be aware of what you need. You know, if you have a, you know, kind of try to see what helps promote what, and look up very specific pieces of information about what is useful and healthy for different needs. And then you know, use your best judgment and listen to yourself. The blue banana genetically altered. It sounds like it might be, but maybe not. And genetically altered kind of also depends, like if it's genetically a lot of genetic altered stuff is just kind of like, you know, uh not necessarily lab done, right? It can be done with just propagating different plants together and things. So said it's natural. It's yeah, see a crossbreed. Exactly. So a lot of people consider crossbreeds genetically altered. Because you're like breeding them together, and that's how genetic altering usually works. For most genetically engineered things are usually just breeding things for a specific outcome is what a significant portion of genetically engineered things are. It's not really gene splicing. A lot of people imagine it's gene splicing, which does occur but is very rare. Usually it's just breeding. So Oh, thank you for resubscribing, Lazy Paradox. Hello. Oh yeah, the general thing. Yes. Hello, soldier. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Reacting to TikToks. It's a blank screen right now, but let's see. What comes next? What was I saying? Yeah. Anyway, so those foods. Listen to your food. Listen to what your body needs, and don't always trust the food pyramid nonsense they give you. But yeah, all berries are fruits, or no, all fruits are vegetables, and all vegetables are also fruits. They're all fruits and vegetables, and the words were used for things before the scientists got a hold of them and redesigned what they mean. And it's perfectly fine to say strawberries are berries because that's for a different definition of berries, not for a scientific definition of berry, sure. But, you know, science also has their own taxonomy and word labels anyway if they want to do that. And they should stay away sometimes from, if you want to use scientific definitions, you should use a scientific language. Don't commandeer and appropriate common language for scientific uses. Vegetables and fruits back in the day were super fucked up. What? What do you mean? I mean, they definitely look different than they do now, that's for sure. But you know, we have been engineering them. All of our vegetables, all of our foods have been. Natural watermelons are a nightmare. Oh, I can imagine. That probably was that. Yeah, I can see how they might be kind of weird. But yeah, we have been engineering our foods for a very long time, ever since we domesticated them, basically back in the day, prehistoric days, really. Which we don't even have a lot of records of how we domesticated a lot of the things. We are genetic engineers extraordinaire as humans, so Rachel melon the size of a tennis ball and tasted sour. Sounds like it, probably. Because we obviously want it bigger and sweeter. If you see old paintings of some fruits and vegetables, they look different. Really? I haven't seen any, but I'll be on the lookout. Maybe look it up sometime. Yeah, I can imagine they look pretty different. Square melons. Well, it's crazy. Crazy, like cube melons. That's kind of fun. I feel like you cut it, it almost makes it feel like a sandwich, right? Like it's a loaf of bread, watermelon bread. But that's really easy for storage. You know how when you buy a watermelon and it rolls around in your car? Then it wouldn't. Wow. That's so smart. That's so smart. I wonder if it's as structurally stable though, because I feel like it'd be easier to break than like a round watermelon, right? If it's squarer. I wonder if the like oval watermelons are easier to smash than the round watermelons too. Questions. Anyway, let's continue watching the TikToks. I think we've talked about fruits for
What do you
a
guys
while
know about
now.
the Dark Watchers? Native to California, the Dark Watchers.
Oh, one last comment. The navel orange is supposed to be a perfect copy of itself since forever. Really? Huh. I don't know if I believe that. That sounds really. I feel like it has to have changed. It has to have changed. I feel like it at least was smaller, right? It has to have been. Square watermelons and smash them. Yeah. You gotta buy watermelons of all sorts of shapes and sizes and judge the smashing quality of them. You can call it watermelon smasher fest. Anyway, all right.
Were reported to have been
Dark
standing on the
Watchers native to
horizon,
California,
cliffs, or
right.
tops
This
of
was another
trees at
effort of
twilight
trying to
and
get
dawn
onto
in the
spooky
wilderness.
TikTok.
They were tall, some say giant,
Horror
with large
TikTok.
brimmed hats and walking sticks. They were first seen by Spanish settlers and then again over time, standing motionless watching hikers as they traverse the wild. Legend forbids looking at them and says that when they are approached, they'll disappear.
Pyramid-shaped
I guess it's better to
watermelons?
know
Well,
where
that's
they are,
crazy.
right? The Dark Watchers have
Whoa.
appeared in literature throughout history and are even still reported by hikers in those regions. Psychologists suggest maybe hallucinations brought on by exhaustion were the reason for seeing them, or a phenomenon called infrasound, which is basically when a sound is so low you can only feel it. But where is the sound coming from? Huh?
Okay, I will say pyramid shaped melons sounds funny. Yeah, I wonder what shapes you can get them in. Like, how do they make them in those shapes? Huh. And are they real or are they just like AI generated pictures of watermelons you've seen online? That's I don't trust it until I buy it, right? And you're like, no, we can buy them. And it's like, are you buying them from Temu? Or are you buying them from Whole Foods? Well, I guess you probably wouldn't find them at Whole Foods. Whole Foods is a little too natural, but like maybe like Ralph's or Vaughn's or something. But we'll make the Dark Watchers sound morning. What? Oh, boring. Yeah, I know. I mean, maybe because I was also talking through it. Maybe it's better, but Put them in a container to break them. Oh, I see. I see. That's what I was wondering because it sounded kind of like, but I was just I imagined they like put rubber bands around them or something like that, right? And then they like you know, when they're like baby skulls, right? When they're like more cartilage than bone, right? And you can reshape them type of thing, right? I'm imagining that they're doing that with like the watermelons, but I don't know a stage in watermelon growth where the you know the rind is soft enough for that, but they did one in the shape of someone's head. What? That's insane. People are insane. Watermelons are out of control. They must be stopped. They must be stopped. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. This who knows? I as long as this technology, this art, this skill is used for good and not for evil, then, you know, reban TikTok. uh Not until I'm done downloading. But then I will probably stop using TikTok. Anyway, yeah, okay. So
Watchers
dark
have appeared
watchers,
in
they're on the
literature throughout
horizon.
history
Blah,
and
blah.
are
Oh,
even
okay.
still reported by hikers in those regions. Psychologists suggest maybe hallucinations brought on by exhaustion were the reason for seeing them,
that makes
or
sense.
a phenomenon called infrasound, which is basically when a sound is so low you can only feel it. But where is the sound coming from?
Well, but then why are they
Huh?
seeing it?
Huh?
That's also a question. I don't like the prompts at the end. But like, where's sound coming from? But if it, why can you see the dark watchers if the sound? But maybe it's the sound part of the stream on just watermelons fruit. Honestly, I want to see that. I've seen people do like, you know, like drinking different types of sodas, different types of waters, you know, things like that. I want to see a like person react or like do like a fruit tasting, right? Go out to the market, go to all the markets. Like an LA person would be good for this because LA has a ton of markets. Like everywhere else I've been, like market slash grocery stores, like, you know, everywhere depending on what you call it, whatever. Everywhere else I've been, there's usually two major competing market chains. And then you might have some off-brand ones around. But LA has a lot of really major ones. One, you have like Erewhon, of course, which is like, I don't know, specialty brand name high-end market. But then you have, you know, like Vaughn's, you have Ralph's, you have Whole Foods, you have the other one that I got my vaccine through. You have Gelson's, Albertsons, that's the one I got my vaccine through. Like Aldi's also still around. You have who knows what at the you have like Mexican markets and you have Asian markets, right? Like so many different grocery availabilities in LA, and like you could just go around and buy all the different fruits that you see in any market and just try all the different fruits because there are a lot of really crazy fruits out there. Like even if you go to your local market, like if you're in a small town, you go to your local market and there's pretty crazy fruits in the fruit section that like you're like, I've never heard of this in my life. What on earth even is this? There are a lot of fruits out there and you could try them all. And I think that would be a good stream, fruit stream. But I wouldn't do that because I don't have the money for that. Fruits are expensive. Take a softball size watermelon and place it in a box and grow it. I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It would have to come from the box. Melons are expensive. Yeah, of course they're from Japan. Japan has all the options. I love Japan for that. They have options. Ice cream beans in Mexico? What? What? That's crazy. Man, okay, Mexico has some good stuff too. Honestly, Mexico does some good stuff. Japan has the stuff. They have the options. They have the options. They're like, you like this thing? Well, we have it in 200 flavors. They're super sweet. Oh, interesting. I can see that. Ralph's telling me from the West Coast, stop telling me. Yeah. Well, I mean, I always say I'm from LA. Or I'm not from LA, but I live in LA. From the Northeast. But yeah, I don't know if they even have Ralph's all the way up and down the West Coast. I just know they got him here in LA. Okay, let's continue with the TikToks. Like again, yeah, I said it was gonna be a short stream, but it's like been 3.5 hours. How do they do it? It's a mirror, but
it's not transparent. It's a mirror.
Thanks, Hank. It does look transparent if you don't look too close.
In thousands of years. Just look at our graffiti.
How's the fires? Yeah, I'm in LA. The fires are better now. The evacuations have been lifted. At least near me. I was very close to the evacuation areas, but not directly affected. but I was like, uh, sleeping horribly because I had to check the evacuation maps all the time because you can't trust the notifications and alerts because they're not very good. They will say like, "You're being evacuated," and they don't tell you who. There's one that went out to the entire city for, like, the Kenneth fire up in the valley, but there were some others from the Palisades that I got that weren't from my area at all. Um, but, uh but yeah, it was really rough there for a while, but now the Palisades fire is a little over halfway contained. Hooray! And, I'm starting back at work tomorrow. I had, like, Zoom meetings, but now we're going back in person to work tomorrow, so going outside and breathing was toxic. Honestly, the air quality wasn't that bad. It was, I mean, a little bad, but I just didn't go outside. My building isn't super new. It was built like in the 50s or 60s. So gas mask, yeah, I just used my leftover mask from the pandemic, so it wasn't the best, but the water sucked. I don't think technically my water was contaminated, but like it definitely did taste bad, so I don't know about that. But I think it's a little bit better now and the air quality is bad. And it was just honestly like just being able to go out on my balcony and look out and like most of the fire that was near me, because there were multiple fires, was, like, behind my building, but going out to the balcony and looking to the north and seeing, like, one night, this, like, crazy orange glow on the horizon, and that was after they expanded evacuation zones really rapidly outward in, like, a lot of directions. They evacuated Encino up in the valley, and, like, the fire seemed to be moving and spreading really, really fast, and it was nighttime, and it was kinda scary. I'm like, "Do I need to evacuate? Do I need to, like, find a hotel to go to?" Like and of course, a lot of the hotels were already booked from people who had already evacuated, and you're like, "Yikes, so how can I find an" and they're all the hotels are available are, like, in downtown, and that's not really the best area, safest area of town to go with all of your most precious belongings, so by yourself, so LA was on fire and you were getting snowed on in Texas, I see. Yeah, yeah, it was kinda crazy, it was kinda crazy. No, these LA fires were really bad just because, like I mean, people who look at the LA map, they're like, "Oh, that's not a big part of the city." But, like, no, but the city's just very large. I think the parts that burned down were the size of San Francisco and also the size of Philadelphia. So, it'd be like if all of San Francisco burned down. Not the Bay Area, just the city, I think. And or if all of Philadelphia burned down. Like, it's crazy. And, like, the fact that it hit such normally when the fires are around, we've been around for a couple fires, but they're mostly out in, like, the mountains and the woods and stuff, the brushland. And, some houses get destroyed, but it's just people who live pretty far out. They stop it before it gets to, like, the big city blocks and stuff. But these fires, like, total like, barreled their way through city blocks, which is new and pretty unheard of and very concerning because once the fires do that, who knows how far they'll go, right? You can't see, well, I'm pretty far into the city, I'm not gonna apparently the fires don't care about that anymore and they can't stop it, and like that was really scary. So biggest fire in LA history. It was pretty bad, not just because it was big, again because of the total destruction and everything of the places where it hit. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's rich people, but the Eaton fire hit Altadena and Pasadena really bad, and those places are lower income. Not necessarily Pasadena, but Altadena is, and the areas over there on the eastern side of the city. And over in the west, kind of the direction I am in, like, um, uh, in the Palisades, like, there are rich homes there, but there are also a lot of homes that, are middle class apartments that are pretty run down. They're just expensive because the area is expensive, but, like, the quality of living isn't super, super great. Like I said, like, my apartment is 2.5K, but my door that opens to the balcony like doesn't close all the way, and there's a crazy draft and stuff draft around all the windows and things. Like, it's an older building that does upkeep. It's very, very lower middle class type of apartment, and that's kind of fits my style currently. But I am in a very expensive neighborhood, but that doesn't mean the quality of the buildings are the same and stuff. So it's just cost if they pay you get paid a lot, but cost of living is very high. But the quality of living is pretty comparable to most other places. So how are the winds? They're pretty okay now. They were really bad, of course, during the fires, and that was the problem. But now, and they died down for a while. For a while there, it was just the fire was just like kind of crazy. But yeah, the winds are better. I think they might be picking up again soon, but we are also supposed to get some rain, I think, next weekend. So, but the percentages are still kind of low, to be honest. They're like 25% chance rain. So, I don't know, but yeah, it's not, yeah, but things are better now. But about a third of the people I work with lost their homes, which is kind of insane. So going back to work this week will be really weird, having to deal with that with, everyone, since so many of the people I work with now are homeless. Homeless is kind of weird because they have places to stay and stuff. So they're not like all the other, homeless people LA has. But they, you know, they they've lost their houses and all of their belongings and things like that, and that's kind of difficult when, like, a third of the people at your work are dealing with that. That's just kind of I don't know. So this week will be kind of weird. So like I said, I'm streaming my normal days this week after today, on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. But I don't know if the times will be the same because my sleep schedule's all messed up from, trying to keep watch of the evacuations and stuff. And also my sleep schedule is bad, still working on getting back into that better. And I was just tired after all the stress. And then also because I don't know how exhausting this week is going to be socially for me. So I might, need more rest when I get home from work before I start streaming. So I might stream a little later, but you gotta go. Um, you never get your notification. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for resubscribing. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay. So, yeah, let's continue with the TikToks. But anyway, as a little fire update, I guess, for everyone, is how that is.
Inscription in the Hagia Sophia was thought to be sacred,
graffiti.
maybe even a divine script. Then
Old graffiti is always
scholars
fun.
got a hold of it. It translates to Halfdan wrote this. But I'm not done. Vikings took shelter in the
That's just
burial
graffiti.
chamber
That's
of
how
a mound
graffitis are,
during an
man. Or
enormous
graffiti
snowstorm
is.
in 1153.
Even ancient graffiti.
Bored, they filled the place with graffiti, including Thulfur Kolbensson carved these runes very high up. A classic.
Yeah, well,
Ingigirth is the most
whatever
beautiful
his name was, did
of all
good.
women.
I'm sure she
sounds
is.
nice. Until you realize it's next to a picture of a dog.
Well,
But my
pretty dog.
favorite
That was
is
a dog.
surely from the most chaotic friend group, or Thorny and Helgi carved.
All right then. Thanks, Vikings, for
Never forget, you have no fucking
the
idea
history.
whether something is actually good or bad. Now, bear with me because there's an
What?
ancient story that explains this concept.
Oh,
very
okay,
well.
I get what
It's
you're
called
saying
maybe.
now.
So there's this wise man who owned a bunch of horses. One day, one of his horses ran away. Everyone from the town came to his house
This
and
is
said,
the
"Oh my
ancient
gosh,
story I
it's so
thought.
horrible, your horse ran away."
But
His
I was thinking
response
another one
was,
from ancient
"Maybe."
Greece,
The
but
next
that's
day,
fine.
the horse came back and brought with it 7 wild horses. Again, everyone came by and they said, "Oh my gosh, that's so amazing, you got 7 wild horses." His response, "Maybe." The following day, his son was riding one of the wild horses, fell off, and broke his arm. Again, everyone came by and said, "Oh my gosh, that's so horrible, your son broke his arm." His response was, "Maybe." The day after that, the military came by to take able-bodied men from their homes to join the military.
I was gonna be like, I mean, it does kind of suck that he broke his
the day
arm.
before, he couldn't
But-
join. So stop judging
No, I
every
can see.
fucking thing that happens to you. It's a waste
See,
of
at
time.
Mulan,
and
that's not
follow
good
for
enough,
more
though.
videos.
That's not good enough. Because,
Hey, I'm your Korean dad. Do you know what platitude means?
Hey,
It's
this
a
is
thing
our
that people
Korean dad,
say a lot
guys.
that sounds nice,
We have a
but
Korean
it doesn't
dad.
really mean very much. I try really hard to not give you platitudes. You won't
Yeah,
hear me
don't-
say something like,
Thank
you
you.
can do anything you put your mind to, because it's not so simple. But I do want to encourage you, because
You're such a
worth
good
it,
dad,
and I care
Korean
about giving you
dad.
my best. The good
Thank you.
choices that you make today, especially the choices that are difficult, are
Mm.
proving to me and to others what you already know about yourself, that you're a good person and that you're
Aw.
trying your best. It's
Thank
always
you.
worth it, and I'm so proud of you too.
Thank you. We love you, Korean dad. Yeah.
Hey, I'm your
Oh,
Korean
another
dad.
Korean
You
dad.
use
Hi.
hashtags, right? Whether it's here on
Yeah.
TikTok or any other social media, hashtags
It's an
are such
honor
a
just to
thing.
be
I mean, I
Asian.
always
Oh, that's
hashtag all
cute.
my videos with your Korean dad. But did you know that hashtags can be either accessible or not accessible? If you're using a
Mm.
hashtag that's multi-word, like your Korean dad, it's really important to capitalize each
Well,
and
that's
every
fair,
word.
yeah, so
There are
if the
people who
auto
can't see or
readers
can't easily
can
see words on
read
a
it.
screen, and they'll use a
Oops.
tool called a screen reader. But when the words in your captions aren't capitalized, sometimes the screen reader just sounds like it's reading gibberish.
Hash your core coriand.
If you capitalize each word in your captions, the screen reader can read them a little more clearly.
Hash your coriandad.
This is also helpful for people with dyslexia
This
or
is probably the
cognitive
same true
disabilities. I
for
always want to be
handles
more
as well.
inclusive in everything I do, don't you? I know you do.
For like handles on sites and stuff.
Haven't you done anything today? I got a thing at 3 p.m. I can't do anything until I'm done with the thing that I have at 3 p.m. Why can't you do anything until you're done with the thing? Because I have the thing!
I'm not like that with everything, but with some things. It depends on what the thing at 3 p.m. is and how much it weighs on me. You might not feel that, yeah. Yeah, I might not be able to do the other things because I have the thing at 3. Might be 10 a.m., but I can't do it because I have a thing at 3, so sorry. I think that might be an anxiety thing, but, you know. Oh yes, those people during remote work, a lot of countries were trying to get people to move there. This audio is too loud for what it is. Digital connectivity in villages. Okay. Yeah, they were all like, buy this Irish castle. Italy was doing that too. Time management, yeah. Time management's hard. Well, it's just that it gives you like this anxious feeling, and like you feel like you need to spend all the other time worrying about the thing that's at 3, so you can't focus on doing other things because you're so preoccupied with the thing in the future that you have. So it's not necessarily a time management issue. It's like an anxiety issue and like a worry issue, or if it's just something, it might be something you're excited about, right? But it's still preoccupying your mind and you're not really able to focus on things because of the thing that you have coming up that you're, eagerly thinking about. Is, sometimes that's an issue, but yeah, anyway. Yeah, so countries were doing that. And the thing is, like, it's always really nice when you're like, oh wow, there's like this Italian castle or villa, whole villa, or Irish castle for like, $500. Wow, what a bargain. Everyone can afford that, but they're completely run down and you would need to spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars to renovate them and get them up to code and everything like that. So that's the like downside to those places. But it's still cool if that's like something, you had the money for and you want to do. I always think that's kind of neat. But locals don't like it because it brings in only rich outsiders who are kind of gentrify the area and things like that. So you don't want to invest your time into something then potentially miss the thing at 3. Oh yeah, no, this is like a different thing. This is kind of like the oh, do you have time to do a quick hour-long thing at 10? And you're like, nope, because I have a thing at 3 is I think what it's referring to. But like, can you do something in the morning? Nope, because I have something in the afternoon. I have an appointment, so I can't do the morning things. How can you possibly expect me to do anything else all day, even little things, except for stress and think about the thing at 3, or eagerly await and fantasize about the thing at 3? Okay, what is she gonna tell us?
Famous, but you didn't realize it until afterwards.
I get a lot of messages on Instagram, and I try and answer them all.
Okay,
and I treat everybody the same. If you have a blue check mark, I might look to see like who you are while you're verified.
Hold on. Go away, volume. You can't see it, but I changed the volume, and now I can't pause the video. Okay, so we're gonna go back to okay. So this is a time where you ran into someone famous, but you didn't know they were famous. All right, and he's saying he treats everyone the same. Of course, he mentioned blue check mark. That was before you could buy your blue check mark. Clearly. But okay, so I've been thinking about this, right? Because I've been hearing people sometimes, they're like, oh yeah, I have like, this big streamer in my chat, and I treat them just like everyone else, actually. I don't see them differently. But they're if you're talking about how you see someone just like everyone else and you don't treat them differently and that you're really cool and you actually treat them just like a human and just like you do everyone else, you don't talk like that about everyone else, is the thing, right? So you're not treating them like everyone else because you are specially talking about them in a way you wouldn't talk about anyone else, right? So that's not really the case. But I'm less impressed by smaller people, whether it be, your average Joe on the street meeting a celebrity or, a small streamer with big streamers or whatever the case is. I'm less impressed with the small people treating the bigger people like normal people, and more impressed when the bigger people treat the smaller people normal, because I understand that's harder for them to do because you have all these trust issues and stuff. But but that is more impressive if you can see someone overcome that and deal with and be able to manage their trust issues that are naturally occurring if you're a bigger person and like, you know, a smaller person, you're like, can I trust this smaller person? Right. And like, you know, if you can manage that trust issue and like manage your expectations of the interaction and things like that, that to me is more impressive than someone who's like a small person being like, oh yeah, I treated that celebrity like like they're just a normal person. And it's like, congrats, I guess. But I think I like it better when it's the reverse, when celebrities can just interact with people normally, because I feel like it's harder for them to do that. And when they can, that's actually better. Um, but yeah, also as someone who does know some A-list celebrities, I only know them because like I was in situations where their name is clearly identified to me. And so I recognize them by name. I would never recognize them by just appearance. Just saying, I don't think I would recognize them. Well, like, maybe one I would, but like a lot of them, I don't think I would recognize. I'm just really bad at like, cause celebrities, like, cause you, especially actors, like you see them in character and they always look different when they're normal people, you know? And like, it's just like, you know, when they're just themselves rather than their character. I don't know. I don't know a lot of celebrities. So honestly, like there are some I know and like I know them, but like there are the celebrities that yeah, I probably met and interacted with. I wouldn't know it. I would not know it. Um, you know, like uh sometimes people look like celebrities, but they're not, obviously. You know, that happens. But there was this one guy at Starbucks one time in the morning. I was up at Starbucks before work in the morning. And there was a guy there and I'm like, "Oh my god, that guy looks so much like Kevin Jonas." I was like, "That looks like Kevin Jonas." I'm like, "It's probably not him, but oh my god, did they look the same." And then I was like, "I'll wait and see when his drink gets called, what he gets." Just to, you know, just out of curiosity, just in case, cuz like I am in LA, you know, there are celebrities who go to these Starbuckses that I know they go there. So like, you know, I'm like, maybe it is Kevin Jonas. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know. So I look and his drink gets called, but his drink isn't for Kevin though, but it is for Joe. And I'm like, but he only gets one. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Um, I'm like, no way Joe would get something and Kevin would go in and get it. That's not gonna be the case, obviously. But I did think that was kind of funny. And I was like, of all the names, it is one of like I was like, that's kind of weird. Like his name could have been Steve or something, right? But no, it was Joe. And I'm like, wow, okay. Um, but uh, but yeah, and they probably give other names at Starbucks. Well, I don't know why they would, because again, it's LA, it's normal for celebrities to be around. I don't know if they'd actually give a different name at Starbucks because a lot of people recognize them anyway. But he did look a lot like Kevin Jonas. But I don't know if Kevin Jonas looks like Kevin Jonas if you see him out in the wild, is the thing. He probably looks not like Kevin Jonas. And that's the thing is I probably just don't the big trick. They order with each other's names because you wouldn't expect it. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. Like if I felt like they were like tighter with each other these days, that actually might make sense. But I don't know if they actually interact all that often. Do they? I don't even know. Um, but yeah, I was like, I was kind of, I thought it was a funny coincidence at least. And I was just like, man, why does this guy look so Jonas? Because like either you know, it's cool even if it's not Kevin Jonas. You're like, wow, I saw Kevin Jonas doppelganger today at Starbucks. That's exciting. How often do you see that? You know, really. Um, but uh, but yeah. Anyway, let's listen to his celebrity story. What do you got to say, buddy?
And I try and answer them all, and I treat everybody the same. If you have a blue check mark, I might look to see like who you are.
Oh, we're talking
check
marks on Instagram. Got
and
it.
For months, I had this account messaging me that was not verified, but they sent me really good messages, really good posts. I enjoyed talking to them.
Oh, nice.
One day, after months, they sent me a post that was about a certain actor guest starring on a TV show, and I couldn't figure out the context of why they would send me that. So I decided to look at the
it's the audio not like synced. That's annoying.
There were a couple of selfies, and the selfies looked like the actor, but the actor has a verified account, and this is not that account. I spoke to some industry friends. They're like, "That's a fake account. You should block them."
Yeah,
and
there are a
report
lot
them."
of people who
I was
do
like,
fake
they haven't done
accounts.
anything to me. I have no reason to block them. So I just continued talking to them, and the more I did, the more I felt like this was another account
Who is
of
it,
the
though?
actual person. One night, having a lengthy conversation, I was like,
I
"Hey,
mean,
would
yeah,
you
of
like
course
to
they always
FaceTime
do.
on Instagram? It's faster than typing." They were like, "Sure." So I hit send, and they answered. For the next hour and a half, I had the most lovely conversation with Susan Sarandon.
What? What? Out of all the celebrities? That's who it is? That's actually kind of funny. I don't know why I was expecting. I don't know who I was expecting. That's a kind of weird one. Huh. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. I mean, yeah, that's kind of cute though. That like, you had a good little friendship with them. That's nice, and that they felt comfortable with being themselves, I guess. But you can never trust anyone, You can never trust anyone. Are you who you are? Are you who you are? Or are you
Some of you
someone
are going to love
else?
this and then hate it. Some of you are going to hate this and then love it. And I don't know who's going to be what, but either way, this is a song that
Play
I
us
wrote
your
called
song,
Fine.
buddy. Is it good? Is it cute?
I would be fine being alone.
I love his fan. Look at the ceiling fan. I love that like wickerwork stuff. It's gorgeous.
I
love that.
I've got some
It's very vintage, not date, but thanks for the hydrate routine, Savage.
And so in the end, I would be fine being alone. I would be fine. But I don't want to be fine. I don't want to be obsessed.
I love it. I love the change. It's good.
I don't want to be good. I want to be the best.
Text him. Oh my gosh, this is when everyone was doing the texting numbers.
When you wrap me up and kiss me slow and say my name. Now that I know what better is like. I don't want to be fine.
Okay. It's a cute song too. He said, what did he say? He said people would either like the first half and hate the second half or vice versa. So first part, he's like, I'm fine being alone, but then it's like, but I'd rather have someone. And you know what? That's fair. I don't know that it's like you like either one. Like a lot of people don't get that. Like a lot of people will tell, like if someone's like single, people will be like, oh, be glad you're single. Be glad you're single. It's good. Single, you grow. You learn how to be independent. You're not, and it's like, yeah, but like if you're single for long enough, like I mean that there's a point where it's like good enough. You can't be single, like you have people being like, oh, it's just be single until you're ready, and it's like, yeah, well, there's a point where you've been single for a long time. But some people will even be like, like be single, you need to be independent, and then like the best time to be in a relationship is when you don't want to get into a relationship. And it's like, no, I don't think so. You're not ready for a relationship when you don't want to be in a relationship. If you don't want to be in a relationship, you probably should not get in a relationship. I think. I'm not a relationship expert, but I think that you should want a relationship if you get in one. If you say, I want to be single, and then you start dating someone, that's setting yourself up for failure. That's just me. Anyway, I liked his song, and I also liked his ceiling fan.
Would you like to hear a
Oh yeah, like I said, the
completely
texting
true
numbers.
story?
Remember people had the texting numbers where they were all like, it was like the new like email, like a newsletter thing, but it was like all done in texts. And it was also like a sort of like way to like personalize your audience. So a lot of people, I remember a lot of like, influencers were doing that. And I remember looking in like their fandoms, you're gonna lurk. Well, thank you for lurking and thanks you for stopping by. Yeah. Stream's already way longer than I meant it to be. But like people would do the thing, and like all the little fandoms and stuff, like all the fans would like always be texting their little influencers that they love, and they're like, oh my gosh, I texted him blah blah blah, or I texted her blah blah blah. And it gave this illusion of intimacy with the creators, which on the one hand does help endear the fans and grow them closer, get more money out of them, blah blah blah. But like I don't know, and I feel it also encourages parasocialism. And it's also kind of weird because some depending on the like little creators fandom, depending on who the creator is and what their fandom kind of consists of and how popular they are, where they're how mainstream or niche the audience is and all of that, like there are a lot of fake accounts that will like target people in some of these fandoms and will like chat with fans for months pretending to be that influencer that they say they are in secret and stuff. It's crazy. So like it always bugs me if like a creator's on an alt and like people are like, "Oh wow, is this actually their account?" And people who are fans are like, "Yeah, obviously it is. Duh, are you stupid? It says it is." And it's like, "Yeah, but how do you know?" Like it's good to be hesitant about alt accounts. Like you can't trust that it is that person because like there's a lot of people who do, you know, impersonate people and stuff and will essentially use that to groom a lot of, you know, minors and stuff as well. And it's really sketchy. It's really sketchy. So anyway, the texting thing was a little questionable, I thought, for that, because it does create a sense of intimacy with the creators that leads people to be more inclined to believe the like scammers and stuff and the like creepy people. So I don't know. It was a weird time. I'm glad I don't think people do those texting newsletters anymore because like I didn't like them. I never signed up for any of them, but I didn't like the concept. I saw people post screenshots from different ones and things, and I wasn't really into
So
it.
there I was, minding my business in the middle of the night on a spinning toy made for children in a park.
Okay.
Living my best life with no intention of dying anytime soon.
You do,
when all of a sudden
yeah.
a man swiftly approaches from 300 feet away to the park where I am alone in. Having leered at me since he entered the park, he attempted to tell me something I didn't give a shit about. I told him to fuck off, as is my right. I walk to the next square. Elmer fucking follows me. I seek refuge with two girls he's already approached that night. He stands 100 feet away, staring at us. So I notify the police. They question him, and then they arrest him.
He needs to back off.
Because it turns out he's a registered offender. Ooh. He's in jail now.
Yeah.
And I am alive. Because I'm not polite to men who hit on me.
Yeah, you don't owe people anything.
History here.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you could have been polite and you could have said, "No, I'm not interested. Please go away." You know, I mean, that's fine too. And then you can leave and then call the police if he's continuing to be creepy. Because you know what? Sometimes people are sex offenders and belong in jail, apparently.
It's a brand new exhibit.
I don't know if you can hear what he says. It's a brand new exhibit.
This is
not even an exhibit.
Special viewing for a select amount of people. Lost Golden City of Luxor. We have ovens. We have pottery.
Gotta call the police.
This is a brand new discovery. So exciting.
Look at the cool vibe.
The tusk of buffalo. We have pottery.
I don't think that's a tusk of a buffalo in Egypt. Elephant, maybe? Just saying. Are you an archaeologist, sir? No, I don't like the bones open. I guess this is a private viewing. This isn't like
all these things were
super open to the public.
Just yesterday, it's pretty amazing.
Taking in the Cairo Museum. Look, all the workers. Good job, guys. Good job. Learning about
Day 7
history.
of having my cat watch Disney movies till we find his favorite.
Oh, what's his favorite? What is it? Little Mermaid? Oh, he probably
I tucked him in and surrounded him with his friends so that he was ready to go. He seemed engaged, but he kept looking at me to make sure I was paying attention. I definitely thought he was going to fall asleep, especially when he rolled over, but he watched the rest of the movie from this position. Look at how hard he's trying to stay awake. He almost made it to the end.
Oh, he fell asleep. I don't, and maybe Little Mermaid just wasn't for him.
I always get this comment that's like, I would love to see inside your brain.
Good vibe, just chilling.
I don't know if you do. For the most part,
Tyler, I don't know if I
my
want to
brain
see
is
inside
just
your
like
brain.
everybody
You're kind of
else's.
creepy.
It's just recycled memes,
I mean, not creepy.
whale songs,
You're funny, but
and
like
the
a little
occasional
weird.
mean thought about myself. Things only ever get spicier or
That's why I
interesting when
like
I'm
your
really
TikTok.
sleepy or already unconscious. For example, last night I had a dream that I was addicted to buying snakes. I could not stop. It was a high I've never felt before. I kept saying, just one more snake, and I'll be satisfied. But I could not stop. There were
Just one more
free-range snakes. I was just letting them loose in and around my barn. I
What?
had a barn inside my dream.
Okay.
And every time
I
I
was like,
got
what
one, I would
barn?
put it down with a little doggy dish of snake food, and I would go, a snake. And if I could be vulnerable with you for a second, I think I was in way over my head. I think it was way
probably.
too many snakes for one person to take care
How
of.
many
especially
snakes did you
free-range
have?
Snakes. I was like losing track of them very easily. Very easily.
That's Okay, so there's a thing. People, like, some people hate hearing about other people's dreams. They're like, I hate it when people tell me about my dreams. No one cares. Don't tell me about your dream. I fully believe that, like, I love hearing about people's dreams if they're a good storyteller. Like, if you can, like, if you know how to break down your dream in a way to all of the component parts that need to be said to get the story across, then, and I guess it depends. Like, some people just don't have very good dreams. Like, they aren't coherent enough to be a story. They're kind of broken. They, like, involve a lot of background knowledge. Or, I get it. Like, not all dreams can be easily shared in story form because they aren't coherent enough to make enough sense. But, like, if you can take your dream and make it a good story out of it, like, coherent enough, concise enough, not too much detail, but just enough detail, I love hearing people's dreams. I think it's so fun. That snake one, perfect. Usually if you can fit your dream in, like, a tweet or, like, a few tweets, then that's usually, I mean, like, normal length for a tweet, not someone who has has bought special Twitter and, can make insanely long tweets, not those ones, normal size tweets. If you can fit it in 1,000 characters or less, then that's definitely probably an interesting dream if you've worded your dream in such a way. Never had dreams? Whoa, you can count the amount of dreams you've had in one hand. Well, it's crazy. I have so many dreams. That's like, I can count the number of dreams I had on one hand for each night usually. But I don't always have dreams. It depends on how well rested I am. If I, like, haven't been sleeping much, if I'm getting like 5 hours of sleep every night for like a week, then, like, I probably won't really be dreaming. But if I'm getting enough sleep, I usually have like 2 to 3 dreams a night maybe. So, um yeah, I've had a lot of dreams lately, but that's because I've been sleeping a lot. One, because, like, kind of still recovering from the stress of dealing with the fires. But also because my sleep hasn't been good because it hasn't been consistent. Like, I'm kind of like sleeping short amounts at night, napping throughout the day, trying to get that time more at night again. And, like, that kind of like isolated sleep is like the problem, right? Because, like, naps are still open because, like, the way dreaming works is usually you dream very little and you're like in a night, let's say you sleep 8 hours at night, you dream very little in the first few hours of sleeping. It's usually deep sleep during that time, and you dream during REM movement. And after a few hours, you have a few, but after around 5 hours or so, that's where, like, most of your sleep is REM sleep, and you start dreaming a lot then. So that's usually if you get enough sleep, then you have time for the dreaming portions. Napping though is different because if you're just napping, you might be significant amount of REM for that entire time. Because you're not really mentally setting yourself up for deep sleep. I don't really know how it works, why you don't do deep sleep with a nap and you just do REM. I don't really know. But maybe because you don't need deep sleep at that point because you did the deep sleep at night already. So it's like any added on after that is like going into the REM portions of your daily allotment. I don't know. But yeah, explains why you rarely dream you have horrid sleep schedule. Yeah, that would probably be why then. That'd probably be why. It also comes down to memory. Like, you might dream, but you might not remember your dreams. Right. And that's just, I don't know what that comes down to. Maybe having a good memory, but then also could be other things. Why? Because there are plenty of people who have good memories but don't remember their dreams either. So it comes down to just remembering dreams. But yeah. I studied because I wanted to try to learn to lucid dream previously, so I was trying to get better at it. But I talked about this before, a lot about dreams and stuff. Next TikTok.
There you are. It's so good to see
Lower
you.
your shields.
What a fresh new day we've got.
Yeah.
You remember our routine?
Yep.
Lower your shields.
Lower your shield. Lower your shields, everyone. He's gonna make a sound at us. It's a random fact, you'll remember it.
3 hums
yeah.
for us.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if standard
4
memory
spar.
has anything to do with dream recollection or not.
Deep breath.
I don't know. I do have a good memory though. But that's a really pretty crystal. I like it.
Coming back.
I have a good memory and I do have good dream memory, but I don't know if that's related at all.
You should have fun in all things you do.
That's
Azurite,
also
malachite.
a pretty crystal. Malachite. Okay. I like it. It's pretty. The other one was pretty too. They're very green. Very pretty green. Oh, they match his scarf. He's so color coordinated.
Have a good day today.
Thank you, you too. Oh, Bal is so nice. He's so cute. I love all these nice people.
If you spank your kids with a belt, that's called abuse.
Yeah.
If you spank your kids with a belt.
I really have an issue with people who just love to spank their kids.
Oh, good. Okay. I was like, is this going out where I thought?
People are vehemently
okay, and I like,
defending-
yeah, okay, I have to say this first, if you don't know from context, but like, I like, especially this is a black man saying this, because this is, especially for the South, but especially from like black culture, a lot of people will claim that spanking kids, hitting kids is part of black culture in the United States. And when people critique them and say that's abuse, they say, nope, it's part of my culture. You're being racist. Please allow me to hit my child. If you tell me I can't, that's being racist because you're controlling my culture. But like, it's still abuse. I don't know. Sorry, but it's no. I'm sorry that that's your culture. Maybe it shouldn't be. Is it your culture for the right reasons? Why is it your culture? You know? Think about that. Where did it come into your culture? I don't know. I don't know if it's there for the right reasons. I don't think it's good. I think you're perpetuating, Siri, maybe perpetuating abuse received by white people that black people receive and then give out that abuse to their own children and perhaps need to stop because it's not your child's fault. Even if you're still upset about, you know, being victims of systemic racism, you can't take that out on your children. You just can't. But but I'm a white person saying that, so it's kind of weird coming from me. Who am I to say that? But I like this is a black man, so let's listen to him.
I've seen so many videos. People have sent me so many videos from this guy specifically. People who have stitched that and are like refuting it and saying, no, you should spank your kids. Baby, if you spank your kids, that tells me you don't know how to communicate. If you spank your kids, I can't trust you with long-term decisions because you don't understand the long-term effects of spanking. If you spank your kids, I'm going to assume you're sadistic and you probably have some problems. If you want to actually learn how to be a good parent and not waste your energy or time beating your kids, but want to actually raise healthy individuals, hit that follow button and look at some more of my content. Also check out the Situational Therapist. He's great.
Let's see what we have. Your mom can pay you from across the map with a sandal. Oh no, see that's not good. That's not good. Girl getting whacked is them showing you love. No. No. It's abuse. It's abuse, guys. It's abuse. It's abuse. It's not good. It's not good. You gotta not do it. You gotta not do it.
Hello,
Parents, they didn't know. Hold on, Sunny. Parents didn't know. Parents didn't know. Tough love, yep. But they didn't. They just didn't know. But it's not good. It's not good. You do some idiot shit, not just some random getting whacked or whatever. Getting whacked is just your childhood. No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. You guys, you're abused. You're abused. It's not good. It's not good. But your parents, they just don't know better. They just don't know better. But now you know better. So cycle stops here. Cycle stops here. No abuse. Anyway, let's listen to what Sunny has to say.
Why I published the video in a TikTok.
She's wearing a nice bit of troublemaker. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
And even though we come from different countries, but I think we are sisters, we are brothers.
Yeah, hi.
Families.
You said what? You're from China?
Do you agree with me? Also, I
yeah.
want to know more about your country, your culture, your people. I think we could know more each other better. Follow me to know more Chinese culture.
Yay! She's nice. That's nice. That's so nice.
Become best friends with a stranger for the day? You want to be best friends for the day? I hardly have any friends. I just moved to Florida.
I mean, yeah, why not? We could do something.
Chat full of troublemakers.
Shoes, baby.
Gotta be on the lookout before you guys start causing trouble. You guys are gonna start trouble on me.
Walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens. I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
There you go.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Ooh, good shot. Eating grass. Together. Oh, enjoying music. Eating good food.
You know, I was at a state in my life where I felt like that was it for me. Like I just felt like I was about to die, you know. And then you walked right up on me, man, you know.
Right.
And you know.
And you knew, you're like, I gotta do this.
Yeah,
Aw, that's so good. That's so nice. That's so nice. Here's Mom watching Lord of the Rings downstairs. Yay!
I'm not trying to
rob you. I'm trying to help you.
Man, you need to turn it up a tad. What did you hear? Speak! It's burning. Like the
She really likes the Gandalf lines.
I can't do the Nazgul scream. Rabbits for rabbits. Do you imagine me reenacting the whole film on my own? I'm sure people would buy tickets for that.
Some accounts do that.
My half cousin once removed on his mother's side. Should have only been seen if I wish, but to disappear entirely. That is a rare gift. So it's just nice crispy bacon. I'm saving some for you, Mr. Photo. Put it out!
Put it out!
Put it out! Oh, that's nice! Give a halfling yell. Oh, dog, Gandalf. Is it left or right?
Left. Yay.
I just realized I've had my dog for over 8 years and have never told her my name.
What? Oh yeah. You know, you never really tell your pets your name, do you?
Disturb you, but Clark, did you know? My name is Chris. I can't with this face.
I think it's just awkward when you like have to introduce yourself.
But you can't call me that. I'm Dad.
Never seen Lord of the Rings? Oh my gosh. Wait, that's what you meant? Oh no, you gotta see Lord of the Rings. Lord, you gotta understand around these parts. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. It's good. It's good. Best movies. Okay.
Fund, which means that I make a tiny amount of money.
Okay,
every time
tell us about
somebody
the creator
watches
fund, Hank.
Very tiny. But after I had my first $1,000 in my little TikTok creator fund place, I made a video.
That's still a
and I
lot,
said,
buddy.
hey, suggest charities and like the one that you like the most in the comments. And the charity that was chosen
Dogs
was
just
the
looked
First
at you,
Nations
yeah.
Development Institute.
Lord of the Rings
this
is
is a
long,
charity
yeah.
I'd never
Lord
heard
of the Rings
but
is
I did
really
some
long,
research on
but
them, and they're awesome. They do a bunch of different things.
First Nations Development Institute. Oh,
really
it's good.
valuable stuff.
Strengthening
So I
American
gave them
Indian
that
economies.
$1,000.
Yay.
They then
Oh, that's
somehow
good.
found out about the TikTok thing. They sent me a really lovely letter. I've
Yeah, Lord of the
continued to
Rings is
stay
long,
up to
but
date
it's
with what they're
it's
doing.
worth
They
it.
sent me
It's
their
worth it.
newsletter.
It's so
And
good.
my TikTok has gotten bigger since then.
Yeah, long
and so
but very
I'm
good.
happy to announce that we
Which is
have
good.
now,
Better than
all
short,
of us
but very
together,
good.
because this was
Really.
your idea, and also it's your watching that's making this money. We have now donated over $35,000, almost $36,000 to the First Nations Development.
Where do you start?
So
with people will say, I mean, just get it's just The Hobbit is questionable. You just get the Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. You can get theatrical releases. Yeah, there's 3 movies. Lord of the Rings is the first one. Or sorry, the Fellowship of the Ring is the first one. The Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, which is easy because it's 2. It's the second one. And then The Return of the King, which, feels like an ending sort of title. So it's also kind of easy to remember, but a lot of Middle Earth stories. Yeah. There's a lot of other content. I mean, Tolkien had a very fleshed out world, and a lot of stuff was published, and a lot of things were published from his son after, who looked at all of his lore and everything and sorted through it to publish things posthumously for his father. So there's lots of different things, and they're always working on building that universe and kind of taking everything that he wrote about and expanding it into film, into different media, I suppose, which is always really cool. Lots of video games and things too, and yeah, lots of stuff. But Fellowship of the Ring is the first movie. The Hobbit trilogy isn't as good. The Lord of the Rings has 3 movies. Fellowship of the Ring is the first one. And a lot of people are like, no, you have to do the extended editions. Those are around 4 hours long. 3 hours is the theatrical release. I'm fine with the theatrical release, to be honest. I should play the games. Not all the games are good. Some of the games are like kind of old. I don't know how well they'll run anymore. They might be a little janky. Yeah, 4 was good though. It's good 4 hours. People marathon all 3 of them extended editions. It's a 12-hour marathon. But they're very good. But yeah, the extended edition, yeah, the extended editions are something. They're pretty hefty. I mean, it's kind of like a double feature when you think about it, because normal movies are 2 hours long, so it's just like watching 2 movies. You can take a little break in the middle. But for But the extended edition doesn't have to be. It's fine to just be gotta be a weekend. Yeah, yeah. It could be a weekend venture, especially if you're not already a fan. The I don't know if you read the books. You can read the books first too if you want, but the movies are solid. I'm okay with people not reading the books, just enjoying the movies. It's still a good story regardless. But yeah, theatrical releases are fine. Like I said, they're 3 hours a movie weekend. They're 3 hours long for the theatrical release, which is still long. I know, long movie, but much more bearable. And the theatrical release is still good. There's nice extras, but the extras in the extended are not necessary for the plot. You can still follow along and enjoy perfectly fine with the theatrical editions. The extended features are mostly for fans who already like it, who want more, and people who read the books who want to see some of their extra scenes. It gives a little bit more context. It gives a little more depth to the experiences the characters go through and the world building, but not required for story. So it's they're reasonable cuts. Book first or movie first? Uh, Depends on if you're a big reader. If you are a big reader and you like fantasy books, then read Lord of the Rings. Otherwise, I say movies is fine. Movies are solid. I mean, if people aren't big readers, they could be movies only because the movies do such a good job of adapting the books. Although for The Hobbit, I do say book first, and like you don't even need to watch the movies. I don't necessarily even recommend them. But I do recommend the book for The Hobbit. Because the writing, so The Hobbit was written for children, so it's interesting because it has a more the narrator has like tone to it, right? It's told in a very narrative style, which is very cute and adds flavor that is part of the narrative rather than just the action. But Lord of the Rings are written for adults. They are more action based. The Hobbit was sort of written to be read aloud to children. uh Tolkien wrote it for his son Christopher, who then grew up to be a historian of his father's works essentially. And the not his full-time job, I don't think, but The Lord of the Rings is written for adults, and it's very much reads like a lot of fantasy books. The narration, there's no particular narrator giving input and flavor to it. And the narrator tone doesn't really transfer well to the movies, I don't think. It kind of does, in the tone of the movies and everything to a certain extent, but it's not the same. So the Hobbit books definitely worth reading. Lord of the Rings books don't really have that tone or any special tone. It's kind of pretty much a standard fantasy. I mean, there's still a lot of great lines and everything, but a lot of the great lines are also delivered in the movies. That tone is able to be delivered in the movies very well, and in fact, the movies excel at perhaps making the tone more accessible and the plots and themes and characterization, everything more accessible if you're not like a really big reader. And if you don't empathize with book characters or really relate to the story, or you have trouble imagining the story or really getting into it and immersed in it, the Lord of the Rings has a lot of description, which can, I know, sometimes deter people if they're not that into it. But the movies kind of are really, really accessible to people. So that's kind of my spiel on that for Lord of the Rings movies versus The Hobbit. And yeah, Hobbit book, Lord of the Rings movies. And then if you like the movies, you can read the books. Or unless you're a big book person, you can just start with the books if you're pretty comfortable with, you're like, I can handle that. But otherwise, movies are good. But for The Hobbit, read The Hobbit because that's a little bit different. It has a little tone. I recommend if you read The Hobbit, read out loud or listen to an audiobook. Because yeah, and that's kind of the way it was written. With the intention of how it was written is out loud. So I think it's better that way. It's not how I read it, but I do think it is a good way to enjoy it. All right, more TikToks. Let's go.
In college, I did my thesis on time perception, and I learned my favorite science story ever, which is how we learned that bees can perceive time. The experiment is pretty straightforward.
What do you mean?
Scientists put sugar water outside of a bee's hive every day at 4 p.m., and soon enough, the bees learn to leave the hive every day at 4 p.m., even when there's no sugar water. Therefore, these bees must be measuring and perceiving time. Whoa, hold your horses. What if the bees are just doing something else, like measuring the angle of the sun? So they did the experiment, again, in the dark this time, and the bees still come out at 4 p.m. Therefore, bees... Well, hold on. What if they're measuring the heat from the sun instead? These
Well,
back and forths
did
kept
they know
happening
that?
until they ended up recreating the experiment underground in a salt mine. And still, people were like, what if they're measuring
Yeah,
the
I was gonna say,
rotation
like,
of
what
the Earth? How do we prove that bees
haven't-
perceive time? Until one scientist did the exact same experiment, not in a salt mine, but in Paris, and then flew the bees to New York City, where they left the hive at 10 in the morning because they had jet lag, because bees perceive time.
Whoa, that's crazy. So are the
Putting
books
a
first?
new-
All right, yeah. Sounds good. Like, that's the way I did it. It was books first. But yeah, because they're good too. And I do recommend starting with The Hobbit, before, because it is the prequel. So if you're doing books first, start with The Hobbit and then go through the Lord of the Rings, I think. Because then you kind of know the backstory a little bit better. And it kind of is a little bit. The Hobbit is like a cuter version, not lower. I mean, I guess technically it's lower stakes. It's like smaller scale, lower stakes, kind of thing. And then you move on to grander. I don't know if you know the difference. So, The Hobbit is I would say The Hobbit is heroic fantasy, whereas Lord of the Rings is epic fantasy, where epic deals with world scale battles and kingdoms and multiple points of view and things like that. And heroic fantasy follows your hero and the hero's journey for that hero. And the hero's journey of Bilbo is really because there's a lot of big world scale things that happen, but we don't switch to their points of view. It's all through Bilbo's eyes. In fact, and I won't spoil things, but it's all really through Bilbo's eyes. So it is definitely heroic fantasy. And so it's smaller scale. And then you sort of build up to Lord of the Rings, which is this epic scale, with larger players, and perspectives compared to The Hobbit. So that's kind of a good progression as well, in terms. Yeah, no spoilers. I mean, it's not like the biggest spoiler in the world. Like, it's not like it's going to ruin anything, but don't want to spoil it. So yeah, I don't want to say it. But you might know what I mean when I'm talking. Once you read it, it's something specific at the end about Bilbo's perspective, making it different than how you would expect a fantasy book to play out. I don't know if people who have read it or watched them. I don't know if you watch the movies. I don't know, because the movies don't stick. The movies turn it into an epic, is part of the issue. They don't keep it a heroic fantasy. They turn it to epic fantasy, to match the tone of Lord of the Rings. But there's definitely a thing that's different from what you would normally expect because it's from Bilbo's perspective. There's one thing in particular I'm thinking of, and I don't know if people know what I'm talking about, but yeah. Okay. Putting a new pet rock on campus every day.
Every day.
Oh my god, this is loud.
Day 23.
You got a friend in me. You got troubles and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't.
That's fine. Oh wait, are those rock? Oh my god, look at them. I thought they were scattering them throughout the campus rather than putting them all together.
Immediately, how they're lying to us. Who? The scientists.
I haven't been lying.
What?
You just haven't been listening. A nerve impulse can travel through your body around 40 to 60 meters per second, which is
Okay,
fast.
yeah, that's pretty
But when
fast.
it comes to something very hot, like so hot that it's burning you, that's not fast enough. Getting to your
That's
brain
fair.
and then back, that can take like 27 milliseconds. You add on
That's a
another
lot of
130 milliseconds to process it in your brain to actually notice that something's happening.
Why is
and
your brain so
decide to move
slow?
your hand. No, you don't have time for any of that. And so what happens is something called a reflex arc. A sensory neuron, that's what's sensing stuff, and it goes to your spine, and it's such an intense signal that it actually short circuit in your spine and heads straight to your motor neuron, which is the thing that actually moves stuff, and you
Oh.
move your hand away from the hot
It's like a
thing
power strip.
before your brain even finds
Like
out
a
that
surge
you touched
protector.
it. And then, this is the wildest part, your brain rewrites history, and it says, I did that, even though it didn't.
How dare it?
You think you did it, but you definitely didn't.
Whoa. Whoa. Man, our brains are lying to
To the
us.
side of TikTok you've never been before. Once you come on in, you'll never leave that door. This is a sign you can relate to a thing or two. I'm a therapist, and I have a message.
This is mentally ill TikTok.
You made it to the place where there isn't any drama.
But it's got
All
a
I'm
fun
here
rap.
to do is help you through your trauma. I got you with depression, anxiety, and motivation. My videos will even teach you how to stop procrastination. Maybe you try to hide it.
Maybe I
pretend
wanna
it isn't
procrastinate.
there, but let's be honest, we all struggle. Life, it isn't fair. As you learn new things, I'll be the first one to cheer. Welcome home. Stay a while. I'm so happy you're here.
That's cute. Yeah, therapist. My brain is gaslighting me into thinking
incredibly niche to your
I
interest, but you think
moved.
would be a meme if it was more widespread. I'm talking something that makes you say, I should make TikToks about this. In fact, I should only make TikToks about this. In fact, every single TikTok I make should include a joke about this. I will begin. So in English, Irish, Scottish, and American folk music, as well as others probably, there's this line in which lovers die and then they turn into plants! It's the same line that has permeated across cultures, and different folk artists have appropriated it.
Yeah, it's true. There are a lot of stories where lovers turn into plants.
But at the end of all these folk songs, lovers are dying, and one's turning into a red, red rose, and the other into a green, green briar, and they're both growing up over the old church wall till they could not grow any higher, till they meet and they tie into true love, not red rose around green briar. Sometimes for all love to admire. And there's lots of variations, but is this not
I feel like you're
great fodder
referencing
for
one
memery?
thing in
The answer is
particular.
No, somebody really should tell me, because I've already made so many TikToks about this, and I'm not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know if it's great for memes, but I like hearing about the story.
Because just by watching this video, you're telling the algorithm that what you want is more
I don't
red rose
recall
green
ever seeing more
and it knows
of red rose greenbrier
will
TikTok.
deliver.
I don't think it did.
I'm definitely gonna get a lot of hate for this, but can we talk about how men of color and white women are?
Oh yeah, we saw a reaction to this before.
The fact that so many of y'all keep on
Okay, here's
tagging me in
another
this
guy
damn
reacting.
video as if I disagree, to me
Let's see
it
what he
speaks
has to say.
volumes, right? All she's saying is that white men and black men.
How many books did Tolkien make? Tolkien published. Oh, let me check my bookshelf. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 books. 5. 5? 5. No. At least 5. Sorry. Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, The Silmarillion are solids. The Book of Lost Tales and Unfinished Tales. I don't know I don't know that he published them. I kind of forget. It says yeah, he didn't publish them. Christopher, his son, published them. Oh no, wait, he did publish some more. Well, he was a scholar. He was an academic. He was a linguist of Germanic linguistics. Though he dabbled in some Celtic stuff too. And he did Germanic linguistics. So some of them might be academic books that he published, depending on what they are. There's also like letters. People have published his letters, or some essays, I think, things like that. So there are some other things that have nothing to do with Lord of the Rings that he did publish. He definitely published a lot of articles, and like an academic does, a scholar does. So that kind of messes in with it as well. Just like other writers, like Jacob Grimm from Grimm's Fairy Tales was a linguist, and so he actually has a lot of linguistics things to his name, in addition to Grimm's Fairy Tales. So if you're like, whoa, how many books of fairy tales did he write? He was a scholar, so he has other works to his name that have to do with like Germanic linguistics, much like Tolkien actually. So yeah, Tolkien didn't actually write very much, to be honest, for like the length of his career. But he did flesh out his world immensely, and he wrote a lot of stories that he did not publish. And that was Christopher went through and published them afterwards. And they're still coming out with them because people, his estate has access to his works, and they're working on, compiling them and editing the stories for publication too. Should you read before the movies? The Hobbit, The Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and The Return of the King are the ones that are The Hobbit, and then The Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King. Those are the 3 books in the Lord of the Rings. All the others are sort of extra. The Silmarillion is Rings of Power, the Amazon series takes from that. It's really, really dense, really boring, very dry. It's like a history book of Middle Earth, kind of. It's not written for entertainment purposes. It's written for educational purposes, I would say, about his world that he created. So it's really rough. There's a lot of memes about how people have trouble getting through it. It's not for storytelling consumption, really. It's kind of almost a reference. Like I said, it's an educational book, like a history book, textbook, essentially. But yeah, those. Okay, good. Yeah, read them. They're good. Okay. White women, black men. Let's see what this black man has to say. Are they the same?
Oppressors. That's simple. And it's obvious a lot of y'all don't know this, but it's entire parts of the library that's dedicated to this oppressor-ass position called intersectionality. Intersectionality is literally the study about how different systems of oppression are intersected and interconnected. In simplistic terms, intersectionality is literally birthed out of black women being marginalized by both white women and black men. And they were saying exactly what that young woman was saying, that us black men love to center our masculinity and our maleness when it comes to dealing with racial dialogue, and how white women love to center their whiteness and their femininity when it comes to dealing with feminism and womanism. That's some oppressor-ass shit. In conclusion, only a hit roof hollers, and usually the one that roofs is the one that it hit, you know? If it don't apply, then let it fly.
Right. Okay, yeah, I guess that last part. But yeah, a nice reminder, intersectionality exists. But again, these people are talking about it in terms of just gender and race, but there are many other types of oppressed and oppressor things. I even talked earlier, right, about the English and the Irish, for instance, is something people forget about. Even though they're both white, they're still an oppressed and oppressor. And then, there is a history of that as well with the Irish in the United States, among other cultures who immigrated to the United States. Uh, and um and income levels, right? Like in some situations a black woman might be the oppressor to a white woman, if income is the key factor in the particular situation. Religion might also come into play frequently. Sexuality, right? um if sometimes a gay white man might be the oppressor to a straight black woman, but other times, if it is in a situation where, if it's like in the church, for instance, a Catholic church, perhaps the straight black woman will have more power over the gay white man, if it's in terms of talking about sexuality or something that applies to sexuality. So it always depends on the situation. There's so many different types of oppressed oppressor situations, or targeted groups, or marginalized groups, or whatever the case might be, groups in or out of favor, based on not just those metrics but so many other things. And it very much is situational as well. The community involved is not always the national community. Sometimes there are localized communities in certain spaces, and sometimes a group that might be marginalized nationally might be not marginalized in that specific space. Or if you go to other countries, for instance, um, like you go to Japan, and if people say, "Oh, well, this is like," because not everyone is racist to like white people or foreigners in Japan, right? But like, if you go there and people say, "Well, you can't be racist to white people," maybe in Japan you can't be, because they're not predominantly white. So it's not as straightforward as people make it out to be. So like, and our concepts of race are very modern anyway, and we have defined these situations. They're not inherent or natural, in terms of like not being negotiable, and just kind of, remembering that they're all situational. It's all about community. It's all about who has power and who does not have power, and the situation that you're involved in, and who is wielding or not wielding power in a particular situation, and a particular environment and community. And sometimes those are different, but it's also very complicated because you're never just looking at one metric, you're always looking at many metrics. And that community, although might be that community, but it's part of a larger national community and a part of a larger international community, and they all sort of reflect and put pressures on each other as well. So no community is even isolated from other communities that it is a part of or tangential to, or people aren't isolated. People aren't part of one community, they're part of many communities, and they bring different baggage from other communities into this other community, and it's very complicated. And oversimplifying things can make it be very difficult. So always kind of consider issue by issue. What are you talking about, and what is the issue, and what factors, identity factors, come into play for that issue, and what is the community being involved in it, and kind of really looking at it, a little bit more, uh, carefully, I guess. I don't know. I saw something recently a while ago. This reminded me, I was thinking of like streaming and like VTubers and stuff. I saw a post that was saying how like white dominated VTubing is, and streaming is in general, and VTubing, which I thought was very interesting. Because I feel like a lot of big streamers and a lot of big VTubers aren't white. So I thought it was weird to consider it being white dominated as well. But I don't know, that has nothing really to do with this. But again, kind of within the communities, I was like, is it though, or are you just making assumptions? And because the image they showed, or no, they said it was all straight and white, and I'm like, really? And they showed an image of a bunch of VTubers, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure 4 of them out of like the 5 or 6 you show, like 4 or 5 of them are not straight. I don't know about the other one. And I think at least 3 of them are Asian, and another one is like another race. Like I'm like, I don't know what you mean when you show this picture of all these VTubers and say it's very straight white dominated community. I'm like, what do you mean? These these are all creators of color who are LGBTQ. What do you mean? This is a weird argument to make. Don't know I don't know what you mean. I think you're projecting. I think their models have paler skin, so you assume that they're white, and I think that you are attracted to them in a heterosexual way, so you assume that they are also straight. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. I was like, this is a weird comment to make, especially using this image. I was like, yeah, sure, there are some people in this that you showed in this picture who are white and who are straight. They're not the same person. Also, no one here is straight and white. I don't know what you mean. I know I am straight and white, but look, I am not dominating the VTuber community. It was weird. It was weird. I was like, that's a weird thing. I think you're making a lot of weird assumptions when you're making that statement. And it's really rude to the people in the image when you're saying this and like presenting them as being straight and white when a lot of these people are neither straight or white. Just saying. It's kind of insulting to them. And you're trying to be not racist. You're virtue signaling, but you're actually being racist by suggesting that these creators of color are white and that these, people of various sexual orientations are all straight. Like that's a weird thing to do. Weird thing to do. I didn't like it. It was weird. Anyway, there's lots of different identities, and it's not very simple and straightforward. And communities are varied and crazy and weird, and like, yeah. Anyway, that's the point of that. Anyway, let's continue.
I collect VHS tapes and I specifically look for animation. And I think most people know about the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
We end up remembering things very differently compared to reality, but now I'm not so sure about what is the truth.
Oh my gosh, look, it does, and I want to pause it, but I just adjusted the volume, so I can't. Oh my god, okay. I hate how my volume bar, can I move my volume bar?
We end up remembering things very differently compared to reality, but now I'm not so sure about what is the truth.
Okay. Yeah, see, so the Mandela effect with this is that it's supposed to be the Berenstein Bears. I wonder, she could have printed this and put it on the label on a VHS, to be fair. To be fair, she could have done this. She could have just printed this. But it's interesting, yeah. If people aren't familiar with the Mandela effect, of course, called Mandela. A lot of people say the Mandala effect because they're a little bit racist. And they're like, oh, this sounds like some hippy dippy thing, so I'll pull from Buddhist iconography because I also think that's hippy dippy because I'm not very educated, and so they pull that and they're like, oh yes, mandalas, that's what this is because that's a word related to sort of stuff and magical oriented stuff, and so they pull that, and that's a little bit, I mean, I know it's an easy word association to make, but it is a little bit racially insensitive, I will say. Anyway, or religiously insensitive. But anyway, regardless, the Mandela effect, of course, was because named after Nelson Mandela. When he died, a lot of people thought he had already died, and so, I mean, it's true for a lot of celebrities, and so it was named after that. The concept that having a wide scale belief that is not true is the Mandela effect. And popular one with Berenstein Bears is that it is actually the Berenstain Bears. That's actually an I. And everyone thought it was the Berenstain Bears, but it was actually the Berenstain Bears, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, whoa, mind blown. Hasn't been that the whole time?" And that's, of course, the Mandela effect. Everyone having this sort of mass delusion of Berenstain Bears. But of course here it says Berenstain, so people aren't misremembering. They might have just seen this, but imagine someone went around changing the labels just to fuck with people. Yeah, maybe that could be it too. You learn in school that the man died in prison. Yeah, I mean, but that could probably be from teachers. Did he die in prison? I don't think he died in prison, but I mean, I don't know if he was still imprisoned or not. I don't think so. But people, when he died, people said, I thought he had died in prison previously, because he had I don't exactly know what happened to the end of his life. I'm not entirely certain. Feel bad. Um, but um yeah, people said he had died in prison, and a lot of people had taught that, but he apparently had become president. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of the time frame on that. I kind of like I learned it before, but I'm not always. I don't remember it. I'm sorry. Um, but yeah, uh but everyone thought he had died before. And yeah, some people have been taught that. But the thing is, people were probably taught that because teachers were under the assumption that that had been the case too, because they had been fallen to the Mandela effect. Because it's not like teaching, like nowadays anyone can just double check things online. You can look up information, but information was a lot harder to look up in like the 80s and 90s. So a lot of teachers during those time periods, like if they, had a bad recollection, it's going to be harder for them to go to the library and look up every little thing. So, they might have taught incorrect information if it wasn't something, they had easily accessible and, written down. They might have been incorrect on some things. Because, like, I grew up with a lot of teachers who, even later, when they could have probably looked stuff up a little bit easier, they were saying incorrect information. And, but, they were older, and not everyone was even older people now aren't super, internet savvy or naturally look things up on the internet if they don't know something. But I know people who are taught a lot of incorrect information from teachers. And as I have been taught in the past as well. So, except for medical symptoms. Oh yeah, you don't want to look up those. You don't want to look up those. And I don't know if old people do or not, but I mean, probably, maybe. I don't know. You should never look those up. I mean, a little bit, but not too much. Anyway, some more TikToks. Let's go.
What is actual reality?
When my mom forgets a word, she is a master of coming up with new words that nobody asks for. Which is cute till you go out to dinner with her and she takes that show on the road. We were at Chili's and this is what she asked the waiter. She goes, I didn't see it in the menu, but I know you have it. It's like pork lollipops.
What?
And I go, no. That can't be what you want. What? And she's like,
what?
A pork pop. Mom, you're making everybody feel weird.
What is a pork lollipop?
Because pork lollipops don't exist.
I don't know if I get this one.
Because if they did, they would be horrifying. And now she's just messing with
like
me. She's
kebab?
Like, oh, pixicles. No, pork sticks. Please just get a burger. She's like, no, I know they have it. It's like a pig xylophone.
Oh.
Do you mean ribs? You got to xylophone before you got to ribs? Ribs. Yeah, you want to share some ribs? No. Well...
That's wild, calling ribs a pork lollipop. Corn dogs. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would have been good too. You know what? That's closer. That's not actually, I mean, it's pretty far off from ribs, but it's closer than a kebab, I think. Maybe. Something cold. Yeah, Google will tell you. Yeah. It's according to Google, everything's you're gonna die immediately. Call ribs pork lollipops from now on. Yeah. How do you figure out? Well, when they said xylophone, that's like, oh, okay. I have my pork laid out flat in front of me in vertical slats. Okay, that's a little bit, that makes sense. Because even the cartoons, like the skeletons will play like their ribs like a xylophone. That one's fine. But the pork lollipop, I don't know how you get. I don't know how you get pork lollipop from that. Like, how did? I mean, I get she's not a native English speaker, so she's struggling for, expressing her thoughts in words that she can use. But I would never think of ribs and think, how can I convey this? Pork lollipop. Like, You want to play a tune while you eat. That's your first thought. Oh, yeah. No, it's like a xylophone in terms of its appearance, not in terms of its use, I suppose. But yeah, how do you know?
From the dragons. How
Oh,
cool are you? And by
that's
dragons,
cool.
I mean like the
What do the
spiritual
dragons have to say? I
dragons
think
that
I like
exist
this
on
just
higher
because that I have a
planes,
message
just
from
like
the
angels do,
dragons,
for
and I was like,
example.
wow.
They exist.
This reminds
Whether
me
or
of
not you're
American
aware of
Dragon
them,
Jake
they are
Long.
certainly aware of you, and they've got your back.
That
They're
was a
telling me
good
that you're
show.
working
Anyone
on
else watch
manifesting something really big
watch
right
Jake
now. You're
Long? That was
frustrated
good.
because it hasn't come into fruition yet. Is this resonating? Let me know. But they're promising that you will find the results that you seek. You just gotta keep
Yay.
going and take
That's good.
daily action. You've
Great.
still got some
It's from
trials
years
ahead of
ago,
you,
man.
but they are supporting you.
This
And
is so
they're also
vague.
telling
This
me that
is
you're
how
dealing
a lot
with
of these
some
tarot
lingering
readers
grief,
work.
and that's gonna need
I
to
mean,
be
a tarot's
released
not
in
meant
order
to
bring in what it is that you
predict
like.
your
They
future.
can see into your energy, and they're telling me that you're still kind of like entrenched in toxic patterns.
You missed those old
They're
shows. Yeah,
preventing
good show.
your
Yeah.
manifestations from coming
Yeah.
into fruition right now.
I think I just like
However,
this when
they
she's
wanna
like, you have a
remind
message from
that
the
you are a
dragons, and I'm like,
powerful,
hell yeah.
magical spiritual being.
What do the
Once you
dragons have to
recognize
tell
that,
me?
all the obstacles in your path, they're just
Way
gonna
better than
dissolve.
just being like, I have a tarot reading for you. Instead, she's like, I have a message for the dragons, and I'm like, I'm
In
listening.
this mountain town of Big Bear, California,
Oh,
lies
this
a
isn't
group
Big
of
Bear.
themed cottages called Castlewood. They have the most fantastical rooms like Castle Garden, Enchanted Forest, Woodland Treehouse, Haunted Manor,
Ooh.
the Crystal Cave,
Haunted Manor?
and more.
What?
Don't
is that the
forget to
Haunted
stop into
Manor?
the gift shop to take a piece of the fantasy home with you.
That's cool. A little much, I think, for me, but maybe it's fine if you're in the mood for it. Oh, whoa, they even have outfits. That's a little much.
Hey children, I'm leaving. Penny, you're in charge because you're the oldest, but also because Salem.
He looks like my cat a little bit that I had.
Be good. Salem, do you want to hold hands until
Oh,
Dad
now
gets
he's
back?
playing his pet.
I could really use a friend right now. What are you doing?
Oh, the music, too.
Stop.
Your friends always try to get to go to Big Bear, but you never went. Ah. Yeah, I've never been either. Just a random sneeze.
Knock it off. Shut up. I can smell your corn shit paws from here. Okay, that's actually one of my best qualities. I'm really proud of that smell. God, you're so naughty. I wish you'd never been born. But also, you're my best friend. And I'm also secretly in love with you.
What? This is a weird fanfic he's writing about his pets.
I'm gonna go find something to steal.
Okay. Alright, so then we still have also, that was the ones that are, hold on. Oops, not what I want. Those were the ones that I could download. So now we also have the ones that I had to record instead. Okay. How long is this? 8 minutes. Okay. That's not too bad. Okay. Here we go. Yep, it's not over. We're almost done though. We're almost done. Okay. Here we go. What is this? This is a really good cosplay.
Hey, so even if you don't like my content, can you please interact with this, because there's someone out there that will, and TikTok right now
That looks
is
really good.
basically just keeping me hidden under the stairs like Harry Potter.
Yeah, I normally hate,
Hey,
or not hate, but I don't like these like stream that never ends. I just need to get through this because I don't want to be in the middle of one of these videos and have to find my place again. So it'll be over soon. I just got to react to the TikToks. But then we won't do a TikTok reaction for a while again. I kind of just wanted to, while like everyone's on like, TikTok minded lately, I kind of wanted to just, react while it's in everyone's minds. Okay. The Yeah, I normally hated the like, but you know, everyone can go if you have to go. You don't have to stay. But the all those audios that are like, oh, TikTok isn't sending my TikToks out to people. I'm not getting anyone seeing me. Please like this and comment and share so people see me. That feels like a little like, you know, asking for attention. Oh yeah, the song that never ends. Yeah, it's like the stream that never ends. Yeah. Well, it'll be over. It will end. It will end soon. But I normally don't like those audios, but that was a really good cosplay though, is the thing. This is a good cosplay. Like I like that. That's pretty solid.
And TikTok right now is basically just keeping me
That looks
hidden
really
under the
good.
stairs like Harry Potter. Thank you.
So I like that. So I liked it.
Oh, no, 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 no sabes ta. Oh, no, 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 no sabes ta.
Short and sweet. Nice little
Repeat after me. Okay.
something nice.
Setting a boundary is an act of self-love, of a selfish monster. Why? Because. Explain. Because. Let's try again. Okay. I will love myself. I will love myself because I am enough. If I earn it.
Oh, I want that to be if I am enough.
Repeat after me.
I'm pretty good with boundaries. I've talked about some of them, like with my streaming boundaries and stuff, but I don't know if I always was, or if that was something that I developed better over time. I don't really know. But the if I earn it thing, that is kind of true. I do hold myself to that part. Oh, I didn't unmute it. Uh-oh, did I not unmute the... Oh no, right, it's because this one doesn't have audio, I remember. When I earn it, yeah. Except again, to me it should say when I am enough, and I don't know about earning, but when I am enough, I will be enough, you know?
This to you. Who didn't? Repeat after me.
Okay, we gotta read. Some of you know when my mother forgets a word, she's a queen of coming up with new words that aren't bound by the laws of English. Okay. And usually they're fun, but sometimes they're terrifying. I was like 15 when this happened, but she ran in from the backyard kind of panicked and was like, you need to be careful when you're out there. I just saw one of those, you know, like a spider lobster. And I was like, I was trying to do my homework, but you said, you saw what? Spider lobster. I forget what it's called. And I was like, I'm going to need you to think harder because I can't sleep with a spider lobster outside. Okay, wait. It's going to get me. Okay, what is a spider lobster? You have no idea what she means by this either. And she's like, picture like a crab who's just a total asshole. So I was like, okay, I can take an asshole crab 1v1, but a spider lobster? That'll beat me in a cage match. And I think it'll drag me to hell after. A crab? Yeah, See, it's already a crab, but a total asshole crab. That. Then I visualized a spider lobster in my head, and I was like, Mom, do you mean a scorpion? Because scorpion in Spanish is just escorpion. And she's like, right. We have scorpion. I was like, yeah, okay, wait, hey, scorpions? Yeah, it's a little concerning too. Spider lobster is concerning, but so is scorpion. Folk Magic Friday!
Because this week I'm going to talk about hagstones.
Hagstones.
Hagstones are stones often made of flint, which have a natural hole through them. They've been used in folk magical traditions throughout the world as an amulet for a variety of purposes.
Cool.
Hagstones were once hung in
fun
barns
with
to protect
rocks.
cattle from being targeted by harmful witchcraft, and may be hung up in the home or worn around the neck today for the same purposes and protection against the evil eye. It is this belief in the power against witches that earned them the name hagstone. These curious amulets have also been known as holy stones and adder stones, gaining that last name in part from the belief that they were created by
holy stones, because they're like protective and almost like holy balls because they have holes.
And because
adder
of this
stones
are believed to protect people from the attacks and venom of snakes. Hagstones also allow people to glimpse into the other world.
Oh wait, what did he say about the first thing?
Of writhing serpents, and because of this,
they're created by groups of writhing serpents. What?
Hagstones also allow people to.
That's crazy to imagine them making holes in the rocks. If they're writhing.
And they have been hung upon
it's only a spider lobster now.
And fidelity.
I don't know. I think scorpion's a good word for what it is, though.
Filter only works on things that are alive. Oh hell no.
I mean, it just works on faces. But, you know, it's funny anyway.
I used to do this as a kid all the time.
Okay, so she used to do it as a kid.
Blow harder.
Yeah, the controlling the wind thing.
Harder. Harder. Okay, it's not not as impressive as it was when I was a kid.
Yeah, kind of like a whole new language. Everything's something else. Pork lollipops and spider lobsters, horse tornadoes.
That I was some kind of a witch.
Wait, she convinced everyone in elementary school she controlled the wind?
The only one who did this. I can't be. I refuse to believe.
Well, that's crazy. I like to stand out like when a storm is coming and the wind's picking up, and I would like, I don't know, just kind of like pretend I'm directing the wind, but I never really thought I was. You're just kind of having fun with it. That's why I always thought like I would be I like airbender, an avatar. Uh One, because like I like their martial arts style. Like Bagua is a really cool martial art, even though it's the most modern of all of the ones that Avatar is based off of. Unfortunately, because I like ancient things, so I value. It's just so modern. Bagua is so modern. You look it up and they're like, here's a photograph of the dude that made it, and you're like, I don't know, man. But I like the like circle vibes of it. Seems really cool, but it's not. It's kind of like how like water bending is based on Tai Chi, which is more about energy centering, less about like fighting. Bagua is kind of the same thing. A lot of it's very like meditative compared to actually it's like used a little bit of fighting, but it's less fighting than like what are the others? What earthbending is praying mantis style kung fu, right? Southern kung fu, and I think firebending is northern Shaolin kung fu. Yes, right? So I think but regardless of that, I think I'm still a firebender, unfortunately. I'd like to be an airbender, but I don't think I am. I think I'm a firebender. But, that's okay. That's okay. It's one of those things where you just aren't what you want to be, and you gotta accept who you are. I'm a firebender. Though the Earth Nation is by far the best place to live, right? We can all agree. Like Bossing Say and those, and not even just Bossing Say, but like all the Earth Nation cities are like pretty cool. What fighting style would my army utilize? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Cabbages. Yep. Yep. Really the best place to live is wherever a cabbage guy is when you think about it. But yeah, anyway. What's like abandoned amusement park near San Diego. That's cool. I love abandoned places in urban exploration. I love it. Love, 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 love. What, does that say Johnny was here? Johnny was here. Oh my gosh, so loud. Stop being loud. Oh, that was it. Okay.
Hogwarts houses are really just how you dealt with trauma as a child.
Okay.
Are accommodators.
Fire Nation spies. Oh yeah, with the cabbage salesman guy.
Gryffindors are aggressors.
Okay, wait. What is she saying?
Houses are really just how you dealt with trauma as
okay,
a child.
how you dealt with trauma.
Hufflepuffs are accommodators.
Hufflepuffs.
Yell at them and they'll be quiet in the hopes that you stop yelling.
Hey, Hufflepuffs. I'm a Gryffindor. Let's see.
Gryffindors are aggressors. Yell at them and they'll yell right back.
Depends, but it depends on the situation. But yes. Or if I don't yell back at the person, I will go complain about it. Which is kind of like yelling just at other people. You're a Hufflepuff. Just stop. I hope it goes away. Yeah. Gryffindor, yell back. Now, some people I did yell back at, like in my family. But most other people I don't yell at. I don't think I've yelled at like people outside of my family, and normal people in life are like, wow, I cannot imagine you yelling at anyone. But like I yell at my family a lot because I have some pretty, bad people. Not bad people, but sort of in my family sometimes. They deserve to be out. Don't worry. It's deserved. It's deserved. More than deserved. Trust me. Rarely do you yell back. You try to diffuse by being quiet. I see. Yeah, I know. Weird autocorrect. Autocorrect sometimes, man. But yeah. Let's see Ravenclaw and Slytherin.
Are the escapers. Yell at them and they're putting on headphones. And Slytherin,
so they don't just stay quiet and hope it stops. They like stay quiet and distract themselves. Yeah, not really. Like, I mean, I will go read that. But that's not ideal. My escapism is unrelated to the conflict. Autocorrect has been on one. Yeah, I go through times like that too, where you're like, oh my god, why can I not type anything correctly? Alright, Slytherin, what's
Are the
Slytherin?
Avengers. Yell at them and you'll regret it.
Ooh, okay. Yell at them and you regret it. Alright. This one was weird. The link wouldn't work. Or no, not the link wouldn't work, but like it wouldn't I popped them out into a viewer rather than looking at it in the app. And you go up to the dot up here and you pop it out in TikTok viewer. But this video, I remember when I was recording it, it wouldn't let me pop it out into the viewer for some reason. I don't know why. TikTok's been kind of janky since it came back. It came back, but it came back wrong, guys. TikTok died and then it came back, but it came back wrong. Didn't come back right. Well, imagine that. TikTok comes back, but it's like a different TikTok, like alternate reality TikTok. It's not quite right anymore. Everyone on there is a little bit different. It's not the version of them in real life. It's a different version of everyone. Kind of weird. And that's why Show doesn't say that he's the CEO of TikTok anymore, and it just says TikTok because he's come back a little bit wrong.
So you know how in school you learn that the Earth looks like this? It doesn't. It looks like this. See those two gigantic blobs? They are
Yeah, what are they?
Blobs. They are larger than continents. And if
well, yeah. Mantle's really deep.
So tall, the International Space Station would have to steer around them.
Whoa.
These blobs might be old piles of the Earth's crust. They might be something left over from the Earth's formation. We know they're there because seismic waves from
piles of crust. How did it get in there?
Some researchers think the blobs might fuel hotspot volcanoes like the ones in Hawaii. Others think they may have powered super volcanoes. To know for sure, we need to know what the blobs are.
What are they? Yeah, that's what's.
We just know they're there. Seismic wave studies haven't been that conclusive. So for now, all we know is that they're there, just messing with our conception.
Thought there was flat. Got blobs in it. Well, that's crazy. It's always a fun reminder that that science doesn't know as much as people think. You remember seeing the video? You generally want to know what they are. Yeah, right? Like we don't know as much. People think science like has solved everything, and it has not. It has not. There are a lot of very, very important questions about very simple things that in previous history people took for granted or never even thought to ask. And now like science uncovers those questions and it hasn't solved the questions. And like we're like, wow, I thought I knew what reality was, but now I don't. I never even thought to question a reality in the past, but now that you mention it, what the heck? Blobs are large sections where the dinos live. Maybe if they're old sections of no, they would have predated the dinosaurs. So they're from the ancient aliens, obviously. Anyway, what's a thought that freaks you out the more you think about it? Let's see.
What's a thought
Is it a
that
stitch?
freaks
So
you
what
out
does a
the
stitch
more you
say?
think about it?
Feral people. There are feral people living in our national parks. In 2021, there are feral people that are cannibals living in our national parks. Since I have learned this, I have not stopped thinking about it. I love to go outside. I love to go hiking. I will probably never go to a national park for the rest of my life because I am absolutely
There a feral person out there who eat you?
Of being eaten by a feral person. I've
Whoa,
gone down some
Bigfoot.
rabbit holes on this, and I can't.
I think this is different. This is different. This isn't Bigfoot. But maybe people see them and think it's Bigfoot. You have a witch wound. What is a witch wound? This is something we carry from our past lives and our DNA from our ancestors. Okay, I don't believe that, but it's fine. Do you hate chokers and turtlenecks? Do you know you're here for a purpose, but something's holding you back? Do you make yourself blend in, not to draw attention to yourself? Do you have sore throats a lot or history of lung problems? Do you have a hard time trusting the ones you love? Do you tend to bite your tongue and not express your opinions to avoid causing conflict? If any of these resonate with you, then you could just have a witch wound. It's time for us to heal. It's time. Okay. Oh, no longer. Oh, so this is specific for wounds. Okay, because I've heard that before. Apparently, we have cannibals in our parks. I don't know. It was really funny when I was recording this video. Right, I had it pulled up, and of course, I could see what it was about. And this is where I have a big scratch down my thumb. That's been kind of sore for like since yesterday. It is healing. Don't worry, it's fine. But like, I didn't know where I got it or when I got it, and I only noticed it when I was sitting here yesterday recording this video. And I was like, wow, I like did it. I like just brushed my handle on my shirt and I'm like, oh wait, that hurts. And I looked at it and I was like, wait, why do I have this scratch? Where did I get this scratch from? I do not remember scratching myself. And and it was just when they were talking about these. So I don't know what that's about, but go for a cannibal hunt. No, it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Gotta stay in and stay safe. No need to go out. But yeah, so wait, so this would be, so there's the premise that like things that happen in your life now, like trauma that you have that you can't quite explain, or like things you dislike, have to do with how you died in a past life, right? Um, like if you don't like swimming, then maybe you drowned, type of thing, or like phobias you have to do with how you died in a past life or something like that, right? But this is specifically for witches, I think, like ways witches would have died. So do you hate chokers and turtlenecks? Okay, so that'd be like maybe if they were hung. Do you know you're here for purpose, but something's holding you back? You make yourself blend in. Oh, because like they want to blend in, not gain attention, like they would like during a witch hunt or something like that. Do you have sore throats a lot or history of lung problems? Oh, so that might be from like either hanging maybe again, or maybe breathing the fire from like burning from burning witches. You have a hard time trusting the ones you loved. Oh, because they would have been turned in by people. Do you tend to bite your tongue and not express your opinions to avoid causing conflict? Ah, yeah, the same. Trying to blend in, lie low, because they were executed in a past life. Yeah, so those would be the deaths that witches experience, if those things are true. That's kind of, I don't believe it, but I like it. Yeah, it's probably burning. I like the idea. It's a fun idea. I don't believe it, but it's a fun idea. Okay. Finally safe. Time to be our truest self. Okay, yeah, you be yourself. You be your truest self. What does she have to say?
Okay, if you're a fan of Harry Potter, stay here for a second, because I just remembered one of my favorite things to think about, and I promise you're going to want to think about it too.
Okay.
So there are two female characters born in 1951 and sorted into Slytherin, which means there's about a 75% chance that these two women shared a dorm room for 7 years.
Really? Well, no, because if they're born in the same year and both sorted in the same house, like according to Harry Potter, I don't know. I know we have numbers. Like I think J.K. Rowling has given numbers for like how many people go to Hogwarts, but they don't make sense because Harry has like 6 people in his dorm in his year, and they all live in the same room as far as we can tell, right? It's Harry, Ron, Seamus, Neville, Dean, and maybe that's it. Actually, maybe there's only 5 of them. I forget. Am I forgetting someone? Anyway, I think there's like 5 of them. And so, but maybe they have like a small little cohort. But and like what there's Parvati, right? Or is it Padma that's in, I think Padma's the Ravenclaw and Parvati's the Gryffindor. And then Lavender, Hermione, and maybe another girl that I'm blanking on. So there's like maybe 4 girls. So like the 5 doesn't seem like an odd number for Gryffindors. But maybe some houses are bigger than others, maybe. But for Slytherin's definitely not going to be one of the biggest ones, though. So I don't know why there's a 75%. There's probably a 100% chance that they are were in the same dorm if they're born in the same year, both in Slytherin. But I mean, who is it? Who was living together?
And they are
Tell us.
Bellatrix Lestrange and Rita Skeeter, and I love that so much.
That's really chaotic.
If you really live in like the world of my
Wow.
wildest dreams. We don't know when Dolores Umbridge was born, but she's around their age and was also in Slytherin. I want so badly for the 3 of them to be
that especially Rita Skeeter and wait, that's actually crazy if Rita Skeeter and Umbridge were like grew up together when you think about it.
I love Marauders stuff, but I want to see content about this.
That's actually crazy.
I want to read a fanfic about adult Dolores Umbridge sitting in her office at Hogwarts. She pulls out the Daily Prophet, sees that Bellatrix has escaped Azkaban, and like shits her pants.
Okay. So it's fun to think about because the Harry Potter world is really so small, right? Like, you know, there aren't, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of weird because she writes it like it's very small, but like in theory, you have like hundreds of people at Hogwarts at any given time, right? And they're all from different families. So there are hundreds and thousands of families of witches and wizards in Britain alone, right? But like it seems like the world is so small because she actually doesn't flesh out and develop the world very well. Because like what are all their careers? Like we only have a couple wizarding like sections of commerce, right? Like Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, and there's not all that many other places as far as we're aware, I guess. And she doesn't really show us a lot of other places or make us aware that they exist. And like even the people we know who have stores, like Fred and George, they start their store in Diagon Alley. So like, you know, we aren't really given the fact that there are other shopping centers. You know, you can do research, you can be a professor, but Hogwarts is the only school, so there's not many spots for that. You can work for the ministry. There are plenty of ministry jobs. I guess we're shown many potential ministry jobs, bureaucratic stuff. But then, like, because the size of the ministry is very large, and even Arthur works for the ministry, so you know we aren't given a lot of like and oh, I guess we're given Charlie works with dragons abroad. But that's abroad, but like within Britain, like we aren't given that many. Because doesn't Bill work for the ministry too, right? And so like we aren't given that many options for like what careers are, and like careers then kind of show, you know, like I guess we have Quidditch players, we have reporters, but like still not very many careers, and the careers show like how fleshed out their society is, right, and how their society functions. But we don't have that many, and so it's like in theory we have a lot of adults. What are they doing? What are their jobs? And they're not interacting with muggles, right? Because it's very clear it's pretty isolated. They keep it separate. So I don't know what all his careers are, but you know, it does feel like the wizarding world is very small. Considering everyone goes to Hogwarts. So everyone who is a witch or wizard, a magic person who is around the same age in Britain would have been at Hogwarts at the same time. So like so many people know each other, right? Like which makes it be a very small world within like at least a specific age group, which is kind of crazy. So if you look at people in Harry Potter and you're like, "Oh, they're roughly the same age. They know each other. They went to school together for like all their teenage years," like which is kind of crazy. Anyway, what is this?
Okay, if you're seeing this on your FYP, I need you to do me a super quick favor. I seem to be finding my way back onto the FYP of rude, ignorant people again.
Sometimes you see this. I don't know if I always believe it, but sometimes it's nice to just believe it, you know, and be like
anything. Person, food, a song,
you know,
a video game, sea creature, your favorite place to go ghost hunting.
Those are all fun things to talk about.
The only caveat here is that we keep things positive.
Okay, fair enough.
No negativity allowed, because as you see in my bio, I delete all negative comments as soon as I see them. I'll get us started. I love this planter.
Another dinosaur.
It's a Plantersaurus Rex.
Okay.
Your turn.
All right, yeah. Oh, another. This is I remember this cosplay. The Teddy Lupin cosplay. Oh, it's so cute. I think it works with the audio too. Okay, that's the end of the video. No, stop. Don't play it again. I remember that Teddy Lupin. I'm not a big fan of like any next generation stuff, and you know, like I mostly know the single generation of Harry Potter and a lot of the fan content. I was really into like the Harry Potter fandom stuff in like 2010, right? With like Wizard Rock and with like a Harry Potter musical, and what else was happening? Of course, you know, people were writing fan fiction, people were making Harry Potter videos. Yeah, they're so like oh my gosh, the Harry Potter fandom like popped off on making on taking the original source material and making it its own. It really went out of control. So that's why I think it's okay to still be a Harry Potter fan, because the fandom really appropriated the material from J.K. Rowling a long time ago. A long time ago. But I don't engage with any of the other like newer stuff, the like Fantastic Beasts series and with um the what is it, the Cursed Child, the you know next gen sort of stuff. I don't, and I'm not even a big fan. I know the Marauder stuff is all fan driven. I'm not really a huge fan of that stuff though, because a lot of it that's just kind of like I don't know, it's just people who are really into fetishizing BL stuff, and I'm not really super into that the way they are. So but yeah, I but I like the original stuff and the fan created stuff of the original stuff. But that Teddy Lupin cosplay was really good and really cute and kind of worked. I could see that for the character. I really liked it, so that's why I like that video. I remember that one. That one I remember because it stuck out. I was like, ooh, that works so cute. I like it was good acting, good. I liked it. So okay, let's go back. Anyway, that is it then. That is it. That concludes our TikTok reaction end our stream for today. Hooray, finally, we can all go. My battery on my phone is running down. I said short stream, and it is over 5 hours. What is, maybe not over 5 hours. No, yeah, oh, almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. Wow. Wow. How about that? Yeah. How did it take so long? I think because there were more people around. The more people who are around to chat, then the more I chat. Last night there weren't very many people around, so it kind of went a little bit faster. But there were a lot of people around today. Maybe I should try streaming earlier sometimes. I don't know. Does earlier work for people? I don't know. I don't know what this business is. But yeah. Yeah, distraction. Oh, but that's why I'm here. See, I'm here to react to the content, but I'm also here to chat with chat. That's what chat is called, chat, because we chat. But I like that. I like that. So, and I still have a lot of stuff I wanted to get done, so I definitely gotta go do that. And I wanted to do more stuff for like my second YouTube channel and stuff today and film some shorts and things like that, but it's okay. So yeah, short stream, 5 hour. Whoops. You know what? Sometimes you say short stream and it ends up going for 5 hours. Okay, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. You just gotta roll with it, and then you gotta hurry up and go do all the things you need to do after. But all of my shorts, well, they're gonna be under a minute, because if it's over a minute, YouTube doesn't upload it as a short. So they put a time limit. They put a time limit, but I'm not gonna have time to do them today. I guess it'll maybe have to be on Wednesday or something like that. So, but I'll have to really work hard on that this weekend, next weekend, and things like that, on getting the stuff up for the second channel and try to work on the videos for the second channel and stuff. Oh my gosh, I have so much I need to do, and I want to work on writing and work on making video games. 1 hour, 1 minute. It's only 1 minute, or YouTube will cut me off. They cut me off. Gotta cut it down, yeah. I mean, that sometimes happens with clips, you're like, "Oh, this is a great clip, this is so funny," and it's like 4 minutes, and you're like, that won't fly anywhere. Or, like, a lot of my TikToks that I made for TikTok, when I was moving them over to Shorts, I can't put on YouTube because they are, like, 2 minutes or something like that, and I'm like, "Oh, dang it." Dang it. So talk YouTube into doing 1 hour shorts. I mean, YouTube is expanding their shorts. The thing is, they did it in October, but they're rolling it out, and they haven't said when it's gonna be, just sometime throughout this year. They were like several months from now. So any short content under 3 minutes uploaded starting in October. Like if I were to upload a 2-minute long video now, it would be treated right now as a 2-minute long video. But in a few months, it will be moved to being treated as a short and will be shown in the shorts feed. But I'm like, what's the point? Because you're not going to roll it out like a short. You're not going to show it to a few hundred people the way you do with shorts, right? You're going to put it on the subscriptions feed with other videos, and it'll look like a video that's 2 minutes long, and people aren't going to watch that. So, like, it's like, and they're like, yeah, but it will change to a short. It's like, yeah, but it's not now. The whole point of the shorts is the initial upload. Shorts don't really get many back end views months later. Like, it's not the point. So, put 1, 2, 3 up until 60. So you get some bonus parts. Yeah, no one's gonna want to watch the different parts though. Not if they're shorts. They're gonna get part 23, and they're not gonna go back to part 1 if you need parts 1 through, at that point, an hour long, that's a video. That's a video. But a couple minutes, and you're like, but like the rest of the channel is VODs and things, and other people have a separate channels. I know some people have channels for like just shorter things that are like 5 minutes long, 10 minutes long, shorter sections of videos that are fun, but that aren't short enough to be shorts. But I just don't put those up, basically. Or I just trim them out and trim other stuff that I think should belong in it if it were being its best self, but it's not. So, like I did that. I have a couple shorts / doing TikToks and stuff up about from a water delivery, where I'm like talking about the soap opera thing that they're watching about, and rambling about that, which I just kind of thought had some funny parts in it. And I'm like, yeah, but it all goes together. Like if you need to get the first part right, of me talking to the lady, and then you kind of get fuller appreciation when I continue talking about it with the man in the house. And I think they should be the same video, but I couldn't make them the same video because it was like 3 minutes long. And so I split it into 2 and then had to cut out like 30 seconds from each of them and trim it down even further, which again, I think you're missing out context. I think you're missing out parts that are funny, but I had to keep in the part that makes the video make sense and keep in the context. But then I had to trim out some funny parts, and I don't like that. I don't like that. But you know what? That's the way it has to be for now, at least. But I just finished part 385. Time to go to this 5-hour short stream. Look. Sometimes it happens, okay? It happens. Okay. So, I'm gonna go. I need to go. We gotta end it. We gotta end it, guys. I'm hungry. I need to eat. And I'm not gonna be able to. I don't have time to do stuff for the second channel today because I gotta do a little bit of relaxing tonight before I have to go back into work in person. More content. Yeah, you gotta feed the content. Feed the content. Troublemakers in chat want content. Um, but yeah, no more content for today. I have to do life things, like IRL stuff, believe it or not. Crazy. And relax a little bit too, because like I said, got to go back in person tomorrow, and I want to try to charge up a little bit mentally before having to deal with that. Because if situations are normally awkward, sometimes at work, my God, going back in when a third of them have lost their homes and all of their belongings is like, okay, that'll be oh, that'll be rough. That'll be rough. You know how hard it is talking with people who have lost things, to imagine a third of the people you encounter have lost everything and you gotta, oh my God. It's gonna be rough. But you know what? I get paid for it, so, you know. But I'll be back tomorrow at some point. I don't know how long the stream will be. I don't know when it'll be, but I will be streaming tomorrow evening. I mean, there's a chance I won't, depending on how bad work is tomorrow. But I don't think it'll be that bad. So I'll stream tomorrow evening for a little bit. We're gonna be playing Murders on the Yangtze River again, I think. Because I like the start of that. That felt good. So yeah. But yeah, have a good day, everyone. Good night, guys, or good day, and everything wherever you are. Good night, good day, whatever, blah blah blah. Thank you for chatting, for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you as well. You can subscribe to my YouTube for more content if you like content. And 5-hour stream wasn't enough. You can watch more on YouTube. Wow. And Merry Christmas. Yes. Merry Christmas to all. To all a good night. And but you can also TikTok or yeah, you can follow me on TikTok. It's still there, so you can do that if you want. But there's also Instagram, and of course there's Twitter and Blue Sky too. All those things exist, and there's a Discord, and also my second channel, as in the pinned comment. You can check out my second YouTube channel as well. There's nothing there, but you can subscribe and be ready for when the stuff does get there. So you can be well, I was subscribed before she had content. You can be one of those people if you want. If you want to hedge your bets. I'm not very big now, but what if I blow up in 2 months and I'm super popular, right? And then you can be like, oh my gosh, I knew about the second channel before she even posted anything, blah, 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 blah. That'd be cool. Anyway, have a good day, guys. Goodbye.